And we are live.
Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, YouTube? Welcome to Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff. And look at all these wonderful folks here. Look at them all. Did we lose somebody? I think we did.
Somebody didn't make the trip.
We lost Peter. Oh, no. Okay. There he is. All right. Okay.
Jeff, we can't hear you.
Jeff.
Yeah,
You've gone muted.
Self-muted.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. This is probably Jeff's best intro, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right into the action.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go.
Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Yes.
It was not muted on my end. I have no idea what went on there. So, okay, so you didn't hear anything I said?
No.
Nope.
You got like the
Should we
first.
just leave it that way for the rest of the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, welcome everybody to Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I'm your host, Jeff. It is great to have you all here. Look at all these shiny, bright faces, all excited. We're all excited to talk about black metal. We are all relegated to Baphomet Island, and this is my cast and crew for the episode today. And yeah, so we're going to get into this thing because it's going to be probably a lengthy affair. We're going to try to keep it under like 12 hours, though. I promise. All right, I promise. So before we dig into the topic at hand, I'm going to introduce my cast today, and a lot of cool dudes here, and a lot of great knowledge in metal in general, but specifically in black metal. I know I've stressed a few people out having to choose just 10 albums, but that was the task, and that's what we're sticking to. I know. So let's see. I guess what we'll do here is everybody just wave when I call out your name. We've got Tyler from AK Bergswander. How you doing, Tyler? It's been a while, man. It's been a lot of months. Probably Bathory. Now you're muted.
How about now?
There we go. Yeah, it's been a while, right? Probably Bathory, I think.
Yeah, that was the
Yeah,
last
man,
thing.
that's going back a ways.
Yeah, a little bit.
Cool. We got Devin from Maze of Torment. What's up, dude?
Howdy.
Devin and I talk way too fucking much.
Drinking the old Rasputin.
We got Jimmy from Future Ruins. What's up, dude?
What's going
Good
on,
to
man?
see you again.
Thanks for the invite.
Been a while. Below Jimmy, we've got Johnny Mack all the way from the UK. What's up, Johnny?
Greetings and salutations. Yeah, I'm good, Sir Jeff.
And I do want to remind me at the very end of this, I do want to thank Roger. Well, I'll just do it now. Roger, Peter, and Johnny are staying up into the wee hours tonight. I guess, what time is it on your end there, Johnny?
It's just about 10 minutes past midnight.
10 minutes past midnight, I think. Roger, how about you?
1 hour later than him.
1 hour later, yeah. And Peter, are you in the same time as Johnny?
Yeah.
Okay,
Stop
so
at
there you
midnight.
go. These guys are laying it on the line for black metal today. Next to Johnny, we've got Logan, Drunken Metal Musings. What's up, dude?
Hey,
Nice.
thanks
You're
for having me
looking
on. I'm
suitably
vacation.
Suitably
vacation
frosty,
ready.
except for that Hawaiian shirt there. Yeah.
We're going on vacation,
We got-
right?
Yeah.
We got Jake from the Upside Down Church. What's up, Jake?
What's up, fuckers?
Good to see you, buddy. What's up, fuckers? Yeah, there you go. And below me, we've got Roger from Roger. I'm not going to say it right.
Churvik.
Yorkvik.
Churvik.
There we go. Perfect. All right, Roger. Thank you much for being here, dude. He's got the suitable upside down cross shirt on. I think he's the only one that. Anybody else got any upside down crosses on? No. Okay.
No.
Below Roger, we've got Kellen from Killing for Company. What's up, Kellen?
What is up?
All right, man. And then all the way from Ireland, and probably I think the only guy that doesn't have a YouTube channel, right? yeah, we still haven't coaxed him into it, but he's probably like, yeah, I just don't want to. I don't want to do that, man. Not with these nutcases. So we've got Peter from the Metal Vault on Instagram. Peter, nice to have you here, buddy.
So, good evening.
Peter is going to sue me after the show is over. He's told me so. Yeah, so let's get into this, guys. Let's talk about black metal here. The question I have for you guys is, and I kind of pose this usually in all my streams, is that, you know, we all listen to a lot of different types of metal. I mean, I think most of us here are pretty wide-ranging in our love for metal and other types of music, but specifically metal. And I kind of want to ask, I guess, of each of you, I'll go around, I'll blow you up. What makes black metal different for you? Why do you like it? What about it is what brings you in, what draws you in and keeps you there? And also give me your origin story quickly on where you came into or how you came into black metal. So we're just going to go the route that I just went, and I'm going to pull up Tyler first, and we'll go with you, Tyler. So give us what you got, man.
For me, as far as what makes black metal different for me is just the musicality and the atmosphere. You know, I mean, death metal's musically technical and all that, but it's just bludgeoning and, you know, it's just straightforward, and black metal seems to take a lot more different avenues. And as far as the origin story goes, started back in 1995. I read a Pit magazine article about mayhem and all the shenanigans that were happening with that, and I had recalled that De Mysterious Dom Sathanas was in my local record shop, so I had to go check it out because of the craziness of the article, and hit play. Funeral Fog kicked in, and that was that, and I've been obsessed with it ever since.
All right, good deal. All right, Devin, you're up next, man. What you got?
Yeah, I agree with Tyler. Death metal is like more rhythmic, with black metal is more like atmospheric and kind of epic sounding. But my origin story, I guess you could say, like the Banger Films documentary, the like Metal Evolution is what got me into it, because they played a bunch of different clips from different black metal bands, so that's what made me want to check it out. So yeah.
So this is what year for you, probably?
2013 maybe.
Just a young whippersnapper.
Wee babe.
All right, Jimmy, how about you, man?
Yeah, I mean, what those guys said, I mean, I kind of like, I feel like there's, you know, kind of quite a bit that you can do with black metal. And I think that the term kind of encompasses a lot of different types of bands than just like straight black metal. There's a lot of great bands out there that have black metal elements, but, you know, it might be experimenting with other sounds. But like those guys said, I think there's, you know, an element of kind of just, you know, fantasy and escapism to a lot of black metal, that you kind of get a break from the everyday rigmaroles of life and kind of can just sort of float away in some of this stuff. And for me, it took me a while to get into black metal. I mean, I started kind of like when I was in high school, and I got kind of turned off at first because the first stuff I heard was like, you know, Old Be Hurt and the old Darkthrone stuff. And it took me a while to appreciate those albums as I got older. But yeah, I mean, it was probably not till like, you know, my 20s when I started to like kind of appreciate stuff and really, you know, was able to actually find stuff out there, because in those days, you know, there was no internet. So it was kind of, you had to rely on, you know, magazines or just word of mouth. And, you know, at the time I couldn't really find anything to buy. So kind of a slow evolution for me into some of the stuff.
Cool. All right. Johnny, how about you, buddy?
Yo, yeah, the black metal, I think they said, like everybody says, it seems to, for me, there's more to it than a lot of the other genres. There seems to be the black metal, the people involved seem to want to put more and find more atmosphere and create. There's so many different, especially now all the newer bands, because as I said, I'm pretty much obsessed with listening to a lot of the new black metal stuff, and there's so much different bits and bobs out there that they're just putting a different twist on the black metal, but it's mostly atmosphere. You can just float away with it. It's brilliant. I avoided black metal, I've got to admit it. Back when it first came out, I thought it was a pile of shit. I really didn't get it at all. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I was into all your, you know, sort of Napalm Deaths and Carcasses and that. So I liked extreme music, but The first time I was aware of it was the Kerrang interview thing. That's the first thing I saw, and that we had and I think then it was Cradle of Filth. Obviously, being a UK band, it was being aware of them and just catching lots of live bands and just go from there. I think so. Yeah, that's my origin story, as it were.
Oh, you're muted again.
Muted, Jeff.
I'm ready though.
Oh, what the hell's going on here with this fucking muting thing? All right, Logan.
Cheers, all. So, got my vacation.
Modelo?
Island
Okay,
here.
yeah.
Modelo. But
I should have asked. I'm sorry for you. Look at you. Going all out.
There we go, because we're on a black metal island. Cheers.
Yes, a man needs a man needs a proper drinking horn on the island, of course.
Yeah, I got to bring it. It's also a weapon too,
That's true.
just to get.
I hope you don't have to use it on any of us.
I watched the death metal episode. I know how this ends. So
yes, that's true.
I'm ready.
Very smart thinking.
In addition to what everyone's saying about black metal, like focusing more on atmosphere, I think a lot of it is very reactionary. Like, isn't kind of the origins of Norwegian and like the second wave of black metal all like a reaction to what death metal was doing, and essentially saying, you know, fuck that, we're gonna do this instead. And because of that, there's a certain level of theater and theatrics and just intentionally going over the top with black metal that I don't think you find as much in other metal genres. I mean, metal overall is like that, but black metal for sure. As far as origins go, I'm probably like a lot of other people. There was the last like big metal genre for me to get into, and I will kind of dive a little bit more into that with my first pick. But yeah, that's it for me.
All right, cool. All righty, drink up, boys. Yeah, I didn't ask if anybody was drinking. I'm not drinking tonight, but if you are, you can let us know what you're imbibing. Then what do we got, Jake?
I got a watermelon mint Hefeweizen. That's what I'm.
That's not very black metal, dude. That's pretty silly.
No,
But it's saying.
It's a glam metal episode.
Got to start light. I kind of agree with what everybody else has said. Just the atmosphere of black metal just resonates like more with me than a lot of the other genres. It's kind of why I would probably call it my favorite genre. But anyways, my like origin story was kind of like some of these guys. I avoided it right when I was starting to, because I was into like mellow death early on. That's the only thing I really listened to, and like groove metal, all the popular shit was on the radio. For the longest time, I had no interest in listening to anything else. I started to dabble in death metal, and around that same time, started following some YouTube channels, Count Blackgrith, Classy Lonnie, talking about black metal, but I still wasn't interested. It would seem kind of corny, all the evil shit with it. But one day, some stuff just popped up on my Spotify. I was listening to like new metal or something that was out, and it was like post black metal band, and I had no idea what it was. And I was like, this shit rules. I added it to my playlist. A few months later, I'm looking at shows coming up, and there's this band. I'm like, I recognize that name. Turns out it was one of those bands that I added to my list. So I went to the show and blew me away. And so I was like, I looked more into it. I'm like, oh, black metal isn't just because, you know, I tossed on Mayhem in the past to just see what it's about. I'm like, this shit sucks. I still think Mayhem sucks, but
so do I. That's all right.
That's besides the point. So yeah, post black metal is essentially what opened the door. And then those guys were mentioning all sorts of atmospheric black metal. So that's where I came in, was post black and atmospheric black metal. That's
all right. I'm sure we're gonna see a couple post black and atmospheric black metal albums from you. I'm guessing.
So just let me ruin my credibility on the subject right out the gate.
Well, look, somebody's probably gonna have Mayhem on their list, and that's totally cool. But I'm with you. Don't get it. Never have. Roger's like, fuck you, I'm leaving. But anyway, Roger, jump in, buddy. What's your take? Because you're an old hat an old dude like me.
Yeah, well, when it comes to kind of the feel of black metal, it kind of cut deeper than the death metal and thrash metal did. In a way, it's just kind of more. Yeah, it taps into the rawness of our nature. Maybe, I don't know. It's just something that resonates well with me. When it comes to the beginning, in 1985, I loved the song Black Metal with Venom. I had that on a kind of a compilation tape. So if you're going to talk about where it started, you might be there. But and the second wave was A Blaze in the Northern Sky with Dark Throne. Expecting a new death metal album, but got something ice cold instead. So so that was kind of it.
Very different, right? After
the
the first album, right? Soulside. All right, Kellen, how about you, man?
So origin story for me is around 2000. I went into the local record store and picked up a copy of Exhumed Slaughter Cult, and I brought it to the counter. The guy who was checking me out, we struck up a conversation, and he gave me a list, and were just basically extreme metal albums for me to check out. And on that list we've already mentioned Mayhem, De Mysterious, Ulvers, Not in Madrigal, Satyricon, Nemesis Divina. I'm trying to think. Dissection, Storm of the Lights, Bane. Anyway, there was like a list of a lot of Scandinavian records, and I this is in the digital era, so I immediately went and checked them out, and it was kind of no turning back after that. What makes black metal different for me? I think if you compare something like death metal, it seems like a more logical sort of extreme progression from thrash, where I think, just being perfectly honest, by the time I was getting into black metal, there was enough sort of mystique and controversy and this aura surrounding a genre after specifically the second wave, where it felt like you wasn't just sort of the sonic elements to the bands, but there was also something a bit more about like they actually this is who they are as people. This is something about their sort of convictions that they live by.
Yep.
For the first time, it was like metal that was getting into a belief system. So there were like some philosophical principles that went into being into black metal and for the bands that were playing, which I think separated it from what I previously had sort of assumed with most bands in general, which is they have their life and they have music. Black metal seemed to blur those lines a little bit, which I think makes it separate than a lot of their extreme metal genres.
It's excellent. I'm glad you brought that up. That was right on point. It's going to tie into what I have to say. Peter, how about you, sir? Unmute.
You hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of following on from what Kellen was saying about what makes it different. I suppose there's the philosophy, but as other people said, it's the atmosphere. But for me, it was like the lyrical concepts. These sort of artists were starting to look at their own heritage and look at nature. I'm trying to like make some kind of connection between primitive man, primal man, and nature. And it also for me had this similar kind of punk aesthetic or sort of philosophy where it's like you could do it yourself. You didn't have to be the most technically gifted musician. You can go in and just crank out a couple of songs and kind of, carrying on from that kind of punk idea back in the 70s. So that's what made it different for me. And my origin stories was kind of like an accident. I discovered black metal. I don't know if your libraries are like that in the States, but in our local library, you could go down and borrow CDs and cassettes. And I used to take whatever metal stuff home and dub it onto cassette. And actually, I think it must have been about 92. I seen Bathory's Blood, Fire, Death and got it home and stuck it in the CD player. And it wasn't the classical music I was expecting going by the cover. And I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I don't think I was ready for it. So I kind of just left it back and it didn't dub that one. But I suppose the next exposure was in the Krang article that Johnny mentioned in '93 when you started reading about Norway and all the crazy shit that was going on there. So that piqued my interest. So next time I was up in Belfast CD shopping, I found Impale Nazarine's debut, which had just come out. So I bought that, and that was my introduction to black metal. And again, I took it home, and I was like, "What the fuck am I listening to?" And I was hooked.
All right, for me,
Two
real
vastly
quick,
different albums.
for me, real
Yeah.
quick here, you know, I'm glad Kellen touched on because everyone else kind of didn't go exactly there. Jimmy did a little bit, but the whole mystique. I mean, we can all tie back. You know, a lot of death metal is surrounded by gore and kind of the Kiss aesthetic. You know, I mean, when we look at the corpse paint and all that stuff like that, of course, Kiss and Sensation. What was his name? Arthur Brown, The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, the dude that did Fire. You know, he was wearing face paint, and Peter Gabriel was wearing face paint. So that's nothing new. Where they took it was they went into this extreme look of, you know, of trying to mimic death in life. But Kellen really nailed it, that the whole aesthetic, you really got the feeling with a lot of these guys that they weren't fucking around. They weren't kidding. When they started to talk about questing for death or questing for answers beyond just the material thing, and also the tie-in with nature is really important as well, was kind of, for me, is really what sets black metal apart from death metal or traditional metal, or you know the man of war, swords and sorcery, conquer and divide. You know, when you get into black metal, it's more of, I think the two major aesthetics are the tie-ins with nature. You don't really have that with death metal or traditional metal or pop metal or glam metal. They don't care about those things. And the excuse me, the cosmic. You know, the cosmic reasons for being here are another thing that are explored a lot with black metal that aren't really touched by other genres of metal. So that was when I finally got there. And you guys know my origin story on death metal is kind of later than a lot of you guys because I'm quite a bit older than most of you guys, or a bunch of you, not everybody. You know, Roger and Johnny are in my age range, but you know, I dovetailed back into death metal because I tried really hard not to get into it. And when black metal came along, it was around that same time, that 99, 2000, 2001 era, where I know about bands like Deicide, and I know about Dark Throne, and I know all about Euronymous and the crazy shit, as Peter said, that was going on over in Norway. I had that episode, or that edition of Kerrang. Boy, I wish I had it now because probably worth a shit ton of money. I lost it when I lost my storage unit back 2 years ago, but it's and I didn't even know it was worth a lot of money, quite frankly. But I remember reading that stuff and going, these guys are fucking goofs. These guys are total goofs, man. You know, and it's kind of the same attitude I had towards Maiden when I listened to, you know, in '82 when I heard, you know, Number of the Beast. It's like, this is all campy stuff, you know, but there, I think to Kellen's point, a lot of these guys were fully invested in this stuff, and that's what kind of made it quite a bit different than, you know, the horror schlock stuff of, say, you know, death metal or old school death metal. So, and again, that tie-in with the cosmic and the earth-bound concepts are, you know, we see it in a lot of more modern stuff like Panopticon, which I'm sure somebody's going to bring up, you know, where it's really tied into the world that we're in, this material and cosmic existence that we have, this existential crisis that we are all under, and that we are all born and we live and we die and we don't really have any answers. So that's kind of where I my take on what makes black metal different than the other genres of metal. And I would say one of the albums I'm going to mention is going to be my origin story, but basically it was in that 2000, 2001 range where I started to dip my toe in. And initially it wasn't a good one, man, because I heard certain early things like Panzerfaust, and I'm like, this is absolute trash, or Marduk or something. I'm like, I'm never going to listen to crap like this. Some of it I still don't. And I obviously did Mysterious, which I think is a highly overrated album. Some would probably argue that I'm fucked in the head for that, but So there we go. That is our origin stories and our kind of takes on what makes black metal different. And I think it's time we get started with our choices, guys. What do you think?
Sure.
Yep.
Are we ready to rock and roll with? And by the way, we should mention here real quick that I don't think in anyone's case they can do it if they want, but we did not do this in a number 1 through 10, i.e. the number 1 album that we talk about is our favorite black metal. If that's how you guys want to do it, let us know that. That's fine. I don't have a problem with it. It's just I didn't do it that way, and I'm not going to be doing it that way. So we're going to do 10 choices. We're actually going to do 5 choices from everybody, and then we're going to play a little video because Rick, from the Dreadful Minutes, wanted to be here, but he couldn't. He had a wedding he had to go to today. And so we're going to play a couple video vignettes from him throughout the episode, if I can figure out how to do it properly, which is going to be a real trick, to be honest with you. And we'll kind of go from there. And we're going to have 5 honorable mentions, right, guys? Unless you can slam 10 in 5 minutes. That's the thing. So, all right, here we go. Tyler, give us your first selection. Drum roll, please.
Well, I'm going chronological order, and anyone who pays attention to this channel probably saw me on a certain little deep dive. So this is my first choice right here.
There we
Bathory's
go.
Blood, Fire, Death. And so it's a toss-up between this and Under the Sign. Arguably, Under the Sign is far more what we would call black metal album. But if I was stuck on a desert island and I had to pick one to take with me, Blood, Fire, Death, man. Like that's my go-to Bathory album. And the one thing I will say about it is everyone gets hung up on the opening tracks and the title closing track, but everyone forgets it's probably one of the most banger thrash albums of all time in the middle.
Yes.
And it probably set a template for a lot of blackened thrash modern day, in my opinion. 1988, there was definitely thrash bands, and there was bands like Creator and such doing their thing, but I don't know. There was something visceral about some of those tracks in the middle that just makes it vastly appealing, and then you bookend it with that epicness, and it's just, I don't know, it's a perfect album for me.
And is there a cooler opening to an album than that album? I'm not sure there is.
Actually, the opening for this is probably the first album I had that had such a vastly epic intro like that. It's just, it sucks you in, man. It's great.
Absolutely. Great choice. All right, Davin, you are up, man.
So I went alphabetical because I seemed like less of a pain in the ass to do it that way.
Okay.
Ooh.
Absu, the Third Storm of Ethereal. So another album you could argue is not pure black metal because they have a lot of thrash and trad metal in their sound, but it's definitely my favorite record by them. But I love all those shit. So yeah, again, another influence on black and thrash, like Tyler said about the Bathory record. But yeah, awesome record. Rules. So I think this came out in 1997, maybe. I know the follow-up was 2000.
Something like that.
Yeah, I know Terror was 2000. That's the follow-up. So, yeah. Absolutely, the Third Storm of Ethereal. Awesome shit. From Texas.
Do we want to tell the country of origin in our picks, or do we need to even do that? Or
I didn't even think about that.
I mean, if you think of it, go ahead and do it. All right, what is
it's like important to the album, right?
Yeah, if you want to mention the year, if you know it offhand.
I mean, Absu is a pretty important U.S. band, so
for sure. Jimmy, what's up, dude?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to go in somewhat of a chronological order as well. So my first pick is probably, not a surprise, and I'm sure you guys are going to have something out of this catalog or maybe this one, but it's going to be Anthems to the Walking at Dusk by Norway's Emperor. This is the first black metal band that I've ever heard that actually made sense to me. Like in the late 90s, I hadn't really quite gotten there yet. And a friend of mine showed me the Imperial Life Ceremony video. I remember watching that and just kind of being blown away. I mean, so really, I guess the 9 Equilibrium was the first stuff I heard. But this is, for me, my absolute favorite Emperor record. It's got a little bit of everything that I love about black metal. It's, it's vicious, it's furious, the drumming is absolutely insane. There's just so much going on in this record. It's just layered like hell. Recorded in Brighallen in Norway, famous black metal studio. And yeah, man, it's just it's got the atmosphere, it's got the melody. I think it really opened the doors for where black metal could go. Because this is, we're talking pretty early on here, and just got to see these guys play with Devin over there in LA last month, and they did the majority of this record, and kind of just proved that this album is just timeless. I mean, it just sounds just as good as it did when it first came out. And yeah, man, I mean, you can't really go wrong with any Emperor record, but for me, this is the one. Never gets sick.
95 or 96?
Somebody else would have to.
That one's 97.
97. Yeah, so I would have just gotten out of high school when it came out. But man, yeah, I mean, it's always been tried to, replicate this album when it comes to like adding like symphonic elements and things like that. But I always like the sort of twisted symphonic elements. It didn't sound like the album still doesn't sound like really accessible. You do have to really let it sink in, because I guess it's something to do with the production. It's like if you hear them play these songs live, that sounds like, I don't want to say better, but it's just such a dense listen. Just because there's just so much going on in this thing.
Very dense.
I feel like there's, every time you listen to it, you hear something new in it. But yeah, for sure.
I'm pretty sure some other people are going to choose Emperor albums. I'm guessing. Johnny, what you got, man? By the way, 2 things real quick. Chat, I'm trying to catch up, man. I had some issues trying to work out here, and I got way behind. So I'll try to get – it's probably going to be a quick blast through with a lot of stuff. But Simon says, looks like it's going to be a long night. Is anything ever short on my channel, literally, other than me?
No.
That's the funny part. Anyway, and I'm not that short, man. I'm not as short as Rick. So there you go. Anyway, yeah, so I'll try to catch up. But if you have any specific things, maybe repost them as I get down to the bottom here. Sorry about that. So, all right. Excuse me. Oh, Johnny. Scott.
Yo, well, I'm going back as early as probably the original origins. It's got to be Black Metal by Venom. This is on original Neat records. For me, this album, the first type of metal I got into back in 1980 was new wave British heavy metal. I'm from the UK, so it kind of made sense. It was the stuff that we didn't have much metal music or rock music on the radio here in the UK. You had the Friday Rock Show on a Friday night at like, I don't know, 10 till midnight, and that was basically it. Obviously, later on, John Peel started playing some stuff in the evenings, but during the day, you had nothing, no rock music at all. It was only popular music. So when I got into new wave British heavy metal, Venom were just like out there, the look and everything, the aesthetic and that, the song titles, side black and side metal. It's like, it's been done. Everyone seems to do it now, but back then, they had the 666s on the cover and all that sort of thing. And I was I was a teenager, so it was cool shit. I got into punk first, and then into metal. So yeah, Venom, black metal. Whether it's new wave of British heavy metal, but it's like Motorhead. It's faster. It's the vocals are. Well, let's face it, Kronos is a shit singer, but it's you can tell where a lot of the second wave bands got their sound from, and it was from here. So I couldn't not include it. So that's my first anyway. And I thought, like Jake said, I thought I'd get it in before anyone else did. So yeah, that's my first one.
Very good, very good. All right, Logan, what you got? Oh, and by the way, well, no, go ahead.
All right, also going chronological, as I said, so my origin story is this album right here, which is partially to blame why it took me so long to get into black metal, because I heard this and I was like, yeah, this shit kind of sucks initially. Talking about Dark Throne, Transylvanian Hunger. This was like the second record I ever bought. Just got it because picture disc, which at the time I didn't know that the sound quality was not quite as good. I thought it just looked cool as hell. But yeah, then I played it. The production was jarring. The vocals were grating, and the songs like didn't really go anywhere. There's like 1 or 2 riffs per songs on here. And for the longest time, I was like, all right, black metal must not be for me. But then I would keep coming back to it and keep coming back. And this has just been a challenging album for me to go back to for like the past 15 years since I've heard it. And it's one of those where the seasons definitely depends, definitely helps. Like whenever it snows, this is the album I put on to go trucking through the snow, which for me, being a dude from North Carolina and now in Louisiana, it never snows. So I don't end up listening to this too often. That's probably why like black metal is not a genre of music I end up with that often, but when I do, it always makes a lasting impact. And this album has had a lasting impact on me. And really all those weaknesses that I mentioned, like the fact that there's only 2 riffs per song and the shoddy production and just the track pacing, they're now all the reasons that I love this album. And I do think it's a masterpiece. And I just love Dark Throne in general. I love their evolution, like going from the death metal to this, which came out in 1994, by the way, and then even up to their current like heavy metal drunk guy in a bar phase. I love all of it. So yeah, Transylvanian Hunger, pretty important album to me, and definitely one that I'm sure someone else might end up picking this or another Dark Throne album, but I want to make sure it ends up on that island where we're at.
The one thing about Dark Throne is they're not afraid to throw a bunch of curveballs. They start out with a killer death metal album, then they go full on black metal or black thrash, and then they do punk and they do all kind of weird shit in between. So there's something there for everyone, but not in my case. Not everything there is stuff that I really enjoy. So my Dark Throne collection is pretty minimal because I only enjoy some of their stuff. So, all right, Jake, what weird and wild and atmospheric album do you have to show us first?
First, real quick, to me, these aren't my top 10. Desert Island and top 10 are a little different in my mind. Desert Island, I want more variety, so I'll have a little more variety than my top 10 would.
Can you jack your volume up a little?
Okay. Is that better?
Much better.
So my first choice, Caladan Brood.
Ah, yeah.
Echoes of Battle. Local guys here. Yeah. We all know summoning. I'm sure they'll get mentioned. This is, in my opinion, this summoning just done better. And it also includes on vinyl 2 summoning covers, which is a nice bonus. But yeah, this is just epic as hell. Beautiful, majestic. It's also based on a book, like Summoning is based on. Lord of the Rings is based on the Malazan Book of the Fallen series. But yeah, it's super cool. I think it came out in 2013. Great record.
Yeah, that's a unique one.
Yeah,
because it sounds very European.
Yeah, and it even has a nice heavy metal riff on it, played by one of the guys in Visigoth.
Nice,
which is super cool.
All right, Roger, I'm curious. Where you're going to go. I have a feeling, but let's see if I'm right.
Well, I'm going to start with my favorite Norwegian black metal album, and not what you would expect, but it's Kvist.
Ah, yeah.
For evig må kunsten vike.
Coming out hot.
Yeah, it's this came out in '96, so they were a little bit late to the party, but they are kind of a little bit heavier guitar tone on it, but pretty brutal in a way. Very aggressive vocal. He's really pissed and fits the music perfectly. So I always put this at the top of my list because, it's just a killer album for me.
And what year's that again?
96.
96. Okay. All right, Kellen.
So good, I bought it twice.
I know, Kellen, you've been putting a lot of thought into this. Not that the other guys haven't, but I know you've been showing off albums on Marty Worm's chat on the Heavy Metal G album club thing. So you've been putting some time in.
You're unmuted.
Yeah, muted.
Yeah,
you guys got to remember on your end because I can't undo it.
That I cut off from the list, but this record here, I think a lot of people may not even classify it as a black metal album, but for me, it absolutely is. This is Bethlehem.
Oh, yeah.
In Nakare. for a lot of fans, this falls into a doom release. For me, it's the vocal performance. Rainier's vocal performance, just every time the band wants to sort of lurch towards something sounding a bit more doom, his vocals just sort of pull the record across the floor and move it back towards a black metal listen. Totally different than what a lot was going on at the time. 1997, I think, is when this comes out. But the second full-length release from Bethlehem, a black metal classic, and I think just also going forward, once again, part of my island sort of approach was to make this as incredibly as diverse as possible.
Yep.
And Bethlehem for me it falls on one side of the spectrum where there's very few bands that actually sound like them, and totally unique release with an amazing vocal performance.
Yeah, that's a great pick, man. I didn't even think about that. And that's a great thing about doing these, because we're all going to pick something up. You know, we're all going to be like, oh, man, I hadn't thought about that. Or maybe we haven't even heard some of these things that we're going to talk about, which is cool. But, all right, here we go, man. We're getting to the big daddy. Peter, this man owns probably more black. I'm going to go out on a limb and say Peter and Roger. That's not denigrating the rest of you guys, but if I had to put a head-to-head, those are my two dudes for black metal weirdness. I don't know why. I just think they're the weirdos in the bunch. So let's see what happens here. All right, Peter, what you got? And remember, by the way, guys, I cannot unmute you, so you got to remember to unmute yourself on your end. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, just before I start, my Bethlehem album sit in my black metal section. So, but yeah, these are not my top 10 favorite. Kind of like Jake was saying. So I had a bit of a meltdown during the week, trying to come up with a top 10. And what I've kind of settled on are about 4 or 5 albums I would take anyway. And then I thought, well, I'm going to a desert island, so I'm not going to take the albums I know inside out. I'll take some albums I still think I need to explore. Because I'm going to be on the island, I'll have time to do that. I also imposed some rules on my selection, so no more than 3 from Norway, no more than 2 from Sweden and Poland, and then just one from every other country, and only 1 album or release per band. So my first one isn't an album, and it's a bit of a cheat, and I'm going in chronological order too. So I'm going with one of the first sort of splits I ever bought was Emperor and Hordean's Land by Enslaved, which came out in 1993. Yeah. So these, well, the Emperor, I bought it for Emperor because I heard about Emperor through Terrorizer magazine, because they had just toured with Cradle of Filth in the UK in 1993 over the summer. And I bought the split for Emperor and I stayed for Enslaved. But yeah, it's got 2 of my favorite Emperor songs of all time on it. It opens with I Am the Black Wizards. So as soon as I heard that there riff, I was all in. And it closes out with Cosmic Keys to My Creation and Times. My favorite full length by Emperor is In the Nightside Eclipse. But yeah, I always return to this. I think I love the songs in the form on this EP than I do on the full length before. But I absolutely love the 3. Well, there's 5 songs stated in the booklet here, but there's only 3 Enslaved songs in it on their complete epics. And that's where I started to appreciate Bathory after getting Blood, Fire, Death a few years prior and being probably too young to understand that. This is where I was listening to this music and then there's reading all the Bathory influences, the band we're talking about them. So then I went back to Blood, Fire, Death and actually fell in love with Bathory. But yeah, that's probably what I would take. That covers me for 2 bands, you see. So Enslaved and Emperor.
See, you're already pulling the Rick thing, dude. You're already pulling the Rick thing. Already. Look at you guys.
That's the only one, trust me.
Just same album.
Just so you know, I did not impose any rules on anyone with exception of 1. I said I did not want to get into any NS shit on here unless, I didn't say we couldn't show Birdsum or, well, that was kind of the only one I think I made a little bit. This channel just doesn't endorse that stuff. But if somebody wants to show it, I said they could, but they could open themselves up for constructive criticism, shall we say. Not of them as a person and their choices, just of the choice. I do not get the Burzum thing. I will never get the Burzum thing. I'm sorry. The music is okay, but the fucking vocals are hysterically bad. So, all right, Peter, why don't you pull up that one I asked you to pull? And by the way, as in past streams, with my health flagging a lot lately, I just cannot hunt for all this stuff. So I have gotten either Devin, Jimmy, or Peter is going to show one for me. They're going to show the albums that I'm choosing. I own all these albums with the exception of one. So go ahead, Peter, show that if you would, please. And this is the album Thorns, which came out in 2001. To my knowledge, they've done a couple splits, but this is the only actual full length that they've done. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. This again, it came out on 2001. This is Snorre Ruch. I think that's how you pronounce it. Am I saying that right, Roger? Probably not.
Snorre
Ruch. And yeah, so this is kind of a who's who of black metal at the time in the 90s and early, late 90s, early 2000s. And for me, man, I thought of this album and I went and re-listened to it, and I was so glad I did because, man, this album just is savage, man. It is such a savage fucking album. The riffs are insane. There's some industrial creepiness in it. The vocals are kind of a punky death metal vocal with a little bit of black metal. They're kind of a mixture in there. I couldn't find my copy. I have it, but this is just a super weird, super trippy, super fucking cool album. I love this album. It's got Satire Wangraven on it, on a track. It's got Bard Faust on drums on some, Hellhammer's on it. Like I said, there's a who's who of Norwegian black metal royalty, shall we say. We'll use that term loosely. But is anyone else familiar? Obviously, Peter's familiar with this album, but anyone else know this one on the panel?
Definitely.
Yeah, I have it. So
Yeah, killer album, man. I just think it's, and the thing I like so much about it is it's very melodic still, but it's just savage, man. It goes right for the carotid artery, right? You know? So that's my first choice. Tyler, number 2, sir.
I'm surprised there hasn't been already overlapping albums.
Yeah, we've done good.
All right,
we'll get there.
So for my number 2 pick, it's funny, Peter brought up the Hordainsland split. That was my introduction to my next band, which is going to be Enslaved. The Frost album, 1994. And yes, that's the original one with the embossed cover and all that good stuff on it. So Frost, first thing that stood out to me is when they launched into the song Loki, just how much of an absolute beast Trim was on the drum. Like I hadn't heard blast beats that fast since the really fast section of Buried by Time and Dust up to this point. And yeah, and then as the album just continued on, it was just so savage, and it was way more savage than the material on the Hordainsland demo. The Hordainsland stuff was a lot more proggy and more like how it was on the first album, the Viking Helvete. But yeah, it's a essential album, and then I mean, you gotta love that.
Yeah, that's
So good.
His little S&M like executioner mask phase.
pretty silly for sure.
I saw that and I was like, wow, is this for fucking real? But then I listened to the music. I no longer cared at that point. But yeah, Enslaved, Frost.
I'm pretty sure in my interview with Ivar, I asked him about that, and he sort of sheepishly laughed a little. I didn't push it because I didn't want to upset the apple cart there. But I'm like, dude, what was with the fashion choices on the back of the album? It's like, youthful, whatever. He said something about being young.
Yeah, I mean those dudes are all like, I mean,
I think he was 15. Yeah, he was 15, 16.
Yeah, 15 on that album. Yeah.
Yeah.
We all had dumb fashion choices in high school.
Yeah, for sure. All right, man. Let's see. And we got our first douchebag in the chat here. Gatekeeping dweeby NSBM is a smart move, losers. Hey, heavy therapy. Fuck off.
Alrighty, so from the black metal capital Austria, I'm saying that sarcastically, from 1995,
Yes.
Abigor knocked Diamond from the Twilight
That's a good one.
Kingdom. So one of the bands that used the symphonic style actually properly, didn't go full overblown with it, but yeah. Definitely the best record, though. They only have one album in the discography. I'm kind of hit or miss on. The rest are ranging from good to fucking solid, so yeah. Probably my favorite symphonic black metal record that's not by Emperor, but yeah, killer shit. 95.
Hell yeah.
Devin's always long on explanations. I love it.
You said keep it quick and short.
I know. You're good at it, though. I'll give you that. Jimmy, what you got?
Yeah, to kind of echo what Jake and Kellen were saying, my picks were kind of based around as Tyler put it, just kind of like the earworms. You know, I kind of wanted stuff that was going to be a little bit more, not only varied, but just I wanted music that's going to just take me somewhere else because I'm stuck on an island. But also one of the other things that I wanted to mention that I love about black metal is that a lot of black metal bands you can kind of sound, a lot of them tend to sound like where they are from. And I really, really love that aspect of it. And that is especially so with this next record. And I don't know if this is going to be my last one from Norway. I think it is. But it's going to be Ulver's Bergtat. And it's the debut Ulver. And I really could have picked the first three because I kind of see the trilogy as kind of one big work. You know, whereas this one kind of has, I think this is my favorite because it has the most variety on it, the most dynamics, I guess. Like they really go from, really harsh black metal to just clean folk kind of stuff. And to me, this was kind of maybe the first of its kind, close to the first of its kind of really helping to see where nature kind of fit in the music. And, in a lot of ways, when you listen to this, you can kind of see the Norwegian landscapes when you hear the music. And, it's just for as young as these guys were at the time too, it just kind of showed how, accomplished they were as musicians and just effortlessly it goes from just scathing black metal to just acoustic, classical and folk. And it really just blends the two really nicely that I don't think anybody had really done yet. But it's interesting to see that where this band has gone from the first three records is that they're not a black metal band anymore, but they've released some good stuff here and there. But I really think that this is one of those ones that just takes me places. And amazing record.
We might see that one again somewhere along the line, I'm thinking.
It
All right,
almost
Johnny.
made my list.
What's that?
It almost made my list. That one
I'm
did.
sure, yeah. All right, Johnny, what you got?
Okay, well, I'm going to stay in the UK, and being as I come from Wales, which is not a big place, I actually live in a town called Wrexham, and Wrexham had their own band, and I'm going to go with this, which is Hecate Enthroned. They were at one point. I know Danny Filth from Cradle of Filth said they were a knockoff Cradle of Filth band, but they're not. They have their own sound, but obviously it's still quite symphonic. But it's the 90s symphonic sound.
That album rules.
But yeah, it's a cracking album. I was tempted to go for that, I must admit, which I quite like as well. It's a little bit more polished though. So I'm going to stick with the first. Well, I'm not sure if it was an album or an EP. I think it was their first full length. So yeah, let's go with this. It's as I said, I saw them quite a few times because they're not all of them, but a few of the members actually from Wrexham, so they played a lot on there. The video to what was it? I can't remember. The video that was played on MTV that everybody takes the piss out of, that was actually recorded in a forest in Wales. So yeah, I'm going with a Hecate Enthroned or Hecate Enthroned or however people want to say it. Yeah, that's mine.
All right, nice going, Johnny. That's not one I would have thought of. By the way, I need to make a retraction. So the way I read that comment was incorrect. I just got a message from Heavy Therapy. I want to apologize to him. He was saying that NSBM people are the dweebs and assholes. So I'm going to try and get him back into the chat. I can't guarantee that I can, but Heavy Therapy, Andrew, I think your name is. Was it Andrew?
It's
I think it was
Patrick.
Andrew. Patrick, sorry, Patrick. Yeah, my apologies. The way I'm very touchy on that shit because that's why I brought it up. Because as we know, there are a couple people out there in the VC, the YouTubosphere that like to talk a lot of shit about people that don't like NS or don't like, I don't give a fuck. My channel, my rules. That's how it goes. I really don't want to endorse that kind of shit. So I took that the wrong way. I'll try to figure out how to get you back on. If I can't, you have my my apologies, sir. Okay. Logan, I'll let you finish your flask or your horn drinking there. Don't stab yourself in the leg. I don't want any emergencies. All right, guys, go ahead.
I'm the first to die on the island, right? I impale myself on the drinking horn. Yeah, sticking with the chronological theme from the last pick. So Dark Throne turned me off to black metal, so this band could finally make it click for me and finally make me actually want to get into this genre. And of course, I'm talking about Analog. And there is a deep dive on this channel with Jimmy and Jeff and Ryan also, where we dive in. And this is their 1999 debut album, Pale Folklore. And truthfully, this is probably just my all-time favorite album. I think it's an absolute masterpiece all the way through. It perfectly represents like a desire to be kind of alone in nature, and it plays with themes of isolation and loneliness, but really embraces it, and it's just an extremely important album to me, and came in at a time of my life where I really needed it, and it's just kind of always there, and yeah. Absolutely love this album. Absolutely love this band, like their whole discography. As I said, definitely check out that deep dive discussion. Or we'll talk about this for what, like 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, this is my favorite album I'll be showing tonight. Probably my favorite album, period.
I got a strong feeling some other cat on this panel is going to show that album.
Yeah, not
me, but I do know some other dude that's probably going to show that album.
I thought someone was going to beat me to it, truthfully.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh.
And yes, Logan, myself, Jimmy, and Ave Moore's Ryan.
Yeah,
Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Ryan. We did a pretty lengthy, deep dive on that, and frankly, that was really the deep dive that set me off on this path of interviewing my favorite artist or trying to get my favorite artist in, because Don Anderson was the second artist that I had spoken to Dan Mongrain back in March of that year of 22, and I was still unclear whether I could do good interviews, and some would probably argue that I don't, but the way when I got Don to come on, and obviously Jimmy was involved in that as well, it kind of really fired me up to kind of go full force into doing that. Actually, Don was my third one. I think Craig Cicero was number 2. And, that was a super cool deep dive. So if you haven't seen that, guys, go back and check it out, because I think it's one of the better ones we've done. Not to say that all the other ones aren't pretty good too, but okay. Jake, what's up next?
Great pick, Logan. That's my favorite Agalloch as well. But for my next pick, we're going to go to Switzerland. Legendary band that I'm surprised hasn't been mentioned yet. Samael, one of my all-time favorite black metal albums right here. Ceremony of Opposites.
Yeah.
Super unique. Like, you can't find another album that sounds like this with that cold blend of that of industrial into it, that sound. I've yet to hear anything that compares to the sound on this album. Killer songs like Baphomet's Throne, Black Trip, really the whole album. Every song rips. Yeah.
Man,
Ceremony of Opposites.
great pick.
Good pick. You could kind of go with pretty much any of those first couple of albums of theirs. Okay. We are at Raja. Guys, I'm going to ask you can you do me one big favor real quick? Everybody, please. Sorry. If you're going to like re-sleeve or do stuff like that, can you please mute yourself on your end and then unmute? Because it does, during Jimmy's and during Logan's, I was hearing people sleeving and re-sleeving. And it's kind of a pain in the ass. So, and Patrick, I'm trying to figure it out, man. I don't know how to unban you. I really apologize for
He's
that.
back in the comments.
He's back in.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Popped it.
Awesome.
Popped
Oh,
it
there
and
he is.
clarified.
Okay, cool. All right, sorry about that, man. I want to make it clear, but I do want to make one thing clear. If you're gonna, I don't think anybody in this chat's been, uncool or a dick. But if you're gonna be uncool and be a dick, you're gonna get banned, and I'll just keep banning you until you don't get back in. So that's just how I roll. Some people think I'm a jerk off like that. I don't care. That's just how it is. I'm a jerk off. All right, Roger, back to you. Sorry.
Yeah, Samuel again and the Blood Ritual. My favorite by this band.
Yeah.
Just love the mid-paced, dragging, evil-sounding black metal.
That's my favorite.
Just a killer album. Don't need to say more about it.
Don't need to say more.
No.
You're a man of few words. I love it.
But I think people know this very well. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Both of you guys went with Samuel like that, right back to back. So, all right, Kellen, you are muted. So go ahead and unmute.
All right.
Oh, I muted you.
Oh no, you're
I
good.
muted you.
It was me. It was
Okay.
me. Okay.
All right.
So this is for me, probably if I had to pick one, the record I would go with, and it is sitting up on that flag behind me there. So Eternus, Beyond
so
the
good.
Wandering Moon. Yeah, the first time I heard this record, I absolutely fell in love with the writing style. Really kind of
too.
slow to mid-paced, but absolutely 100% Norwegian. For as heavy as this record is, it is also sort of tapping into that sort of landscape Norwegian countryside, moon coming over the hillside kind of deal. I mean, the first two records from this band are absolute classics for me because Beyond the Wandering Moon is the one I heard first. It's the one I picked here, but I can't recommend And So the Night Became Enough as well. But, man, this record, recorded by Pitten, so famous Norwegian producer for this. 100% my, if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with this record as my favorite black metal record of all time.
Yeah, see, now there's one of the very first choices that I'm like, shit. Totally forgot about that one. I love that album.
excellent album.
Yeah.
I almost pulled that one out too. That was a big influence for one of my previous projects.
Okay. Peter, what you got for number 2?
Okay, just want to say in solidarity with Logan, I got my drinking horn too. So. Unfortunately, it's empty, so I'm drinking wine. So
You
sláinte,
drink that out of
as
a
we say here.
horn.
Nor to sell it. Just had to drink it down one. So following my own self-imposed rules, so as I travel around the world, this was a band that I got into quite early after discovering all the Norwegian stuff. Went looking for more black metal and bought this album and was quite scared to have it in the house because my parents are quite religious. Well, my mum's religious. And it's Rotting Christ and Thy Mighty Contract.
Damn
It
it.
came out in November 1993. So I wanted to obviously represent the Greek scene, and this album put Greece on the map. I know Fire Throne had His Majesty at the Swamp was released a few months earlier, but for me it was the Mighty Contract and Rotten Christ really caught my eye. And anyone who follows my Instagram page since the start will know I did a bit of a mini deep dive on the Greek scene, because I love that. So we got Norway, you got the grim frostbitten sort of icy cold production and black metal, and then you go to Southern Europe and you got that kind of warm sort of sound where they like to let the bass come through in the mix. So we have Jim Mutilator on bass, and we've also got Magnus Vampire Darlow from Necromantia on the keyboards. And even though the tallest brothers there and one is a drummer, they did use a drum machine. And I think getting into this quite early on, I built up a tolerance for drum machine in black metal, so I don't mind it. So yeah, it's kind of like a mix. There's heavy metal riffs, and I mean that's what Rotten Christ are famous for me, is those riffs. They have the harmonies they're going through the album, and yeah, they have this knack of they play fast, but it doesn't sound like they're playing fast. If you know what I mean. So you always think they've got this warmer production, the warmer climbs. They're a bit more laid back, but it's actually quite a fast album when you probably listen to it. So yeah, so Greece is going to be represented in the island with Rotten Christ.
Killer album.
Nice pick. That's a band that I don't know enough about. I just don't know enough about. I've not really dove into the Greek scene too much. I need to kind of rectify that. But all right. Good pick, Peter. I'm going to go. I doubt anybody's going to pick this one, but if anybody knows me, they know this is one of my absolute favorite albums, and absolutely probably is my favorite of the black metal genre. I'm going to go Blut aus Nord with Cosmosophy. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that both myself, Kellen, and Peter did a extensively long and deep dive that we did in, I believe, 2 parts. And what was killer about that deep dive was we were going to do it on my channel, but it's when I was starting to really not feel good about May of last year and struggling with symptoms that I couldn't kind of get to grips with. And at some point, I think Kellen kind of reached out to me and said, hey, man, do you still want to do that? Would you mind if I did it? And I'm like, yeah. And he said, I really want you to be part of it. So we'll try to do it when you're feeling well. I think we did it in August, Kellen. Was that right? Something like that?
Yep.
And what's cool about what we did on Kellen's deep dive, and I think it might be your only real deep dive of that kind of magnitude, which just is how I roll, sorry, is that Kellen did all kinds of super killer, kick-ass editing and stuff that I don't do. I'm just too lazy. I'm too old. I'm too stupid. But Jimmy's tried to teach me, and I've just not been very good at learning it. But I'm getting better on those thumbnails, though, guys, huh? But and speaking of thumbnails, tonight's thumbnail by the master of disaster, the king of all kings, was done by Rick, the Dreadful Minutes. But yeah, so Cosmosophy, man, this thing, and this is the limited edition reissue that came out, I think, in 2022 on Devon Morty, and this is the super limited one. I think there was only 345 special box set copies made. It's of all the 777 series. And the funny thing about this is, if you know me, guys, I don't even own a record player at this point because of many assorted reasons. But this album, man, oh my God, just you talk about atmosphere. You just want to talk about atmosphere. Is it like the most harsh black metal? Is it, savage like Thorns? No, it's super freaking, just super incredible. It's just and it's probably his most proggy until you get to maybe Hallucinations, which is kind of in that vein, although I think that's a little more epic as opposed to proggy, but who knows? All these crazy weird words that we use to explain stuff. This album is just fucking amazing, and Blut aus Nord is my favorite black metal band, bar none. I could have gone with something really crazy like Father of Icy Age, Memoria of Vetusta 1. I might be talking about BAN in my honorable mentions again, so I'll stop there. But I could have gone with The Work That Transforms God or any number of albums. But This one here, man, Cosmosophy, fucking amazing, amazing album. And if you don't know it, you should. If you don't know the 7/7 trilogy, I'm just going to show the front of the box. I've shown this before, I believe. But here's the box, the front. And it comes with Desanctification and SECTS is the other one. And they're all these special, limited presses of crazy killer awesomeness. So, all right. Tyler.
All right, so my next pick comes down to a couple of things. One, when I first heard this, well, what ended up being basically a demo or alternate mix version on the old Nuclear Blast compilation, Death is Just the Beginning 3. I hadn't heard guitars played like that in a black metal band, and the drumming stood out to me as a drummer. And to this day, I still cop licks from this album. An obvious pick. Dissection, Storm of the Lightsbane. I mean, extremely obvious pick. But, I mean, important album to me. Very influential album to me. And, I don't know. I can go months without listening to this, put it on, and it's just like the first time I listened to it. It's just timeless, epic. Everything's great on it. And I'm not kidding when I say that I cop a lot of licks from this album on the drums. Ole Omen is one of my favorite drummers. Even if he wasn't apparently he wasn't the best drummer live, but his studio work was great. Big influence.
You're on mute again, dude. Jeff, you're on mute.
Sorry, I muted to put my record away so I wouldn't offend anybody. I'm pretty sure we're going to hear that one or see that one again by several people. You'd think I'd be a professional about this shit by now, right? Not so much. All right, so Devin, you're up.
That album's almost too perfect for me.
Good point. Good point.
Surprised no one's mentioned this band yet. From Sweden, 1995.
Nice.
Yes.
Ethereal Nord. So basically take the speed of Marduk and the frostiness of Immortal. Is what you get. So pure Holocaust mixed with those of the Unlight basically is what this sounds like. So yeah, awesome. The second record, what's the second one called?
Lords of the Night Realm.
Yeah, that one's even faster, but this one's more frosty, and I like the atmosphere in this one better. So yeah, Ethereal Nord killer record, 1995.
Yeah, amazing
Damn,
album.
you're surprised no one's mentioned that yet? I've never heard that album before.
Dude, you need to jump on that.
Kick me off the stream, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one either. But that's not surprising. But all right, Jimmy, what you got for number 3?
Yeah, I was wrong. I think I've got a couple more from Norway. So, but this one is a little bit different from the typical Norwegian sound. But my next pick is going to be Vindir's Arntor.
Ah, there we go.
Nice.
And this, it's kind of got a different sound from the rest of the Norwegians, that it's he was from Son, which is a different part of the country, and they call this Sogna metal. It's I like the fact that he really injected a lot of folk and melody and just musicality into the music. And there's a lot of, just again, going back to my template of liking, hearing a band sound like where they're from and doing some research on this guy. I actually did a video on Vindir. If you guys haven't seen it, it's kind of like a, sort of retraced his, steps, toward the end when Valfar died in a forest, just apparently hiking and trying to find his way home, and kind of a big tragedy, because it would have been interesting to see where this guy would have gone. I mean, he only released 4 records. I think all the Vindir stuff is great, but I think this one just stands above the rest in terms of really just kind of bringing the vision of what he was trying to do. I mean, you could say the first one was like that as well. The subsequent albums, he had more musicians involved, but this was really just kind of all about Valfar. And yeah, man, I mean, this is just another one of those albums that you can see those mountains when you hear the music. And yeah, Vindir, great record.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Patrick. I'm not sure who amongst us is a craftsman, but we would probably have to build a bar, a tiki lounge, or something.
I think I'll be okay with building it. I can do that.
Which just that's true. You're a woodworker. That's right. It would take you like 10,000 years to do it, but at some point in time, but before we were all dead, we get to hang out and drink a beer or two. But yeah, that's a good point. That would be a cool bar to hang out, sitting on a tropical island, listening to black metal and drinking whatever.
How would we listen to music?
I'm just not sure how we would arrange.
Pina coladas.
But I don't know how we would arrange the distribution of all the various types of alcohol we would require on the album on the island. And then there's the fact that there's no women around, but we won't go into that anyway. So that could get a little weird with all the alcohol. So, all right, man, we're with Logan. Yeah, this is going back to Shades of Death Metal Island.
Don't forget
John.
Did I miss someone? Oh, I missed Johnny.
Yeah,
God
me.
damn it.
Yeah,
Look at that. I almost made it 3 rounds without fucking up. Incredible. All right,
that's impressive.
go for it, dude. Sorry, man.
Cool. Right. Well, this is my last UK one because I'd like to show a lot of UK stuff. I've been to England. We've done Wales. So now I'm going up to Scotland. This is quite a new one. This is Sear or Sayor or however you want to pronounce them.
I thought it was
Sayor.
sour.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not
Sayor.
sure.
I've always
Yeah,
said
Sayor. This is their first album, Roots. This is
Sailors,
the,
Gaelic, Scots Gaelic.
Yeah. So this is their the press of their first album, Roots, with some extra bits and bobs and nice cover. And it's back to the as a lot of the guys are saying, the earthiness and just embracing the culture. So this is. I always liked this band, but last weekend I finally got to see them live, and fucking hell, they were awesome. It's obviously it's a one-man project, but obviously they've got a full band live, and they had a female backing vocalist who played flute as well. Absolutely fucking brilliant, really, really good. So I'm going back to this one. I almost went for this because I love this album, the Forgotten Paths, but I thought I'd go back to the roots and we'd go for that one. So yeah. This is if I'm stuck on a fucking island with you nutcases, I need something that'll take me back to hills and mountains and shit. So yeah, that's
I was
my
gonna
choice.
say you can stare at the cover and think about where you'd rather be than stuck on an island with a bunch of sweaty drunk dudes, right? So
Yep.
awesome, man. They're a great band, really killer band, really great live, like you said, man, really killer band live.
Yeah.
All right, Logan, you are up, sir.
Yeah, good pick, Johnny. Aura would have been my album from them. That was an awesome one. And Austin Lund from Panopticon, I believe, played drums on Aura. For me, though, pick number 3, sticking chronologically, like this was a big, more modern album for me, and was kind of the total package for really what I wanted out of black metal, and really a perfect album all the way through, from presentation to lyrics to the ideology kind of behind it. Probably one of to me the most important albums of the last 10 years for black metal. Exercises in Futility
Nice.
by
Good one.
Magua, MGLA. I don't know what the hell he is.
Magua.
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 Yeah.
But yeah, Polish band, came out in 2015, and to me, this introduced the whole idea of nihilism and stuff to a younger me that kind of latched onto it, maybe a little too heavy right when I first, came into contact with this album and the idea of nothing kind of mattering, and but from that you kind of make what you want out of life and what you want out of what is in front of you. The lyrics on this album are just on point and perfect. Like the opening line from the first Exercises is, "The great truth is there isn't one." Cool. Good
point.
Start. Good start to an album right there. Yeah. But to me, this is just an epic album. Like the tar lines are immediately hooky and this might be the catchiest album I'm bringing up tonight. Like, the guitar lines from the first track, track 4, and track 6, like, get stuck in my head all the time. Also, one of the best drumming performances that I've heard. One of my favorites. The drummer, I forget his name, behind this band, but he really makes
Dark Side.
Dark Side. Yeah, he really makes the crash and ride cymbals almost sing. Like for I believe track 4, that's like the hook of the song is like what he's doing with the ride cymbal. But yeah, love exercises and utility. So had to be on the island, and I guess maybe like if I were to die early, this would probably be what I would be playing at. And I'd go out on the island.
Have you heard his other project, The Drummer?
Clandestine
Blaze?
Blaze?
Yeah.
No, Krieg's Machine.
Oh, Krieg's Machine.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Clandestine Blaze is from a different band. Yeah, I have. I don't own any of it, though, but recommend an album.
I'm wearing the U.S. version of Magua.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Apparently, allegedly. Yeah.
Wow.
Good band. That's probably my favorite of theirs too. They're all good. They're all really, really good. And I mean, yeah, there's that touchy little thing. Are they? They're in Northern Heritage, so maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They've come out pretty strongly that they're not involved in that whole.
They've said they work with a lot of people just because they want their highest priority is on the integrity of the art.
Yeah.
So they're willing to overlook some stuff to work with people, essentially.
All right, man, you're up, Jake.
All right. Greek black metal, Hellenic black metal, one of my all-time favorites. Was going to go with Thy Mighty Contract, but I'll go with one of my honorable mentions since we already talked about this one. 1996's debut from Agatis.
Ooh, nice pick. That's a good one.
Agatis.
Nice.
Dawn of Martyrdom. Also could have went with Zemael's first album. I think both of the Zemael guys or one of them is in Agatis, but I don't own that one. But yeah, this one's fantastic. Greek, Hellenic black metal. I hear a little bit of like symphonic stuff sprinkled in, a little more than a lot of the others, but yeah, just love that melodic style of Greek black metal, and this is an album that doesn't get enough due, alongside the Verathrons and Rotting Christs and all those other bands. Yeah,
Nice pick,
check
man.
them out. Not from Australia, contrary to what somebody once said.
Yeah.
All right, Rod, what's got for number 3? Sorry, go ahead, Peter. What's that?
Yeah, Dawn from Sweden. När solen går nider för eviger. That's a killer album. Could have picked any of the releases, but just they are kind of melodic, but they're brutal at the same time. They don't kind of get too soft on the melodic side, and also the vocals is really really harsh and evil and energetic. So yeah, my favorite Swedish band.
Yeah, killer band, and you might see something in an honorable mention from me from that band. Very very good band, which came from Jake, by the way. Thank you, Jake. Okay, Kellen, what you got, man?
All right, so let's pick a more modern release. This is from 2012. This band is entitled Elysian Blaze, and the record is called Blood Geometry. Australian band, and they play a style of raw black metal that is almost paced like a funeral doom record. So this is 2 hours. It's a triple LP.
Wow.
Feel hesitant about pulling up this gatefold here for the artwork, but predominantly sort of like a raw black metal project, but there's a whole lot of these sort of sparse piano arrangements in the atmosphere. Like the longest song on this record is I think about 24 minutes. So very slow. Sit down, like get ready for something that would, in terms of pacing, remind you of like mournful congregation or skepticism. But all the vocals, all the guitar work, everything is what you would usually associate with like a raw black metal project. But this is their most recent release. They haven't really done anything since 2012, but for a newer record, this is an Australian classic for me.
That's a unique one, man. 3 hours long.
2 hours long, triple LP.
2 hours, three LPs. Wow, that's an undertaking. There. What year was that?
2012.
2012. Okay. Cool. That's one I might have to dig into a little bit. Let's see. Peter, you're on number 3, sir.
Okay, going to 1994. And if we sail across the Ionian Sea to Italy, it's another band that I discovered quite early on. And again, it's got that warm Mediterranean type production, but kind of like Kvist, a band and an album which gives the bass a lot of prominence. It's More Tree Drapes, debut album, All the Witches Dance.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Which the rumor is that the person, the body in the front is supposed to be a grandmother of one of the band members. I don't know if it's true or not. So yeah, this album is just packed full of ritualistic, occult, kind of almost like in between first wave and second wave black metal. It's kind of like they've taken Venom and like influences from like Death SS and even like Italian horror movies, and then created an album, like a soundtrack to that, and which, like I said, the bass is quite prominent, and they also have really smooth melodic guitar solos throughout it, and it's very riffy, in the style of the Mediterranean type black metal bands. And unfortunately, Wilderness Perversion is the main guy left. He's the only original member left in the band. He's a drummer and a vocalist. And last year they released a pretty cool EP as well. So they're still going. So yeah, More Tree Drape. They'll have to be on the island with me.
Yeah, Italian, right?
Yeah.
Right, Peter?
Yeah.
That's another one I got to check
Italian.
out. There's a lot of bands I just don't dig into because there's too much, but that's one I've just heard way too much about that I need to check out. All right, Devin's got my third choice here. It's kind of shocked no one's shown anything by this band yet, but we've talked about it. We danced around the title a couple times. I think Devin brought it up, but yeah, Pure Holocaust from Immortal. What year is that, Devin? Can you help me out?
95. My
5. Okay.
The debut was 93.
Okay. Man, just pure savagery. Still very melodic. Only about 33 minutes long. I mean, it's short to the point. Oh, why am I showing you when I'm talking? Yeah, it's just, I'm kind of up and down on Immortal like Dark Throne. I really love, Diabolical, and I like this album, and I like Heart of Winter. I'm not crazy about the two, really, I guess a lot of people would say the real black metal albums, Battles in the North and Blizzard Beast. I just, they're hard for me to listen to. They're almost too much. I don't know. They don't work for me as much. But this one here is kind of the right blend of everything. It's got the melodic guitar, the really, really killer melodic guitar riffs that Demonez is kind of famous for. It's got great drumming by Abbott, because while the third guy on the album cover, I forget his name, somebody probably knows it.
Eric.
What was it, Eric?
It was just
Eric.
Okay. He was never on the album, right? I don't think he ever played it.
He played live, but he was not at the studio drummer
Right.
for them.
And he died pretty young. I think he overdosed or something like that. But long story short, man, that's just a banger of an album. Straight, you put it on, and 35 minutes later, it's done, and a lot of the melodies stand out. In particular, the song shit. What's it called, Devin? I'm the long one about red storm winds.
Storming through red clouds and Holocaust winds.
Yeah, that fucking song just rips, man. The whole album is a banger, and it's without question my favorite of the Immortal catalog. Although that could sometimes be overtaken by Heart of Winter. And I thought about it, and I like it. It's a little messy sometimes, particularly on the guitar front. Although the riffs on there might be the best of all of Immortal's career. So Immortal, I mean, clearly a cornerstone band in the black metal genre, and this is my favorite.
It's a great pick.
Cool.
That was the third black metal album I ever owned.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in order. I got D Mysterious first, and then I ended up with a copy of In the Nightside Eclipse, and then Pure Holocaust right after that.
Nice.
But then, like I said, this is all back in 1995. Yep. So another kind of obvious, like a few of these are going to be really obvious picks. Like I think people are going to be kind of surprised that coming from me. But as far as symphonic black metal goes, I got to go with the UK and the Masters. Cradle of Filth, Dusk and Her Embrace. Still my favorite of their albums. I think this was the peak album with that original lineup. Nick Barker's drum performance is just absolutely astounding. Robin on bass. I mean, it's just a stunning album. And it's probably one of the very first and one of the only bands that actually makes me pay attention to the lyrics, because I definitely am not a guy who listens to black metal for lyricism, but you have to admit Danny Filth is quite the poet, and he writes some pretty eloquent words. But yeah, this album, top to bottom, banger. And the very last song, Haunted Shores. I mean, if I was to make a top 20 all-time favorite black metal songs list, Haunted Shores would be on that list. Like, it's a great song, great album, love it. Didn't like Cruelty and the Beast. I really liked a lot, and then after that, I really lost touch with that band. After that, everyone talks about how great Midian is. I thought Midian sucked, and I never went back to him.
I just can't do Danny's voice, man. It does not click for me at all. I mean,
that album is probably the most in control. Like, I mean, he was super shrieky, but it wasn't annoyingly shrieking like Principles.
I'll have to check that one out. I don't know that one, but
it's a journey, man. It's a great album.
Yeah, that's my favorite Cradle album as well.
The debut for me, though.
That's good.
Simon has a great point that I think we all probably can identify quite well with. I need to stop buying stuff so I can start revisiting these albums. I know for a fact I don't buy a lot anymore because of my health situation, clearly, but that could change soon because I should be getting a disability soon. And I may just go fucking hog wild for a month and just go nuts, but which would be stupid. But anyway, I know all of you guys maybe have slight little buying problems. Just saying, I'm not judging. There's no judgment here, okay?
Not me.
But but it does get kind of overwhelming. You start accruing this stuff. You give it a couple listens, and then it gets filed because you got more stuff coming. It's like an assembly line of constant product. But I get you, Simon. I totally get you there. All right, Devin, you are up.
All right, Finland, 1999.
Yes.
Who is it?
And
Oceans.
The Symmetry of Iron Circle of O. So these guys are like, if Emperor was really weird and kind of twisted, but I mean, even the song titles, they're super long. Like, good luck reading that shit.
Jeez.
Yeah, their first two albums are definitely underrated classic of the late 90s Finnish stuff. Their last two records have been solid also, but then they got kind of weirdly industrial in the middle, and those records are but their first two definitely the best. Yep. 1999, check it out if you like Emperor, but kind of weirder.
I've never even heard of that one before.
So add that to your to buy list.
It's a great album. I have the 2-disc version of it that I got when it first came out.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then there's the debut, just a good measure.
Devin gave us a whopping 0.2 seconds to look at that. All right, Jimmy, what you got for number 4 here?
Well, Jeff, you called it, and I've already talked about this album ad nauseum, but I feel that I should address it. And this might be the first overlap of the night, I think. But got to go with Agaloc's Pale Folklore, as Logan said. I mean, this is I showed Oliver's Bergtat. I mean, this is the American Pacific Northwest version of Bergtat, really. And I think this was like, for me historically, I mean, when I first heard it, not long after it came out, 98 or 99, I was still living in New Orleans. And this was the album that really kind of pulled me towards being in the mountains, a very different landscape than where I was from. And, being the nature boy I am, not long after this came to Colorado and just kind of fulfilled that dream. But this album, probably one of my favorite albums of all time. I mean, I love all the Agalock stuff, but, they often say that like the first album you hear by a band often will be your favorite. This is definitely the case for me when it comes to Pale Folklore. It's kind of arguable if this is a black metal record, but I mean, there's no denying the black metal influence on the record, and but also the folk side of things, and just I think these guys really captured their own environment as well in this record. And Agalock, they're actually sounds like they're getting back together, and I actually already have my tickets to go see them at the Dust Bowl Fest here in Denver in December, which should be interesting. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like they just really hit upon something special with the sound of this album, and just kind of bringing in just a little bit of black metal influence. There's so much more stuff going on in this album. And I mean, it's just time and time again, I can go back to it and never get sick of it. It's certainly a desert island album for me. And it's just, again, you can pretty much pick anything by this band. It would apply. Definitely a band to take you places. This is like a, I don't know if I can actually pull one out, but this is like a picture disc version of this album. And everything, down to the artwork, it's like when we start talking about like what we love about black metal, I mean, it's just like the imagery always really captures the music, and especially in this case, that's what I look for, when you see cover art. Nothing really special about the cover art here, but just everything inside, when you unpack it and look at everything in there, kind of just captures the mood of the record. Just the snowy, mountain landscapes and the forests, and just an absolute album to get lost into. And no brainer here.
Yep. Call that one. I'm going to call another one too. I think it begins with a B. The band begins with a B. I know that one's coming somewhere. Am I right? Is there a band with a B that's coming up for you, Jimmy?
Yeah, you know me well enough.
I kind of figured that. I'll be curious to know if it's the one I'm going to use in my honorable mention stuff. All right, Johnny. Sorry, man. I didn't forget you this time, man. Go for it.
Cool. Right. Well, I'm going to pop over to America. Not now, obviously, just album-wise, and go for something pretty new, to be honest. Ever since I've had this has been on my turntable pretty much non-stop. It's the Stormkeep album.
Really good one.
Great record.
Absolutely adore this album. And I think for me, this is another reason that why the black metal is such a interesting genres, because this is obviously fantasy, Lord of the Rings based shit. It's got a fucking map inside it and all that kind of, takes you back to
very extravagant packaging.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I actually got to see them with Sale supporting them last weekend. I actually just put a video up with some video clips and stuff earlier today. But this album, as I said, I know it's a new one, and a lot of people say, well, you haven't lived with it long enough, but I've played it as much as some of the albums that came out in the fucking 90s. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I just can't get enough of it, and I thought it needed to be on here. And as I said, I got my photo taken with the keyboard player, who looks like a fucking wizard.
He does look like a wizard.
Hat on and a fucking cloak and everything. Legend. So yeah, that's my next pick.
That's a good pick, man. I didn't even think about that one, but I love that album. That's really, really good. Should be mentioned. Should be mentioned, it's the drummer of Blood Incantation, Isaac, one of his numerous projects, along with Wayfarer. Maybe somebody might pick Wayfarer. That's another really good band. So, all right, Logan, you are up for number 4. Hey, guys, let me just ask you a quick question, if I could just interrupt for 1 second. Are we moving too quick, i.e., we're not allowing people to comment on albums, or are you guys good with the way the pace is going?
It's good for me.
I'm good.
I'm fine with it.
Good. I'm saying everything I want to say.
I mean, if people want to interject and talk about an album, I don't want to stop that. I just didn't want to, I mean, we are coming up on 2 hours, so we're probably looking at 4.5, I'm guessing, and probably that's enough for everybody being with me that long. So, all right.
Perfect.
We are at Logan, sir.
All righty. Well, cheers to Peter for showing love to the Greek scene. I was worried this album was going to be taken, but thankfully I can talk about Running Christ's 1996 Triarchy of Lost Lovers. So this was a big black metal album for me, and really was a pleasant surprise because you hear, the band name like Rotting Christ, and in my mind I'm imagining like the most brutal and intense shit ever, like a war metal album or something. But then you start playing it, and it's really melodic, especially on this album. There's, they kind of slow it down a little bit. There's a lot of focus on riffs. There's some really amazing riffs on here, and just on melody as well for some of these songs. I mean, it gets fast on certain tracks, but for the most part, it maintains like just this kind of beautiful, haunting melodies throughout it. So this is my favorite Rotting Christ album, and honestly, that Greek scene is one of my favorite black metal scenes. I mean, Varathron, Thou Art Lord. There's another one, I think, from there. But yeah,
Necromantia.
Necromantia. Thank you.
The weird.
The great ones from here on this album. Snowing Still. Fucking love that song. It's kind of like almost a ballad, if you will, for this album. Diastric Alchemy and King of a Cellar War, track 1 on here. But love this Rotting Christ album, and really, they've done some good recent stuff too, where they kind of tapped into more of the folk metal elements in their sound, and almost make it a little more symphonic. But they're not their most 2 recent albums, but Alio, I think, from like 2012, and an album from 2014, which is in like Latin or something.
Theogonia is also pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know. Love Rotting Christ, so I'm glad they've been getting mentioned.
Nice, good pick.
Yeah, nice album.
I got to get into them more. I had a lot of people say, where to start with them, and I just haven't gone there. So
this is a good album to start with.
Is it? Okay.
Great album.
Jake.
Jeff talked about Immortal.
There we go.
Yeah. My pick's at the heart of winter, easily.
Yeah, it was a close call for me.
I actually I think the sloppiness of the guitars adds a bit of a charm to it. Just that the riffs are so good on this.
Yeah, they're incredible.
So great that what's her name? That the Lamp of Murmur had to rip them off for an entire album.
True.
But yeah, great album.
All right. Yeah, I agree, Jake. That was a tough call for me. I was struggling, but I kind of went with my gut on that one. So I mean, you could
almost all Immortal albums, you can't go wrong with them, in my opinion. There you got a couple. Like the newest one's not great.
I haven't checked the newest one out. I'm not crazy about All Shall Fall. All Shall Fall is kind of and I don't really.
And the new one are my bottom 2.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but Blizzard and From the North, man, they just don't connect with me at all. It's almost like
too much blasting, maybe.
It's too much blast beating. Yeah, it's too much blasting. Yeah.
Blizzard Beast has a poor production as well, so.
Very, very much so. Yeah.
Yeah, they was planning on going back and re-record that album, but they found out that they didn't care, so went on with it. Well, I'm going to go to Finland with Havikurunu.
Oh,
nice.
With Unus Human Sutta.
Awesome.
which is a new, pretty new release, 21 or something. This is really cool stuff. There's a lot of heavy metal riffing in it. Also clean vocals, double clean vocals together with the harsh vocals. Yeah, a lot of cool, more like, you have that heavy metal feeling, you know, Orange Grip types of riff, and yeah, fucking brilliant.
That's a unique pick. Very good.
Excellent choice.
Okay.
I've just picked that one up on vinyl about a month ago because they just released them again because they sell out really quickly. I got 3 of them in one go.
Yeah, this is the first pressing, and you know, a week after I got it in the mail, they were on sale for like 80 euros on Discogs or something like that. So
yeah,
it was insane.
Good choice.
They remind me of Moon Sorrow, but without the folky keyboards.
Yeah, excellent band.
All right, Kellen, you are up for number 4, sir.
Peter cheating off my paper over here.
Clearly.
The Cobb Omen, The Ancient Returns. So, a Greek black metal project that has more in common with the likes of Coir or Nocturnity than they do Necromancia or Riding Christ. Or it's like Summoning was taking, you know, this epic black metal sound, but like, let's talk about, you know, Tolkien and do a dungeon synth record. This is just a, whatever you want to call it, like sword swinging epic heavy metal. Like they took the Viking era Bathory via Manowar and threw it into an epic black metal sort of Greek sounding record. The Ancient Returns is the first full length, coming out in 2005, I believe. This is the vinyl pressing, but you know, and for the people who potentially come to black metal initially specifically looking for epic, and they turn towards Summoning, this was a nice alternative for me personally. I never quite got into like the programmed drums aspects of it and like the super dungeon synth part of the Summoning sound. This immediately clicked. But yeah, The Ancient Returns, Macabre Omen.
That's a cool one, man. I've never heard of that one too. That's the great thing about this is we're gonna come up with some cool stuff. And by the way, if you guys think about it at the end, I didn't make you do this on the death metal stream. If you guys would send me your top 10, we'll leave the honorable mentions off. At some point during the week, I'll throw it in the body of the thing. But it's a lot of work to go back and rewatch the whole stream and try to figure out what people said. And a lot of people ask me, and I'm like, just watch it. You know, I want people to watch it clearly, but and not cheat. But if you guys could help me out there, I'd appreciate it. So, all right, Peter, what you got for number 4?
Yeah, good pick, Cal. I just put in the chat there, actually. I buy CDs off Al from Macabre Omen on a regular basis, but there you go. He has a private distro. So I'm going to travel up Europe towards Poland, and I've got 2 picks from Poland, and I think both my picks from Poland, when I get the other one, I never really see anyone talk about. And this is from 1994, and this is a band called Tyrannus with an album called Faust. So this came out on Baron Records, which, if anyone knows the Polish scene, will know Baron Records. In the early 90s, we put out a lot of black metal. And it's almost like it's got 2 songs on it, but the songs are in 4 parts. So it's 4, like 2 suites of music, and it's a concept album about Faust and then Mephistopheles, and it kind of sounds almost like a dark opera. So I was going to pick Samael or Elastus, but then I thought, well, this is a band that's similar type of black metal. It's kind of mid-paced, very occult, very ritualistic. There's even moments in this would almost, especially towards the end, make you think of post-punk, but it's not post-punk at all. It's not trying to be like Forgotten Woods or something like that. It's just what I hear when I listen to it. the vocals, because this is where I think it's almost like a music set that play. The vocals are very dramatic, so you could hear at times kind of like laughing, or like evil laughter, desperate wails, and there's gasps, and it's going along with the story. It's pretty, I would say, probably obscure album. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't know anyone who really talks about Tyrannus. It's their only album. They have a demo, which I also have, called Obscurity, which is excellent too. It's worth checking out. I think it's been re-released in the last 10 years. You might be able to pick it up. But if you know bands like Pandemonium from Poland,
Oh yeah.
that kind of style, really, really, really dark, really obscure. A few wee notes here. So yeah, this is their last album. Their only album, sorry, and then they split up after, never to be heard from again, I think. So it really is a dark album for the island. So,
Cool.
Tyrannus,
You're all
so
about
named
that
after the
darkness.
Celtic god of thunder. Well, that was the mood I was feeling this week when I was having my breakdown.
Ah, okay. Well, I think we all have to, we said at the very beginning that, these lists, they're maddening to a degree, because we all know that in 2 or 3 days we may be like, I should have put that on there. I should have had that one right there. So one that came to me very late, and I had other choices, but this was a Wednesday choice maybe that kind of struck me. Well, actually, I think Devin probably pointed out, he's like, well, you don't have that guy on here, and I thought you really liked that guy. And I do, and we don't talk a lot about, Jimmy talked about U.S. black metal. Devin, I think, did anybody else show U.S. black metal yet? Oh, Kaladin Brood, right. Johnny just did, right. But this is kind of one of the OGs of the one-man black metal band thing in the U.S., right? There's Judas Iscariot and Zaster, and I looked at all that stuff. But for me, this is the one I enjoy the most, because it's just so fucking horrid, quite frankly. And that is Leviathan, the 10th sub-level of Suicide. This is a really harrowing album in a lot of ways. I think this came from the box set, the Moribund box set that years back Jeff Whitehead was very angry about, because whoever that dude is that runs Moribund, it's Moribund, right? Oh, no, wait. Hammerheart. I'm sorry. Hammerheart. Whoever has Hammerheart kind of fucked him over a lot on royalties and payments and all that kind of stuff. He went on a long rant back years ago about this box set. But I was lucky enough to find one 6 or 7 years ago. No clue what they go for now. I don't think they're very easy to come by. But this one has, what's it have? It's got Howl Mockery at the Cross, Silhouette and Splinters. God, I can't read. Massive Conspiracy Against All Life. And one other one here. Tentacles of Horror. And this is about all the Leviathan I need, although I do like Scar-Sighted, but I don't own it. But the 10th level is just that fucking dark. It's just, it's savage. It's got a lot of dark ambient sort of Lurker of Chalice moments in it. It's really horrifying vocally in a lot of ways. I mean, his vocals are just gut-wrenchingly awful on it, but it's super fucking cool. And if anybody knows the history of Jeff Whitehead, he's struggled with suicide and had some kind of ugly stuff go down with his wife or girlfriend or something a couple years ago that I think he was actually exonerated on. But a very unique kind of artist, and he does everything live. Plus, he plays a PRS, which is kind of cool, because I don't ever see any black metal dudes playing PRSs. Paul Reed Smith, by the way, that is. And it's just a fucking dark, menacing, psychotic trip into madness and lunacy. So the 10th sub-level of Suicide by Leviathan is my pick for number 4.
Nice.
Cool.
All right, Tyler.
All right. So I got another pretty obvious pick, and I promise for the next 5 I'm going to I'm going to wade in the weeds a little bit deeper. But like the Dissection album, this was another one that was very important for me as far as my, I guess, my development as a drummer and just the kind of black metal or blackened metal, however you want to word it, I was getting into. And that's Don's Slaughter Son.
Yeah. Yep.
Nice.
And I mean, obviously everyone's heard Knell in the World. I mean, it's still a fucking all-time great song. And speaking as a drummer, it made me realize that like a 3/4 time signature, like the waltz time signature, is my absolute favorite to play blast beats on. There's just a swing to it that just makes the music groove, but it still drives. And I don't know, it's just I pick it up. I pick up when other bands do it and use that time signature, and they're blasting through, and I'm just like, I like that. It grooves, it swings. And then Roger brought it up with the vocals on that first album, but Henkei Force is probably one of my favorite black metal vocalists. Period. I mean, he's just everything that comes out of his throat is just absolutely scathing, but not in an annoying ear. I don't know. It's hard to describe. It's not like listening to Danny Filth like hit like glass breaking notes, or a lot of these guys that use like the banshee shrieking style. It's just what comes out of his throat is just absolutely visceral, and you can't ignore it. Like, you have to pay attention. And then of course, the guitar melodies on it is just it. I don't even have words for it. It's just
it's a killer album. Probably gonna see that in my honorable mentions, maybe.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's a very important album. I mean, I got like 2 or 3 versions of that album, like in my collection. Like that's the most recent like reissue of it. Another one. Keep with the desert island theme. I was picking albums that I know inside and out that I will never ever get tired of. But if I was stuck in that situation, they're gonna be the albums I'm just gonna want to have on hand.
Yeah. All right, Devin, what you got for number 4?
All right, going back to Sweden again. So this is a box set, so I'm going for the debut. Thy Primordial.
Yes.
Where only the seasons mark the path of time and life remains eternal. So 1997, super fast, crazy Swedish black metal. So yeah, I probably like that better than your Marduk record, a similar style. But yeah, all the records are awesome. So if you want to get most of the stuff, good box set. So yeah, killer record, 1997, their debut. Jeff, you probably wouldn't like it. It's probably too crazy for you, but give it a shot anyway.
Devin's on the outside, man. He's not picking any of that obvious shit for him. No way, man.
Just got that box set.
Jake's got that one too, yeah.
Yeah, that's another band that almost made my list. Like,
you need to check them out.
Actually, the Dawn album has the same drummer.
Mine.
Yaki Pedersen he's the drummer on those Die Primordial albums, and also on that Dawn album.
All right, Jimmy, what you got for number? Are we at 4 or 5? I'm sorry, 5.
Is this 5? Yeah.
Is it 5? Am I right?
Yeah. 5.
So moving over to Austria, if I'm going to be on a desert island, I'm definitely going to need a little bit of Middle Earth in my life. And kind of building upon Logan's last pick, I'm going to have to choose a summoning record. And kind of hard to pick a favorite, but this is probably it. Let Mortal Heroes Sing Your Fame. This is probably like the 3rd or 4th full length from this band. I could have easily picked between this one or Stronghold, but got to have a summoning record in there. And, this band is, they're kind of an acquired taste. They're not easy. I mean, like, you kind of either love them or hate them, I guess, because they occupy a very specific space in terms of, like, the music is not, really going to gallop and get you going. It's very much kind of a hypnotic, just repetitive, sort of just like war drum type music, but it really, really fits nicely with Tolkien's, books. I think it really just this one's probably the most well produced, the most melodic, and I just think has some of their best songs in terms of what they do. Just with Selenius' scathing vocals, which he was an Abigor as well. But I just feel like this band has produced so much output in what they did. I think they single-handedly, maybe aside from Mortis, inspired the dungeon synth, genre. And, there's obviously been some bands that have tried to replicate what they do. Every time I hear a band that says they're influenced by summoning, when I listen to them, it just never quite does it as good as they do it, in my opinion. Save for maybe Caladan Brood, which maybe did this better. But it's just I don't know. It's very unique in how they figured out how to just create black metal in the vein of Tolkien, and so many good ones. But if I was to recommend any album by this band to anyone to get into, it would be this one for sure. And it's really the most Middle Earth feeling I feel as well. It's just got a lot of quotes, from Lord of the Rings and things like that. But you got to have a summoning record in there. So let Mortal Heroes sing your fame for me.
I'm sorry to report this, but I've heard that band's name bandied about forever, and I've never checked them out. That's kind of hard to believe because they're held in such high regard.
Can we get a new host?
Yeah,
I know.
I don't know if you'll like them or not, Jeff. And they're not. I mean, like I said, the music is. I mean, if you like Tolkien, if you're not,
of course.
summoning, you're doing it wrong, But it's a very.
As long as it's not power medley, I'm fine.
No.
As long as it's not power medley, Blind Guardian, I'm good.
Oh no, it's not that. It's definitely. I mean, it's black metal with dungeon synth. If you've heard dungeon synth,
Honestly, if you want a starting point for summoning, in my opinion, I think Stronghold would be a good starting point. It's a really accessible album that you can expand in either direction from there.
Yeah, that one too. I mean, I felt like this one and Stronghold are pretty close, but you can't go wrong with either.
Wait a minute. Is this Jake? Is this the band that Rick sent my buddy Chuck? Chuck from the streams.
No.
Who was that?
That band was, now my mind's blanking.
It's with the big
Sojourner. They're
Sojourner. Okay, you're right. Okay.
They're very summoning influenced.
Okay, that's because I remember you guys were talking about that, and I meant to go listen to them, and I just never got there. Brain fog, and I forgot about it. But Jimmy, I'm gonna check them out. You need to send me a list of some things that I need to check out.
Logan, you're right. It's like orc music. It's not Hobbit music. It's very much sounds like orcs.
Orc and Hobbit music.
Yeah,
I might dig
it.
I always thought Blind Guardian was like the good guy music for Tolkien, and then Summoning was like
Summoning's
Sauron
the bad
music.
side.
Oh, okay. Then I'll like it then, because
there's like moments that are just so triumphant. And just, I mean,
that's cool.
It's like I feel it, but it does occupy the more evil side of Middle Earth. For sure.
Then I'm gonna dig it. I'm probably gonna dig it then.
Have you heard that Caladan Brood that I showed earlier? Jeff?
Oh yeah, and that's I've already got that one in my list as well. And that if any band did Summoning better than Summoning, it's Caladan Brood, because it's just the thing that they just did. They took it to another level, and the clean vocals on that are just so epic. It's unreal.
Yeah.
All right, Johnny, you are up, sir, for number 5.
Yeah, I'm going to go sort of modernish again and stay in America, and it's probably not a popular choice, but I'm going Lamp of Murmur. I currently, these last, 6 to 12 months, I got obsessed with them, and I've been trying to pick them all up on vinyl. That's the one that sounds like Immortal. I'm not choosing that, obviously. That's the first full length, which is probably the most black metal-y one. Low black metal, excellent stuff.
Johnny waited until the 5th round to pull a Rick.
But I'm going for the one that sounds like Sisters of Mercy, basically, because I'm a big goth fan, and I always have been from the 80s.
Look, Sisters of Mercy-ish.
It is, and to be honest, it sounds like Sisters of Mercy doing black metal or black metal doing Sisters of Mercy. I picked it up on. So it's fucking brilliant. I just can't get enough of this album. If I'm picking up modern black metal, I just go for this because it has got that 80s synthy keyboard sound in it, and he does it so well. It's just, as I said, it's taken straight from the Floodline cover. It just looks like Sisters of Mercy. and it sounds like it, and I just think it's different. And as you say, the whole theme of this island is you don't want to just bring black metal albums that all sound like fucking Transylvanian Hunger. Not that there's anything wrong with it. That's possibly one of my picks.
You can. That's everybody's choice. But I get what you're saying.
But for me, I've got a low attention span, so I need shit that's going to keep me. Yeah, I need variety. So a bit of goth in my life, I'm more than happy with. Especially on an island, I'll be sitting with fucking a pair of black shorts and a black t-shirt anyway. So I might as well listen to some gothic. So.
Everybody will be sitting around the tiki hut, fucking looking miserable in mayhem shirts and immortal shirts and getting rip-roaringly drunk and talking politics. Anyway,
well, I'm gonna be sunburnt as shit. That's all I know.
Yeah. All right, Logan, you are up, dude.
Pick number 5. So this is my last of like my classic albums that I know I have to bring. The rest are gonna be more modern stuff. This was kind of the album that made me realize that, man, I do like black metal, and atmospheric black metal was my favorite subgenre. The stuff that really ties you to the earth and to nature. That's the easier stuff for me to connect with, for sure. And this is Autumn Aurora. I always want to say Autumn Aura, but Autumn Aurora by Droop.
That album's good.
Yeah,
that was so good.
This is awesome. It's the melody on here. Honestly, it's the sense of melody and how it builds it. It's almost like a pre like post black, but it's not. I mean, it's definitely atmospheric black metal. But the melody just swells and builds and grows from track to track, and I love how it feels chronological as it's progressing. You know, like it goes from like the fading out of summer into the rainy season, and then autumn, and then it ends on the first snow as the final track, which is just this beautiful like instrumental build of like 10 minutes. I also Sunwheel is one of my favorite songs on here. It is like a very happy song. Like it's just like imagine walking through like a field on those brisk, beautiful autumn mornings. I mean, that's what Sunwheel sounds like, and yeah, I love it. I love how this album is just escapism into my favorite season and time of the year, and it always comes out between like early October through early November, and it's one of those in constant rotation during the time. So love this album.
Cool. Jake, what you got on number 5?
Okay, we're going with what in retrospect would be my album of the year 2018. That would be Environs, The Bleakness of Our Constant. This album is just, it hits me on an emotional level that few albums touch. Might be our first post-black metal album tonight. Has a lot of atmospheric black metal. It like straddles between the post and the atmospheric, as well as bringing in some like funeral doom elements as well. Just a beautiful masterpiece album. One-man band. I believe he was in Minnesota when he wrote this, but I think
I was gonna say, is that the Minnesota guy? Yeah, right.
I think he's in Portland now. Originally Montana.
I've heard that album. It's really, really incredible.
I had to pick up this handmade cassette from Yori. He made only 25 of these watercolor painted.
Jeez, wow.
Really cool.
What's his name again?
Yori. I'm not going to try his last name.
Yeah, that's for people that don't know that is a really incredible album, man.
Yeah, I wonder when he's going to come out with a new one. That one's really good.
His first
been a while, right?
Really good, but they're more on the funeral doom spectrum, like atmospheric funeral doom.
All right, Roger, what you got for number 5?
First Gorgoroth's Pentagram.
Wow.
1994. Very simplistic inner. Fantastic vocals on there. He just sang on this album and half of the second album. Fantastic.
Is that Hat?
Yeah, Hot.
Yeah, man, his vocals
Yeah.
are fucking insane.
Yeah, and I did see them live on the release party of this, and he was a fantastic
Nice.
figure on stage as well, and his voice is just phenomenal. So just love this, and they kind of even though they are pretty kind of aggressive and grim, they have some of the kind of folky elements in their riffing as well. So yeah, just a killer album.
I never got into Gorgoroth, but man, those vocals on that album are they're super unique to black metal. There's nobody else.
He was a tiny, skinny guy, but on stage he just looked like a fucking golem with the long black hair.
Gollum. All right, Kellen, you were up to number 5.
Yeah, I always thought that Gorgoroth era almost preceded a lot of the Finnish scene. Just it had like the aggression and the melodicism that I usually associate with the sound from Finland. But okay, so early on, Logan was talking about a winter album, and this band is my go-to in the wintertime period, which is Poland's Evil Feast.
Yes,
this is a Winter Moon Enchantment. They just capture, I think, like the stillness of winter that I commonly associate with just being outdoors in that time period and how quiet things can be. Like the synth work here is killer, and there are a couple other bands that kind of playing this style, but for me, Evil Feast just capture it incredibly well. Like for me, the side, I guess the C here, the interlude that leads into Wolves of Hyperborean Forest is probably one of my favorite moments. There's tons of synth work. I'm not necessarily opposed to that on black metal releases, but this is a good example of a band that does it incredibly well for me.
Yeah, I ran into them a couple years ago. I want to say 19 maybe. I can't remember the damn name of the album, and I don't own it, but it's one with like a stone fortress or old inn or something on the front of it. Do you have anybody have that one? Yeah, was that the latest one he's done?
Yeah, all their shit's good.
Yeah, it's really interesting the way the synthesizers juxtapose to the key to the guitars and the melodies. It's very melodic, but it's pretty savage at times too. But it's very evocative. Yeah, that's one I wouldn't have thought of. Good pick there, Kellen. And to just mention one quick thing, not that I have to, but on the Droop pick, you asked me about this, Jimmy, whether that was, I think it was you, whether that was a band that we didn't want on the list or anything like that. I don't really know what the stuff is. They're Ukrainian, right?
Yeah.
And they have some kind of questionable sort of background stuff. I don't really know what it is, but again, I don't really endorse that kind of stuff, but I don't honestly know what the stuff is. So,
and I don't really either, truthfully. I'd heard, that there were questionable.
It's the Hate Forest connection, really.
The Hate Forest thing.
I think it's murky with whether they've distanced themselves from those beliefs or not. So they're kind of a gray area.
Yeah,
to me.
Which is an interesting topic in and of itself that we didn't take up at the beginning, but I don't know if there's a genre of music that you feel you have to vet more than black metal. I mean, if you're somebody that's concerned about that kind of stuff, you really do kind of have to, if you really are into it and it doesn't bother you and you're in that art, I can separate art and artist thing, which I think is a touchy kind of argument, because if you're giving money and you're paying money for something, then you aren't really separating. You're giving money to support them. But again, no judgment on my part. That's everybody's individual decision. But, there's no other. But then again, like I remember Marty, I think, talking about this one time. He's like, yeah, but, if we go back to the 80s and we had to vet every single hair metal band who were out, shit was going on those tour buses with younger girls that probably we cringe at, right? I mean, it's just the way that's shit that was going on. And so would we ever support guys like, every David Coverdale song ever written is talking about fucking somebody, right? And probably, who knows, who knows? But so it's kind of one of those things where it's everybody has an individual perspective of that. And, you know, for example, one band that I really do like quite a bit, I just can't buy their stuff, and that's Deathspell Omega. I think they're an incredible band that a lot of bands have emulated, and yet because of Miko Aspa, I can't go there. So, and I have a Deathspell shirt in my closet, and I thought, oh man, maybe I'll break that out. And I'm like, nah, if you're wearing it, then you're saying that you're okay with it. So, and I got it before I knew about Miko's or Mika or whatever his name is. So, anyways, anybody got any thoughts on that? Nobody wants to touch that.
If you buy the stuff used, is that like a loophole? Because that's how I own my Druidkin stuff. Is I bought it secondhand. So I'm supporting the record store, right? I mean, when I talk about it, obviously, I guess I'm supporting them, but
I think
that's one way around it, I suppose. That's a workaround. What's that, Jake?
I think if we go into this, we're going to spend way too much time, and it's best to.
That's a good point. Good point. Anyway, I just wanted to comment on that based on some comment Mario said. So, all righty. Where am I at? I'm sorry.
Peter.
Kellen?
Peter. Yeah.
Kellen?
Peter.
Sorry about that, Kellen.
No, I think it's Peter, not me.
Yeah.
Oh, you went?
He did Evil Feast.
Yeah, he had the Evil Feast.
Oh, you did Evil Feast. God damn it, man. What the fuck?
Pay attention.
Hey, look, I got two excuses. I'm super fucking old, one. And two, I'm not right, which you all know anyway. So, all right, Peter, what's up?
Okay, I'm going chronological order, so I'm going to skip over my all-time favorite and leave that to the end. So I'm moving on to February 1995, and an album that had a big influence on me in my black metal sort of journey. 1994 is my favorite year for black metal, but moving into 1995, I think this is the year that it starts to expand, the second wave anyway, especially. So I'm going back to Norway. And this is a band that kind of kicked off that year for me. And this is where I was struggling during the week with trying to choose. So I'm using this band to represent a few other bands. So I'm excluding Flaherty. I'm excluding Fenbuende's Enda. I'm excluding Arcturus. And I'm excluding bands like Solifald. So I thought I'd just go back to start. So the band is In the Woods with their debut album Heart of the Ages. Okay, so this came out on Misanthropy Records. So and they had a great run because they released the Flaherty and the Fenbuende's Enda, and if anyone knows the band Monumentum from Italy, who started out as black metal and then progressed pretty quickly on their debut album, Abstenti Christi, I think it was. So, yeah, this band had a demo called Isle of Men, which I recommend anyone checks out. It's just pure black metal. But they did progress quite a lot onto the debut album. And it actually starts off almost like a Pink Floyd album, the intro, the first track. And I felt at the time that they were listening to a lot of like classical composers, because they even have a song on the album. It's called Mourning the Death of Asa. I don't know, Roger can correct me there. And it's dedicated to the composer Edvard Grieg from Norway. And there's also a track on it. I think it's called. What is it?
Nope.
Yeah, it's that same track. Sorry. If you like Pink Floyd and you like the song "The Great Gig in the Sky," it's kind of reminiscent of that, but it has like a female sort of vocal come through. Now there are times during the album where they do play black metal and they do the shrieks. One of their older tracks is called Wotan's Return. But they close out the album with probably one of my favorite songs of this period, which is called The Divinity of Wisdom. And it's such an epic track. It's this band at the time were instead of sending pictures of the band to magazines, they were sending pictures of forests and stuff. and they were talking a lot about paganism, and this is where I suppose I really got into the whole pagan thing. Like I liked Enslaved, I liked Hades and stuff like that, but this is where it started to make that connection with nature and the forces of nature around you. And if anyone knows, this album has a booklet. They do quote different philosophies after each track in the booklet that they sort of follow. Unfortunately, the band then quickly changed on their next album in Omnio, which is an absolute classic too. And then they did Streams and Stereo, and then they broke up. And then the drummer Anders Kobro, some of the guys, the two twins, the Boteri twins, were in Green Carnation, and I got to see Green Carnation live in 2004. I think,
oh, wow.
Yeah, 2004, and it above a shitty pub in the suburbs of Belfast. And Anders used to played for Green Carnation this before he left, so I got a chance to have a few beers and talk to him about In the Woods afterwards, and it was really good chat, like really friendly guy. Now they did reform in I think 2014, but the Boteri twins decided to jump ship after one album, so it's just Anders now, and it's a slightly different sort of band. I mean, some people don't follow, but I still like their stuff. But this is a big, major album for me in that expansion of black metal into sort of, this is where they started incorporating different sounds in the Norwegian scene. And I think it had a big knock-on effect on other bands.
Cool. All right, so we got a special guest joining us right now. Via satellite. Well, it's actually not live.
Did you do your fifth pick?
Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. I really don't know if I know what the fuck I'm doing here. Hold on a minute here. Just bear with me a second, guys. I thought I had this figured out, and I don't know that I do.
Well, do you want to do your pick?
Well, no, I
have a fifth pick.
Oh, I do have a pick. Yeah, sorry. Shit. Oops. All right, I'll figure that out in a sec here. Yeah, my pick is Devin has. Let me pull it up. Come on, man. Come on. All right, so I think someone mentioned Enslaved. Someone brought up Frost. I believe it was Tyler. I don't think, has anyone else picked Enslaved for anything as yet?
I did, but I haven't shown it yet.
Oh, and Hordane's Land too from Peter. So yeah, a lot of people would say, well, that album's not very. I think this is 2000 or 2001, 2001 maybe. The album is Monumention. It's my favorite Enslaved, and since I'm going to be stuck on an island with all you motherfuckers, I want something I can escape into that I like. Especially to get away from Devin, as far away. He has to be on the other side of the island. Just saying. Just kidding. But no, this is my favorite album by this band, and you know we've talked about this band a lot. We did myself, Jimmy, Rick, Devin for part one. I think that part two was just me and Jimmy and yeah, who else was on that? Sorry, Jimmy, I'm forgetting. Whoever, anyways, for part two. It was me. Oh, you, me, and Rick did part two of Enslaved. We did, super deep dives on this band. And this is the one that always comes back to me as my favorite. As you guys know, I'm kind of a prog nerd. And I fucking love this album, man. Especially the beginning track, Caravans to Nothingness, The Floating World. I mean, it's just such an incredible album. It mixes the folk, the black metal, the prog, the Pink Floydy stuff. Monumentation, man. I mean, I can get it that maybe it's not the most black metal like Eld, which I initially was going to pick, and I love Eld. And I actually thought about Bloodheim for a little bit because that's probably the most black metal album that they do in their catalog. But I got to go with the one I'm going to listen to the most and the one I'm going to enjoy the most, and that's Monumentation by far. But there really isn't an Enslaved album that I don't really love. They are my favorite black metal band, bar none. Emperor's Close or some other bands that are there near their dissection, but but that's the killer album. So Monumention. Was that 2001, Devin? I can't remember.
Yeah, that's actually one of my least favorites by them.
Yeah, I do agree with Devon there.
Of course it is.
That's
Well,
the album. It took me the longest to get into of all of their albums because it's the most like not psychedelic, but what would you say it is just to describe that record? It's like kind of the most weird, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, I'm trying to figure this out, guys. God damn it. Why can't I figure this out?
Yeah, I struggled with that period. The next one.
I think the new one's great. I like the new Enslaved album. It's really good.
Yeah. The last one was also a killer, so they're in a good role now. So
definitely.
All right, maybe this will work. All right, let's see if this happens. Let's see if we got it here. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
Kinda.
Somewhere.
Can you guys hear Rick talking?
It's hard.
no, just very low,
It's hard to hear.
Very low.
Yeah.
kind of in the background.
It's like an indifferent window,
Shit.
maybe.
What's that?
We can just see your file up, but we can't see the actual. Is he actually speaking? You can't actually see
All right,
it.
hang on. Let me see if this works. Hold on. This is a new thing for me trying this out, so I'm not exact. Oh, here we go. I think I got it. How about now?
It's better. But
Can you hear it at all?
No.
Not
No, the
really.
volume needs to be a lot higher.
Can't hear it at all.
No.
Barely.
A little bit.
Well, that's the best I can do.
Can you put on
Well, we can
subtitles?
see him though, so it's fine.
I'm sorry?
Can you put on subtitles so we can actually hear what he's talking about?
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, this is something I'm not normally used to doing, so it's kind of a little bit new to me. And hang on. God damn you, what the fuck? You're kidding me. Well, we may have to abandon this. If you guys really can't hear him at all,
What are his picks?
I can look at them and say them at the end. I feel bad, man.
Okay.
I didn't realize that we wouldn't be able to hear it. I just don't know how to do this any better.
Yeah.
Just
Shit.
post them
Volume's
afterwards,
pretty
and we can see them. So
Yeah. Hang on a
He's
minute.
got black metal albums in the.
All right, Rick, I apologize, man. Tried it. Share computer. Wait, Jeff, is there an option to share computer audio? No, I didn't see it in there. Fuck, that sucks, man. Yeah, I don't really know. I'm not really
Yeah, it's
sure.
like you
what-
could kind of hear it, but it was just too low. Like it's just not.
Well, actually, could anybody hear it out in the chat when it was playing? Can anybody answer that for me a minute? Like when I had that up and playing, could anyone hear it? I'm not up on this kind of shit, and so it's kind of difficult for me to understand like how to do this stuff. I was trying to look to see if there was any audio option here that I could figure out. Let me see. Hold on, because the audio is all the way up. Jimmy, you don't know anything about this, right?
What about your computer audio? I don't know. Can you like
Yeah,
if you
my-
go to the bottom right hand corner, turn your audio up all the way?
Yeah, it's all the way.
Yeah, I
it's
don't
all
know.
the way
Maybe
up.
a different media player might work, but it's kind of hard to
Yeah,
tell.
we're gonna spend too much time fucking around with that. So, all right, what I'll end up doing is I'll probably end up putting it on at the end. Then maybe we'll try to wrap up with it or something like that when you guys all leave. Maybe I'll run Rick's thing. But sorry about that, Rick. If you're watching, dude, that's
Might
just
wanna-
not something.
Jeff, you might want to see if he just wants to post it as his own video, even as a response. to
Well,
this.
I think he was going to do that anyway, which would be nice if people want to do response videos. That'd be cool. But I'm all for that. I tried it with the Doom Island one, and Jake actually started that, and I got a whopping 1 person that responded to it. So, maybe it's me, not them. I don't know. But anyway, are we missing Peter again? Did we lose him? Okay. All right, so we're gonna get back to our picks. Sorry about that, Rick. We'll try to work something out at the end. I'll figure out whether I can figure. And if I can't, what I'll do is we'll have Rick post his response then to everything. So, okay, we are on number 6.
Number 6.
6. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm keeping in chronological order. This is 2001. I'm going to start wading into the weeds a little bit, but anyone who's in the know with certain bands from Germany will probably know this band, that being Nagelfar and their album Virus West.
Nice.
Probably, I mean, I love all the Nagelfar stuff, and this is my favorite by far. For those not in the know with this band, it features the drumming, the synth playing, and the songwriting of one Alexander von Nielenwald, who went on to form Ruins of Everast. This is what he was doing before that. Now, this sounds nothing like Ruins of Everast. It's quite triumphant, huge, fairly melodic, raging German black metal. And yeah, this album I never get tired of. I hit play on track 1. I sit through the whole album every time. The composition is astounding. The production, it's the best production that they had on any of their albums, is astounding. This is the only one they had a new vocalist, Zingultus, I think his name was. And he's rather traditional black metal vocalist as compared to the previous albums where they had just absolute maniac handling vocal duties. It's a very important album for me. Once again, another one of those that was very inspirational to me as an up-and-coming drummer, and especially wanting to play black metal. But yeah, if you're not familiar with the German Nagelfar, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you explore their rather small discography and just get blown away. I mean, it's some of the best stuff. This is my favorite German black metal album, hands down.
Yeah,
Far and away.
I got a strong feeling that Ruins band might come up here shortly in the waning moments of this stream. But yeah, that I forget the Nagelfar that I own. It's I think it's the second one, man. It's good stuff, really good stuff.
Yeah, the Swamp Gorth or whatever.
I always go back to the debut.
Yeah, the debut album's amazing too. But I got into that band shortly after the debut album came out. So yeah. Anyway.
Cool. Good choice, man. First time there. Nobody came close to that one. That'd be a Roger pick, I would think, too. All right, Devin, what you got?
Well, you mentioned this earlier, kind of.
I did.
Yes.
A lot of him. My favorite
album.
Enslaved, but if I had to choose a later one, it would be Below the Lights, but I don't think they have a bad record, at least for me they don't. But yeah. Probably they ditched some of the Viking Bathory influence of Eld and Frost, and they went slightly faster and almost like a thrashy edge in this record, which is maybe why I like it the best. But yeah, awesome 1999, I think 99, 97 around that area. So yeah, killer record, my favorite by Enslaved.
That's their punk rock album.
Yeah, their punk rock album. That's a great album, though, man. That thing is savage. Holy shit, that's savage.
That's probably my favorite album.
Jimmy, what you got?
So going over to France, and this is another one you called, Jeff, but unmistakably for me is Blue Dot Snowbird's Dialogue with the Stars.
Yes.
This is the epitome of cosmic music, cosmic black metal, whatever you want to call it. I think they really kind of paved the way in that aspect for this album. This is a band that's really kind of a chameleon, a lot of different faces, and this whole series of records really resonated with me. This album, it takes the weirdness of Blue Dot Snowbird, but makes it a little bit more introspective, a little bit more you're not traveling into the depths of wherever that he goes with some of his albums. This one really just kind of is more of a credence to nature and just the cosmos in general. And I think he was kind of the perfect guy to do it, just because he just writes some of the weirdest. He's got a unmistakable style when it comes to his melodies and his way of songwriting. And it probably takes. I think that this has programmed drums. I'm not really sure. It kind of, if that's what it is. I mean, it's not too hard to get over when you hear the overall music. But I mean, this is the album that if you're laying on a desert beach by yourself in the middle of nowhere and it's nighttime and you've got an unbelievable view of the night sky, this is the album to listen to. It just it's one of those albums that just it goes places. It takes you to so many different, it just transports you to another plane of existence. And it's just like, I feel like I always say like this album was like written on Alpha Centauri or something. Like, it wasn't human. And just the tones and the way that he just builds the music from start to finish. And just, it's very dynamic. It's very just kind of all over. And it just it pushes all those buttons for me that I want, to feel when I'm listening to, black metal and staring at the stars. So, but great artist. He's done a lot of different things that appeal to different types of music and different types of listening. Like, I know one of my friends, Ryan, he can't stand this trilogy. But he loves all the new like Lovecraftian weird shit that he does. Like, his favorite stuff in the world, but cannot stand this stuff. And but there's no accounting for taste.
And you don't like the new stuff.
What's that?
You don't like the new stuff?
Oh no, I do. I just don't like it as much as this. I do like the new stuff. I think it's awesome. I think everything this guy does is killer.
Right.
But I think he's got a little bit of something for everyone. In terms of extreme metal and just black metal in general. I think in a lot of ways he sort of transcends the black metal tag and can kind of just go anywhere. So always exciting artist. That always excited to see what he's doing next.
Yeah, as you know, that's maybe probably, but that's my number 2, and I struggle whether I wanted to go with that because Mosfet, that's probably a little bit more black metal-y, quote unquote, black metal-y, but it's a fucking beautiful, beautiful album. Hey, I'm gonna try something real quick because I didn't think about this. Patrick, the guy that I unceremoniously kicked out of here for being NS when he wasn't, had an idea. So can you guys humor me for 1 second? We'll try one more time with Rick's stuff.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I want to do this because Rick was a big part of this. Just give me a moment here. Let's try. Hang on a minute. Sorry. All right, here we go. Hold on, Rick. Don't talk, Rick. Be quiet a minute. So we're going to do this. And this is tricky as fuck. Why do I not get this? Where are you? There you go. All right. Can you guys all see him now? Can you see the video screen up?
Yes.
Yep.
All right, let's try this. See what happens.
Yep.
Sorry for the video. I'm live as well.
Can you hear him better?
Would have liked to. I will be attending a.
It's better,
Yeah.
but not great.
Yeah.
And
So,
as far as I understand, different kind of people on this panel, and I got the stop for stop delete.
Is that a yes or a no from the chat?
Oh,
It's louder. It's just not clear.
I can't make out what he's saying.
So you can't make out what he's saying. Rick doesn't have the best audio for some reason. All right, we gave it a shot, Rick. I gave it a shot, dude. I love you, brother. But it doesn't seem it's flying. And every time I kick this video of Rick on, it kicks Peter out. It's fucking
Sorry,
weird. Every time I try it, he disappears. All right, give me 1 second here. We're going to Rick, we tried to do it, man. We just couldn't get it to work. I held my mic up to it, thinking maybe that might happen, but it just isn't happening. So, and unfortunately, I'm not a computer whiz, like I'm being criticized for in the chat a little bit there, or chastised for. So, I gave it a shot, but it just isn't working for me. So, Peter, give me a sec. I'll get you back in there. There we go. All right, so we were on to Logan for we're on to Johnny. Sorry, Johnny.
Johnny.
It's okay.
He's like, God
Right,
damn it, that guy.
This has been shown before, but I'm going to fucking show it anyway because it's my pick.
Yeah.
Dawn Slaughter Sun. Admittedly, it is their most commercial, but it's still fucking great. My original copy I had was a little promo, which I thought was really cool. But this is the Cosmic Key re-release, which I was so chuffed came out. I know, was it last year maybe?
Yeah.
It's fucking weird. Vinyl,
Yeah.
look at this.
That's what mine was. I showed.
Yeah, excellent stuff. So there's not a lot you can say about Dawn that hasn't been said. As Roger said, they managed to meld sort of aggression and melody as well. Just something about them. I was tempted to go for this, I must admit, but it's only a mini EP. So, but I'll stick with Slaughter Sun because it is my favourite. So, yeah, it's been spoken about, but I had to show it anyway. I could have picked something else, but sometimes you just got to go with it. So, yeah,
Hell
that's
yeah,
fine.
man. You gotta go with your gut on all this stuff, right?
Hell yeah, definitely.
For sure, man. No, you've shown some great stuff. So, all right, Logan, now you're up. Sorry, Peter, man. I don't know what's going on.
Now I'm good.
Okay, go ahead then.
All right, cool. So my previous 5 were like acknowledging the classics and stuff, and the ones that I had to make sure are on the island. The next 5 are newer albums, 2010 and on, that are pretty long and really take time to digest. And honestly, since working more full time and just life getting in the way, it's tougher for me to digest some of these like hour plus albums. And God, you know what? Being on an isolated island, that'd be a good time to work through some of this stuff. So pick number 1 is a introduction to the American black metal scene, especially the modern one. And it's a band that kind of gets a little hated on. For me, they were pretty big in my earlier formation with black metal. And I'm talking about Abigail Williams.
Great
Definitely like a metalcore band name. Jeff,
blow me up.
Blow me up, man.
Oh, sorry, he's right.
Thanks, man. Yeah, this is their 2012 album, Becoming. So I think this band gets a little hate because, well, the name does sound like kind of a metalcore kind of band. Chelsea Grin or some shit like that. And also, they've jumped around with their sound a bunch. Like on their earlier stuff, they were more symphonic black metal. They're aping like the Cascadian black metal sound. And then from here, their next couple albums are more of the, like, I want to say like Lord Mantis or Leviathan kind of US black metal stuff, which I really like their album, The Accuser, as well. But Coming is a favorite of mine. It's pretty ambitious. It's like an hour and 10 minutes long. It really perfects a certain Wolves in the Throne Room kind of sound. And tracks like opening Ascension Sickness, track 4, Infinite Fields of Mind, really do a great job. But honestly, the final track on here, Beyond the Veil, is perfect. It's like 17 minutes. It's got orchestral elements. It's very dynamic and just beautiful. Another one of those albums for me, which is a seasonal album. This is a go-to winter release. And for me, just one of those that kind of introduced me to the American black metal scene and what it can be. I mean, I kind of get why people don't like this band, but for me, they're definitely a good one, and this is their best album. Which, yeah, I'm glad people are talking about Ken Sorceron. He's done a bunch of stuff with other bands like Wolfhammer and Lord Mantis.
Cool. Just real quick on the Rick videos. I tried to upload them into StreamYard so that I could actually click on them like my intro and play them through the audio thing, but through the StreamYard interface. But they were too big. They have a limit to how long the videos you can put on there, and they were all, Rick's kind of like me. He's a little wordy, so he can't really get things that most people can say in like 1 or 2 minutes. It takes Rick and I like 6 or 8 minutes to say, so that's kind of unfortunately where we're at. What I might do is hold the mic up to the thing at the end after a lot of you guys bail, or just have him posted. So, all right, Jake, you are up, dude.
And the last track on that Abigail Williams is a killer track.
Yeah.
Just wanted to rewind a bit to say one more thing about this one that I forgot. That's really only pertinent because we are on a desert island. I'm guessing this will be the only album with ukulele shown tonight.
Probably.
Although
Sour might have some ukulele on it. You never know.
Yeah.
If that's something that turns you off, don't let it. It's just a quick intro, and it wasn't until like the 4th or 5th time listening to it I'm like, wait a second, is that ukulele? But yeah, I believe it was Jimmy brought up Windeer earlier. So my pick for Windeer is 1184. Much prefer this one over Arntor. Arntor is good, but I think Windeer smokes it. Some of the best like outros to songs on this, just freaking kills. This album rules. The folky grandeur of it, the Viking nature, all that. Killer album.
I'm wearing the 1184 t-shirt.
Hell yes.
Nice.
See it?
Yep.
Nice.
Sweet. All right, Roger, you're up for number 6.
Yeah, Vinder he actually used a lot of psalms to write or inspire his writing. So he took a lot of that from the old Norwegian kind of folky or national songs. Stole a little bit here and there. So, but yeah, awesome album. I'm going to Hungary to and Sarah Bliss with Phantoms from '96. This is kind of a mid-paced or up-tempo black metal with there are synths, but it's not symphonic, and also a trumpet player in the band. So that's a different kind of tone to the instead of having a synth playing trumpet, they actually have a trumpet player. So awesome stuff.
Great band.
Yeah.
I just got a few of their albums recently.
Oh, cool. Never seen them.
Their last album was amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nobody talked about it either. It just kind of went under the radar.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know if there's small label stuff doing that, but I mean, it's a pretty overlooked band, I think, in general.
Yeah. I think there was a big gap before the recent album.
Yeah, they had like a 10-year gap. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Kellen, you ready for number 6?
Okay, so Roger's wearing the shirt where I'm at pick 6, and this band needs to get brought up. So I chose Mystifier's debut.
There you go.
Hell yeah.
What's interesting, so this comes out in 92. For me, is as much attention as Bearhead's Drawing Down the Moon gets, Mystifier beats it by a year in terms of a full-length release and is equally as vile and intense of a listen. It borrows a little bit. It reminds me of the Greek scene in the sense of being warmer, heavier, but there's a level of aggression to it that I think is unique relative to the time period. So while they probably don't get considered in the same way as being like a proto war metal band, so to speak, like Beherit does. This record is vicious. And probably the early part of this band's life, the next 3 records are also worth your time. If you're unfamiliar with Mystifier, please check them out. But I think our first South American band on this list, and absolutely needed to get mentioned.
I
Yeah,
almost called Croatia.
I'm surprised that Roger didn't pull that, but maybe he did. I don't know.
I
There
have
it
it
is.
here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
What's the one? Goetia? Is that what it's called?
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
this.
that's my favorite.
Oh, I love that album, man. That's fucking killer.
Yeah.
Not one I would have thought to pick, but a very good pick, Kellen. Great. All right, Peter, you are up. Peter's back.
Okay. So I'm going to head back to Poland and to another band that, again, I rarely see mentioned. And I thought, because I'm trying to add some variety in my black metal with these picks, this one brings into play ambient and industrial. And Jimmy mentioned cosmic metal. I think this is one of the first ones to do it. This album, which is the debut album by this band, was released more than a year before Mysticum's In the Streams of Inferno. It's normally referred to as one of the first industrial black metal albums. And that's Mussorgsky's in harmony with the universe. So this came out in June 1995 on a label called Morbid Madness. So it's a 3-piece. And this was their band are obviously named after the Russian composer. But the industrial style in this is kind of like, if you know I think they're Belgium, Front 242. You know that band?
Yeah. Love them.
Yes. So, I mean, I put this on my Instagram ages ago, and I think I made a comment like, listen to this album with the ambient parts and the industrial parts. It feels like you are floating out into outer space in the coldness of outer space. Because the riffs, the black metal is kind of like Dark Throne a wee bit. So it's nothing complex or anything, and it's relatively raw. But like I said, this came out like well over a year before Mysticum did. But yet Mysticum always gets all the credit for like industrial black metal. Yet Mussorgsky was out well before them. And if anyone knows the Polish scene, some of these guys went on to join the band Arcona. You know that band?
Yeah.
I do not.
Yes, the Polish.
They were on the Astral Winds for a while. Imperium is their debut album, which is also worth getting. But I was restricted to 2 bands per country, so this is my second Polish pick. So some industrial ambient black metal is going to the island with me.
Is it in the Thorns thing, or is it way more?
Probably, yeah. Well, it can't be. It is because it mixes in the industrial and then there is ambient pieces, so there is a bit of a variety even throughout the album. So it's probably not as cold and as harsh as Thorns can be, as angular as their sort of black metal can be.
Right,
but it's touching upon it. It wouldn't be too far from it, like. But yeah, so
I'll check that one out.
Like,
so far I'm not sure, other than In the Woods, I've heard of any of the bands you've showed, but I kind of half expected that because you set up all these parameters that a lot of us didn't.
Oh yeah, I could have picked 10 Norwegian bands from 1994, no problem.
Well, I know.
That would have been me.
I get that. I don't think I've been too obvious. I thought I would have been, but I'm not as obvious as I thought. But all right, so shit, I don't even know what did I tell you to grab, Devin? I forget. What did I tell you to grab? Oh yeah. All right, so Devin's got my next one here, and it is the same one as Jimmy. Varg NOT from Oliver. Probably, I don't want to say it's the first black metal I got, but man, it's got to be in that handful of. albums that I bought very early on. Probably, oh wow, this is 2000, 2001. I'm grabbing this stuff, by the way, guys. So this is 5, 6, 7 years after 6 years after it came out. And I it's just one of those albums. When I started reading stuff online about black metal and trying to educate myself in chats and in Yahoo groups and things like that, I'm like, okay, well, where do you start with black metal? And of course, I knew about Mayhem and Emperor and those guys, but I this one was kind of unique in that I actually think I grabbed this and Perdition City. Because when did Perdition City come out? Does anybody remember?
2002,
2001.
maybe?
That's I was thinking it was 01. And I think I remember exactly what happened. I grabbed Perdition City first. And I'm like, well, this isn't black metal. What the hell is this, man? And I have to admit, I love that album. It might be my favorite Over album, actually. But because it's so weird. It's like a film noir soundtrack, right? Like a jazz, dark, ambient film noir soundtrack, which I love. But I'm like, well, this doesn't sound very black metal-y. And some dude I knew, he's like, nah, dude, you got to get the first 3 albums. In particular, the first or the third. So I grabbed all 3 of those at the same time. I have the, what would they come out on, Peter? Do you remember? Something Minds?
Was it Jester? Was it?
I might have been. No, Jester was
Fart's own or Gorm's own label?
What was it? I can't remember the name of the
It's on the
label.
shelf, and I would have to.
Yeah, that's all right.
I thought the first
it.
couple Over albums came out on Head Not Found.
That's it. Head Not Found. That's it. Yep. So I have those, and I just remember throwing Bergtot in and going, "Wow, man, this shit is okay." Like initially, it starts out the first song is almost very Nordic and Celtic and epic and Viking sounding, and it's kind of almost like it's not black metal-y, not really, but it's kind of folky and it's just uplifting. But then the album, as Jimmy explained, has a lot of peaks and valleys where it goes from black metal to folk metal to sort of everything in between there. And it's the album of the 3 that came out, the first 3 that I go to the most. I do like Nathan's Madrigal, but it's savage. It's almost like the exact opposite. It's like they went so far to the other extreme to make it extreme that it's kind of an interesting listen. And then of course, I'm gonna say this wrong, Roger. I apologize. Kveldslanger.
Kveldsanger.
There you go, Kveldsanger.
You're close.
I'll just mimic you, Kveldsanger. But anyway, that one is all acoustic and it's super classical. And so, definitely without question, Bergtot is my favorite of the 3, but it's not my favorite all of it by far. I love a lot of the weird way that they became a completely different band. So, but yeah, so that's my 6th one. Where are we at here? We are at Tyler. This is where you go in the weeds, right? This is where you go in the weeds, right?
A little bit. So for my next pick, so when I was first, when you first came to me about joining the panel for this is one of the albums that I pulled immediately. And then I was hemming and hawing. This is one of the ones I replaced initially. And then the last minute I said, screw it. It's coming back in. And that is Falkenbach's Heralding the Fireblade. So,
Great stuff.
Nice one.
So for those not in the know, Falkenbach is very much, I'd say they were one of the earliest purveyors of strictly Viking themed metal, let's say. The very first album was very much black metal. And then, the second album had more of the stronger folk elements and more clean singing. But this album was the first one where he actually had a backing band recording in the studio. And so the black metal moments really hit hard. And then the more folky, your traditional Viking metal moments also just hit a lot harder because there's a live drummer and, it's just, it doesn't sound as sterile. There's a more organic vibe to this, but it's a fucking fantastic album. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the black metal parts on this just absolutely rage, and then the folky parts are just really folky, and then you have songs like Havamal that's just, combines both, and it's just that huge, big, Bathory epic type of thing. And yeah, this is the album that I was already a fan of Falkenbach, but when I first heard this, it just absolutely floored me. It's great.
Yeah, I've heard that name, but I've never checked them out either. Where are they from again?
Yeah.
Germany by way of Iceland.
Should have known. Falkenbach, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool pick. All right, Dev.
Yep.
What you got?
They were in my reserve.
1995 is kind of a deeper cut. Fucking glare. Hang on, let me pull that out better. Balsagoth, A Black Moon Broads Over Lemuria. So it's kind of an odd album. It's like symphonic, traditional metal influenced power metal, and one song sounds like it could have been on like an early Carcass record. Oddly, out of nowhere that happened. I don't know how they did that or why, but it's kind of odd. But still a good record. They got their last couple records were kind of hit or miss, but the early stuff was definitely very unique. Listen, from the UK, if I didn't mention that, 1995 their debut. So you have to check it out. Balsagoth, A Black Moon Broads Over Lemuria. Very weird but awesome listen.
Yeah, they are kind of weird. They're pretty cool though. I do know them a little bit, believe it or not. I know you find that hard to believe probably, but I've listened to them again. Or listened to them before. All right, Jimmy, what you got for number 6? No, where are we? 7?
7.
That far? Yeah. I wanted to just like really quickly call out the fact that, this whole stream is really cool because I think we have a lot of people from sort of all over. We're kind of cornering a quarter, almost half of the globe here with the guests here. And, the point that I want to make behind that is that, my next pick, I'm going to come back here to the States, but, being an American, for our European friends here, it's interesting because like I just went to Scotland and I went over to Europe for my first time recently and got to experience like some of the, the differences in the culture there and just kind of just blown away. A lot of us Americans are, I like to say, pretty unworldly when it comes to that because we just don't.
For sure.
Maybe some of us here do, but like a lot of us don't get over shores a lot. And in a lot of ways, like being an American, it's like this is such a big country that you can almost kind of look at like the differences here in the time zones. Like for example, we've got Tyler up there in Alaska. I'm here in Colorado, Jake's over in Utah, and then we've got our East Coasters, and Devin's over in California. And, in a lot of ways, like you could look at a lot of American black metal and, kind of see a difference, that it's not so much about, the culture in general. I think it comes down to more about where those bands are from and where those people are from, So I wanted to kind of acknowledge that in going into my next 2 bands that I'm going to reference here. But, I'd be hard pressed to not pull a Falls of Raras record for the desert. Yeah. Because, these guys, they're East Coast and, like a lot of American black metal, I still feel that with American black metal, you're still going to hear culture and history. For example, Panopticon, the Americana stuff, Kentucky, for example, has a very different feel than, say, where I am, Colorado, and where these guys are from, Portland, Maine, which is way up on the northeast coast, place that I've never been to. But I still feel that they sort of, retain or project a sound that's, is fitting for where they are from. And though, a lot of their stuff, I feel that this is a band that's never really quite gotten their due. And, but I think if you go further into their discography, you start to really kind of hear, a lot more influence on, where they are geographically. Whereas this record, their debut, this isn't their debut, this is the second record, but this is the one that really kind of, where they found their sound and, kind of was in the shadow of Agalloch in a certain sense. But Austin Lund plays drums on this from Panopticon. And this is like one of the alternate pressings not from Binary, that had a different artwork. And if you want to get this now, Marty just repressed it with the original artwork. Another reason why I haven't picked that up yet, because I already have this and the original on CD. But Falls of Raros, if you're talking about woodland, nature-loving folk acoustic meets black metal, post-rock black metal sort of sense. They really kind of found a archaic sound, I felt like, in terms of the folk on this. And I think it really kind of shines through for a band that has not ever really been recognized as much as they should. And they've been pretty consistent over the years. Every 2 years they release a new record, and it's always pretty quality, very good stuff. They just have a very classical, very expressive sound in the way that they play their guitars. It's very guitar-driven band. Like the vocals are, probably could use a little bit more, but it's very, howling black metal vocals kind of in the background because the music is kind of in the forefront. And, as a result, I think that they capture the East Coast, black metal scene in a way, even in the imagery and, their own forests and their own mountains, and again, gives it sort of an authenticity as an American band that still retains, their roots and where they're from in a way. So a highly amazing band that I recommend to anybody that has not listened to them and is into the more woodland kind of stuff. Yep, Jake's got the new pressing. I still need to get one.
They've got a good bit of Appalachia in them too, as I recall.
Oh, absolutely,
right?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the alternate.
Where are they from again? Where are they from?
Portland, Maine. And so,
really? Yeah, that's right. Okay, yeah.
And
good stuff.
A lot of their other records, as they go forward, it has a more refined sense of their geography compared to where, like this, even though this was like the record that put them on the map, it's a little bit more like, they could be lumped in with an Agalot kind of thing. But man, it's just a great record, man. It's a great band. And, this one, it just goes places, man. There's a very classical, like, feeling to the way that these guys play guitar, and just in the same way Natasha is like a classically trained guy. These guys are serious musicians, and they're not just a, blanket black metal band that, lumped in with the rest. So, yeah.
That's a good choice. Yeah, good band. I have one or two of those. I can't remember which ones I own. Might be that one you just showed. I can't remember. All right, Johnny, what you got?
Well, I'll admit I'll just kind of switch these out. I did have a Mayhem album, but now you know what? I just can't be asked, and I just remembered this one, so I've swapped this about. I'm gonna go with the CD came in like a black envelope, and you can hear it shaking. There's bits of pine needles inside it, and inside the CD. This is Paysage de Hiver. I think you call it.
Album.
Invalid. Yeah, this is just absolutely stunning. For me, it's one of my favorite atmospheric black metal albums. You literally hear the fucker walking through the woods in the intros and that, and you can hear him, the snow crunching and the atmosphere. And I went to, funny enough, I listened to this on headphones coming back from a gig. I actually went to see Fish a couple of years ago in Liverpool by myself, and I was coming back on the train, and it was a Friday night. Loads of pissed drunken people from Liverpool going back to various places. I was not in the mood for all that sort of shit, and I put this on, and it's just fucking amazing. The atmosphere, it's blasty, it's, I don't know, it's just something about it. And as I said, I'm a bit like Jeff. I'm not a big fan of Burzum, so if I want that sort of atmosphere, and this is the one I go for. So yeah.
Johnny, do you have any of their other ones? Do you have any of his other ones?
Yeah, I picked up one on vinyl not so long ago, but I can't remember what it's called. It's got like a mask on the cover.
The only one I'm super familiar with, I listened to that one a couple of times, and I thought about buying it, but the only one I kind of really dig, and it's one of my 8 honorable mentions, is the self-titled one, Passage de Verre.
Yeah.
That one is really fucking cold, man. Like about as cold as it gets. And you know, you guys know me. I'm not a big fan of the lo-fi sort of culty thing, but that one is one that's pretty evocative. I don't know how many albums he's got out. Quite a few, right? Maybe 8 or 10 or something like that. Anybody else have any thoughts on that one?
There's not a lot of albums. There's a whole lot of EPs and singles.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
and
I would say that's
project.
the one to listen to. Is the one he just showed is pretty amazing.
That's the other one I've got.
Hold on.
It's got like
okay. I've never seen that one.
That one's
I think it's one of the.
That's
is it one of the latest ones?
Isn't it?
Is it the newest one? Yeah. But it's good, but I don't get on as well as Invalid. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
And he actually, I think on all of his albums, does he do that A5 thing? The A5 presentation?
I think he does for the CDs, yeah. I think so.
He also has what? Dark Space, I believe, right?
Is
that the Dark Space guy, I believe?
He's the Dark Space guy?
I think so.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, there's like 4 Dark Space albums, which are, I think, a 4-piece. I've seen them. I've watched some live stuff and listened to them. I kind of think they're a little more interesting, more astral sounding, a little bit more cosmic sounding. But yeah, I was thinking about going with the first one or the self-titled one, but I don't listen to it as much as to make this list. But all right, Logan, you are on the clock.
6-7. All right, so sticking with the theme of bands that release lengthy albums that really I'm still trying to digest. This is probably the biggest one. I've been listening to this album in particular for probably over 10 years, and really I'm still trying to crack it and figure it out. And I'm talking about Years Past Matter by Krallis. This is, I mean, I think it is black metal, but it's progressive and like kind of wonking, like almost like a mathcore kind of sensibility. It's features mainly Colin Marston of Behold the Octopus, and now he is in Gorguts, and among a bunch of other bands, But this is his main project currently, and they're kind of a tough band to crack. And this album in particular is the one that I've been just working on for, as I said, about 10 years now. And there's multiple moments in this album that are just immediately worth it, where like a melody will creep in and it's like kind of atonal, but just catchy enough to like really sneak and get you. But then at the same time, it's diving into that cosmos kind of vibe and just feeling like being lost in space or lost outside of time and place. And I think that served well for a desert island where you have no idea how long you're going to be there for and who you're going to be with. I admit the track listing on this album does not help. It's just a bunch of like apostrophes or parentheses. So you have no idea. It's like over an hour long, but fucking awesome album. Probably my favorite from Krallis. And then this is my cheat. I'm sticking in an EP too. This is my favorite Krallis release, Hyperion, and it really serves well after listening to this because this is like 25 minutes. This is like an hour and 10, so easier to digest than Years Past Matter. And real quick, I want to mention my brother, back when they first came out, got a 3D printer and knew that I was into this music where everyone prided themselves on having unreadable band logos. So as a challenge, he asked me to give him the most complex band logo to 3D print. And I was like, yeah, if you can do Krallis
look at that.
3D print, I'll be impressed. And this is it.
That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's killer, dude.
3D print Krallis logo. Fucking awesome.
What's that made out of?
One of a kind.
What's it made out of?
Well, Well, the plastic that came with the
Oh, it's
3D
plastic.
printer.
Okay. Wow, that's
Yeah,
killer,
yeah.
dude.
So,
Does Colin know you did that?
no, I haven't mentioned anything. I'll have to.
Well, I'm gonna try to get him on for an interview. I'll have to drop you
Bullshit.
in quick. Say, look at this dude. He's so weird. He made one of these things. All right, that's a band. I know you like them kind of too, Jimmy. Right? That's one that you.
Their latest 3 are all really good, amazing.
Yeah, I gotta get into them.
I need to check out their later stuff. They're very prolific, and they kind of lost me after like 2015, after Go Be Forgotten or something like that, and I have not heard their newest one. So,
All right, Jake, you ready?
Yeah. Real quick, I was going to show this. Jimmy showed that Falls of Oros. This is the newest press from Bind Ruin. Got that awesome print on the back of this record. Here's that original. I think this is the original artwork. But
That's
yeah,
right.
great album. But yeah, we haven't mentioned a band from Canada yet, and there's a great scene in Quebec of black metal. And being on a desert island, I don't imagine we're gonna have AC, so we'll just have to crank up the ice cold black metal to cool us down. So I went with Sorcier de Glaces, which translates to Ice Wizard, for those that were curious. But had a hard time picking which one because North was my initial thought, because the song North is like one of my all-time favorite black metal albums. But Snowland, or songs, not albums. The song is one of my all-time favorite black metal songs. But Snowland, you go song for song, and probably every other song beats beats North. So my 7th pick is either Snowland or North. Still up in the air, but you got to have some black metal Quebecois on the island to cool us off when it gets too hot on the island.
Well, no, Devin's going to build us a swimming pool. Yeah, it's an above ground swimming pool, but it'll also be a semi hot tub, which that could get really. Anyways, moving on. All right, Roger, what you got, man, for number 7?
A band from, or originally 2 of the members, the female guitarist and the drummer, was from Chile, but they moved to Sweden 10 years ago. It's Hetero with Uprising of the Fallen. Really great black metal, and especially the vocals here are kind of a more chanting vocals in a way. He has a very unique vocal style, very cool, and especially live, it's kind of it's like being on a mass, with candles and his voice and everything. It's just a lot of tremolo guitar picking, and just a killer album, killer band in general.
Thanks.
I need to check out it.
All right, cool.
That's a new one for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Roger, for the most part, you, Peter, and you guys, and Kellen, of course, you guys, and Jake too. I mean, I knew that's why I wanted a lot of you guys on, because you guys are way more tapped into the scene. I'm more the surface obvious ones, although I pulled a couple weird ones. But I mean, it's great to have.
I didn't want to pick all the, I could have picked the 10 most classic Norwegians, but I didn't do that. So, but yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I have a rule for myself that I don't pick anything that I don't own, although I'm going to break that on one of my honorable mention. But I mean, generally, I like to own what I have, and so I don't want to just go, oh yeah, I know that album, but I don't. Yeah. I don't actually own it. That kind of thing.
You don't own your next one though, so you kind of like that.
This is the one. You're right. This is the one, actually. Yeah, that's right. Devin, always pointing out what a fuck up I am. Thank you, Devin. All right, Cal, what's up, man?
Maybe when we put our list in the comments after the stream's over,
Yeah,
we'll include like the ridiculous amount of steps and rules we made for ourselves when trying to.
I know,
do
it's crazy, man. Crazy.
Okay. So back to Poland for me. This is Damon Seth Act 2 by Christ Agony.
Of course.
Good choice.
So it's interesting at this point. So this record is their second release in 1994. And it speaks to, in the Polish black metal scene, it mirrored a lot of what was happening in the eastern part of Europe, where, we talked about Samael earlier, and I don't know if anyone has picked a Master's Hammer release, but they were playing by a different set of rules, and not necessarily going after the Scandinavian sort of set of ideas when it came to black metal. Christ Agony, this record to me, it follows that mirrored kind of like death metal influence, almost creeping into a black metal sound. It's specifically satanic, and they're playing with all sort of the occult themes. But the songs, especially the second and third track here, are like 10 minutes long. So to be doing sort of a death metal, Samael inspired black metal song that moves past 10 minutes or so was pretty unique at the time. And their first three records, I think, are probably the classics that I would recommend. But I think the next record comes out, Act 3, in 96 or 97. But Christ Agony, because they appeared so early in the Polish scene, they don't get a whole lot of attention. And to many, they may not sound like the black metal you're used to, but I just wanted to give them a little bit of love here.
Nice, man. You're coming up with some way out there ones, too. It's cool. Again, you can tell the schlubs like me that didn't put a lot of thought into it versus the guys that really put a lot. There you go. Roger's got two.
Yeah.
Was that one of your ones or one of your honorable mentions or what?
Oh, that's an honorable mention.
Oh, okay. And Peter's got it too. There you go, man. Yeah.
Well,
great minds
my
think
country
alike.
limit.
All right, Peter, you are up for number 7.
Okay. Well, I haven't been to Sweden yet, so when it came to Sweden, I thought, right, one of my rules, I think I shared with Kellen, was no death metal, black metal hybrids. So that more or less ruled out a lot of bands like Dawn, Dissection, Winterland, all that stuff. So I actually thought I'd go back to stuff that's probably more well known in the scene. And normally my favorite album by this one man band act is their second album, but I went for the debut. And this guy used to drum for Grotesque, and he also was in the band briefly. Soren, if anyone knows that band from Sweden. Unfortunately, I didn't pick that because I'm at country limit. But that is Arcanum and Fran Mortar.
Good
so this
pick.
is a guy called Shamati. His real name's Johan to his mum. And he's all into like trolls and forests and chaos Gnosticism and anti-cosmic Satanism, and he writes books on it. And he wears this funny mask, and he actually made a video for one of my favorite songs in this album called Gava Fran Trulin. If my Swedish pronunciation is correct. But if anyone knows Arcanum are packed full of riffs. They're almost, I've read that they're almost like the Swedish version of early Darkthrone. But yeah, I actually thought Kostiger was my favorite Arcanum, but during my meltdowns this week, this actually came out as my favorite Arcanum this week. So if you want riffs, this is the band for you. Our one-man project. So.
Cool, good stuff.
Hell yeah.
Okay, for me, Devin's got my next one here, and I believe Tyler led off with it. No, he didn't lead off with it, but he spoke about it.
Different album. He did.
He spoke about it. He brought it up.
I mentioned
so,
it.
Yep. So I'm going Sign of the Black Mark. I think you could argue that the first one and the second one are, the true cult black metal albums, but I think this one is probably the most savagely black metal overall.
The first two, there's still a lot of like Motorhead styling.
Yeah, the first two are very Motorheady, exactly. Yeah, the second one gets a little bit darker and more evil, but this one is kind of, to me, sorry, every time I bring you up, I'm talking and showing your face. So Sign of the Black Mark, which was, what year is that?
87.
87. So very, very early on. And, we did, Tyler and I and Devin and Jimmy, I believe, we did a 2-part Bathory deep dive back last year. And I hadn't really revisited these albums in a long time. And like from the early 2000s, to be honest with you, because I know I do not belong on this stream. Don't say it, Jake. I get it. I don't actually own any Bathory albums because I really want to get it. All right, I'll just show myself out. You guys can finish up, but I kind of wanted to try to get the originals, which is kind of hard to do these days, without spending a bunch of money, and that's kind of why I held off. And every time I almost pulled the trigger, I just didn't. So when we went back and did that deep dive, I really forgot how much I fucking dig this album. This is a killer black metal album, man. And all the elements are there. It's just got that, I don't know, man, that cold grimness. And I don't know. It's just the one that works for me the best. And I think that I think that Corthon's thing, his mystique was kind of really, crystallizing here. And man, I just fucking love the song "Woman of Dark Desires." That's maybe the most like heavy metal track on the album, but I fucking love that song, man. It's just, I love the whole album. I would say it's a real push though between that and Tyler's pick, Blood, Fire, Death. Would be a struggle. I would probably try to smuggle Sign in or have it as a honorable mention. So Sign of the Black Mark.
Yes. Great album. All right, so we're at number 8 now.
Yep.
I do believe. All right, so I'm finally going to go a little deeper into the deep end. We're going to go to Ukraine, and this is probably, given all the bands that have come out of that country, this is probably, I'd say this is my number 1 album, I have to say. With big, bold statement, but the first IG album, it's just,
I like that art.
It's absolutely just super dense, double bass driven, like more kind of a faster mid tempo, more often than not. Big, huge droning riffs. The production is surprisingly warm for a black metal album. Obviously, the themes given, it's called IG. It's one of the names of Odin, so it's very pagan and nature themed, of course. The only downside for anyone that would be new getting into that band is the vocal style is that predominantly super shrieky wailing style, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but I got used to it this album. And when they released The Last Scald a couple years ago, which is kind of their done album, they're finito with this project. It didn't have as many of the shrieky moments, and it didn't sound right, for whatever reason. But this album is just, like I said, it came out in 2011. Had it not been for The Last Scald, I would have said this probably would have been top 3, like greatest one and done albums ever. Every song is absolutely massive. The intro is like 5.5 minutes long, and it's just wind and ambient noises, but it sets the mood. Anyone who's actually watched my videos on my channel, one of my hiking videos actually features one of the songs from this album. The members of this band play. They're two of the primary members in Khors, Khors. Olvegar is one of their other projects, and they've also been live musicians for bands like Nocturnal Mortem and kind of who's who among other Ukraine bands. But yeah, if you like really driving atmospheric black metal, I can't recommend the self-titled IG album enough. Phenomenal stuff.
Okay.
I used to buy loads of.
I like that art. Who's that
stuff
come out on?
Or
sorry. But
I'm not
is that
sure what it
Oriana?
was originally. Yeah, I think Oriana is what it was originally released on. This is the Digibook version on Musical Hall.
What year is that again?
2011. And then
Cool.
they came out with The Last Scald in 2021. So yeah, 10-year gap.
Right.
But
Been a little while.
a couple of buddies actually went to one of the Metal East festivals and picked this up for me, a big Digibook version. So that was pretty cool.
Put it in the chat, just for somebody to ask, and put it in the chat. And then, like I said, we'll get everybody's actual top 10 list and put that in the description at some point in the future. All right, Devin, what you got?
All right, so my last three have been chosen, but these are probably my top three, so no way I'm switching them out. Me and Jimmy saw these guys play this record in its entirety like a month ago, so had to go with the Anthems to the Look on the Disc, 1997, I think, on Candlelight. So yeah, favorite track on this one besides the entire thing, probably Ye and Transiperium or With Strength I Burn, but this whole record's killer. Though I like all their stuff, honestly. It took me a while to get into the last two, but I think I like all this stuff now. So yeah, Emperor, Anthems to the Look at Dusk, great record.
Oh, you went with Anthems?
Yeah.
I didn't know you were. Did you tell me that? I guess you did. Yeah.
And you spent the entire night when I was at the show messaging me saying I don't deserve to see them play this record live.
No, you don't deserve to see them. I stand firmly behind what I said there. Yeah, I was jealous of you guys that night. That sucked because that's the night you guys were in LA. You and Jimmy, and I get who else was out there with you? Jimmy, Dan, and
Ryan
and all those guys.
Bobby Moores, and
Yeah. That same night, Nick was seeing Atheist and Cynic. And I wasn't really sure I was going to make it to see Atheist and Cynic, and, well, I'm still hanging on. So, which may be a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not sure. But anyway, Jimmy, you are up, sir.
Yeah. Going to take a little bit of diversion out to Finland. And this one's probably like the most, I don't know what to say cult, but definitely lesser known in my list. But this is a band called Kalman Kantaya. And the album is called Mista Lampi. And this is like, I don't know how to describe, like, I guess they started kind of more depressive, suicidal black metal. Kind of went on to more atmospheric realms. And this guy has a lot of output. I mean, like, if you go follow him, he releases like 2 records a year. Some of his stuff is really good. Some of it is kind of stock. But this one just kind of, I don't know, another one that just kind of pushed all the right buttons for me when I discovered it. Very much sounds like it looks. And it's kind of like the one album that I think I would be listening to, like where I'd be facing my doom on the desert island, hoping to survive. And because it starts off, it's 2 tracks. Each track is about 20 minutes long, which is like immediately might turn you off. But, you know, when you're going to compose a song that's 20 minutes long, it really has to evolve and like go places, in which this really does. It like really starts off very like silent and dreadful, melodic, but very much a doom kind of feeling. But it's an album that's very much about solitude. And if you're on a desert island, I mean, you're probably gonna be by yourself, right? So I think the artist here, it's just one guy. He's had some different band members throughout the trajectory of this project, but this one is kind of all about him and his sort of like he even has some liner notes in here. It talks about like the places that he lives out there in Finland, and just this album really like kind of culminating in his own experiences out there in the woods. And it's very depressive to start with, but it has some hope toward the end of it, and it goes places, and that's what I want. I want to be kind of taken on a ride, and this album does that very thing. And I think it would be a really cool album to take on the desert island, and either it's going to seal my fates or open up possibilities. And definitely what I feel like when I listen to this record. Really killer band, kind of under the radar, but highly recommended. Like I said, got a lot of stuff encompassing like, just depressive, suicidal black metal to just like a little bit more atmospheric stuff, and to like kind of straightforward, like even pagan kind of black metal, which is like his more latest stuff. But great project, highly recommended. Kalman Kantaya.
Cool,
the
man.
later
That's
stuff I know.
not one I've ever even heard of.
That's a great band, but good luck keeping up on that discography, though.
Oh yeah, too much shit.
I was one of those guys.
I mean, he released a 13 CD box set,
Jesus.
and that's just part of his discography.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that Lamp of Murmur. What's that Australian guy? The Light.
Oh, Drowning the Light.
Drowning the Light, where they just pump out endless amounts of fucking stuff. Is just, man, that's tough to
Makes it
stay with.
Tough to get into the band in the first place.
Yeah, tough to afford everything, man. And you get into that thing of, oh my god, there's a new, Lamp of Murmur's the artist du jour, where you find out about it, and if you didn't find out about it and set your clock right to wake up at 3 a.m. in Norway, or whatever, 6 a.m. in the States or something, you're already done. It's already over for the most part. So,
I mean, I would say this guy has a lot of peaks and valleys, so it's worth checking out for sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's the name of it again?
I think it's pronounced Kalman Kantaya. I'll type it in the chat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, Jimmy, what you got, man? Not Jimmy. Johnny.
Well, they've been mentioned, and this album's been mentioned, but not shown, so we're going to go.
Damn it, that was my next one.
Very nice.
Sorry. Well, no one else had shown it, so I got to show it. I said I picked up this because it's got the single as well on it, which is quite nice. But yeah, such a great album. I was tempted to go with the EP. I must admit, the first one, but obviously someone's shown that as with the double pack. Was it with Enslaved?
Yeah, Ordain's Land.
That's it. Yeah, I just picked up that the Enslaved by itself on CD. But yeah, this is excellent. This is for me. This is peak Emperor. Anthems I'm warming to a lot more. I didn't like it initially, I must admit, but as time goes on, I do. I'm getting into it, and it was almost going to peak this, but I still keep coming back to this. There's just something about it. I'm just so chuffed that they brought out these remasters, so at least I can finally have it on vinyl. But no, it's just it's majestic. There's something about the keyboard sound on it. It's just wonderful. There's not a bad song in it as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, sorry if I stole your thunder, Jeff.
Yeah, that's my favorite Emperor filler.
Yeah, had to be that one. So yeah, that's mine.
Definitely a work of art, man, and one of my last two.
Hell yeah.
Does anybody have the reissue that came out? I guess it was. I'm assuming it was on Seasons. Is that who owns them? Or my
Candlelight?
Candlelight, yeah.
Who is it?
Candlelight.
Oh, Candlelight. Yeah, Candlelight. Candlelight.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's there.
I don't know why I said Seasons. Candlelight did a reissue digibook. Did you guys? Anybody have that or see that?
No.
I own it. I didn't pull it out, but it's actually got a kind of a slightly different. It's got a remastered version. I think it was 2014. It's got a remastered version of the album, and then it's got a kind of a different version, a different sort of a mix on the album. It sounds very different. Anybody aware of that? No.
No. I just got this one, which has got the single with it. But
yeah, because I'm looking. Wait, is that the one, Johnny? Let me see. Hold on. Hold that up a minute.
That's the tracks. It's got like a 7-inch single on it. Just a.
No, that's not it. No, the one
No.
that I got is it's a digibook with a big thick booklet in the middle and 2 different versions of it. And I haven't seen it.
It's just a normal
I haven't
booklet.
seen it around very much, and it's kind of weird because I don't really know what became of that, man. I just happened upon it on Amazon one day. I'm wondering if it's a bootleg because I don't even see it on Wikipedia. And if it's not on Wikipedia, it's not real.
That sounds cool, though.
What if it's on?
Yeah, it's really cool. I wish I'd have pulled it out.
Talking of your battery, that's the they released a nice picture disc of the under the sign of the Black Mark, which is quite
cool,
sweet.
Cool. That's real nice.
Which was going to be one of my honorable mentions, but I thought I'll get it in now, and then I can get another 5. So
you cheater!
Hell yeah!
You cheater! You Rick! Instead of calling you a Judas, I'll call you a Rick. You're a Rick. All right, man. Yeah, I guess I kind of just shot my wad there, man, because my side is my 8th, my 9th, anyways, so I don't really have to show it. But fucking awesome, amazing, mind-blowing album. I like it a little better than Welkin simply because, as Jimmy noted on Welkin, and so did Devin, that I'm jumping everybody just for a sec because then we can skip around to Tyler. Welkin is a little bit more dense, man. There's quite a bit more going on in that album. Took me a long time to warm up to that. I like it almost equally, but Nightside's just so. I mean, the music is evocative of the painting on the cover. That Necrolord cover. You just feel like that's what you're immersed in when you're listening to it. So, it's just what do you got there, Devin? Yeah, we just saw it with Johnny. Yeah, cool as fuck. Killer album. All right. So, sorry for jumping everybody there. There we go. Logan? Look at you.
Oh, wait. No, I was just looking at an album. That was nothing.
That's not yours? It's your turn.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. That's not an honorable mention or anything.
Oh, okay.
Another rec move.
We're all trying to cheat, right? Isn't that what we're doing?
Sneaky, Rick.
So number 7 for me, I'm still going for the most ambitious albums, and honestly, that's the thing black metal does so well. It tries to do more than everything else, and make just more ambitious and over the top albums to me. Like the only triple LP albums I have are black metal, and this is one of them. This is Triangle by Shamash.
Yeah,
that's a challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing.
I've always said Shamash.
Shamash. Where are they from? I'm trying to remember right now.
Switzerland,
to look it up. I think Switzerland sounds right. So this is their 3rd album, and as you can tell, Triangle, and they intentionally divide out their sound onto 3 different LPs. So they got in this, crazy elaborate gatefold with these.
Wow.
People, yeah, quite the presentation. But they divide out their sound into more of like a Black and Death on like the first LP, like similar to more modern like Behemoth, and a little bit more like progressive, like post punk kind of influence, which is really like more ritualistic and probably actually a lot more Hellenic black metal in sound on the 2nd LP. And the 3rd is just like more world music and ambient and world building, in very, very climactic, and I don't know, it really encompasses a lot of different moods on just one album. And each LP is 33 minutes, 33 seconds, and then all adds up to being 100 minutes in total. Don't know why they wanted to do that, but to me, this is a big album to kind of undergo. And one, initially, when I got into it, I was still in college, so I was able to kind of give it my full attention. But it's hard to listen to a 100-minute long album these days for me. So being on a desert island with nothing to do, I'm going to have plenty of time to dive back into this one. So
nice.
Excited about that, yeah. I think my favorite of the three is probably the second one, which is Meta Flesh, where it kind of is the perfect balance of the sound, and it definitely some like spine tingling, like goose flesh kind of moments on that one. But Squamash with the triangle.
I need to go back to that one. See when it came out.
Yeah,
I listened to it once and
it's
then put it
good.
on the shelf.
I love a lot of their discography, honestly. Like I don't think you can go wrong with most of their stuff.
They're a band that I've always looked at as being like a very like highbrow black metal band.
Oh, yes. Where's my wine glass? But yeah,
No more mead horn
Peter
for
has
you.
it.
You're going to. You went to a glass. You got rid of the mead horn.
It's empty.
Oh, whoa.
Double fisting. There you go.
That's for the whiskey.
All right.
Mm.
Let's see where are we at here.
I didn't know
We're
we
at-
moved on to whiskey.
Oh shit! Have you really? God damn, dude! I'd be already flattened at this point. All right, man. What's up, Jake? What you got?
Oh, look at
That
that.
is
I switched to
Nice.
Uzi.
impressive.
Hey, are you wearing your Morbid Angel socks though?
No. They don't fit, Jeff. Remember?
Oh, that's right. They were like for tiny
Those are
feet.
toddler
That's right.
socks.
Yeah. Russia is a country I don't think we visited yet. I chose Elderwind,
Ooh,
Older the
nice.
Night. This is a beautiful, beautiful, yet still has a ton of aggression and intensity, atmospheric black metal. A lot of the beauty comes from, if you guys are familiar with the band Luster, they're real ambient black metal, and they have those like chimey synths throughout. These guys incorporate a lot of that, like that synth sound, but then they go a lot more aggressive than somebody like Luster. But yeah, Russia is a real hotbed lately of some really good atmospheric black metal bands like Path or Skyforest, but Elderwind is at the top of the mountain. And this might not even be their best album. The Magic of Nature, the previous album, might be better, but I don't own that one. Yeah, just really feels like you're like walking through a mystical, almost like magical forest, as opposed to like the more natural sounds of like American atmospheric black metal. So yeah, Elderwind, definitely a band
Nice.
to check them out.
Yeah, I remember you talking about them a couple different times on streams. And is there stuff like really hard to get a hold of though?
Yeah, and it's really, there's a lot of, getting it from Russia is just the shipping cost alone is pretty expensive.
Well, now particularly, I would think, yeah.
Yeah. Are they even shipping
bet.
out of Russia? Because I know some
I was
stuff will
looking-
move. It's been months.
I was
Have you
looking to
realized?
grab the CD version of their first album. I think it's their first, and it was like $40, and 20 of that was shipping. So I think they're shipping because it would let me buy it on Bandcamp. I didn't pull the trigger on that though for that much.
All right, Roger,
might
what you
be-
got, man?
Oh.
Vordon Rife. We need some art on this desert island, and this is kind of a slipcase cover, so you kind
Look
of
at that.
figure it out, and
Holy
Oh, that's
shit.
cool.
you get and there's a lot of posters and stuff with this release. The music is great as well, so but you have to have something to watch as well. These guys this is kind of the new wave of Norwegian black metal bands that play very similar to the 90s style, I would say, kind of more towards Satyricon, Shadow Throne style of black metal. But yeah, killer band, and you get a lot of extra with this band. All the releases are made with this slipcase stuff. So
What's the name of the band again?
Vordon Rife.
Of
I can
course.
write it down in the chat. So
That's the
That is some
the
awesome
ex
rap.
drummer from Keep It Callison, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
I don't know what, but They have like 3 albums, and all they have no slipcases and really cool stuff.
Man, that's some crazy die cut shit. That's incredible, man.
Yeah.
Wow. They go all out in the packaging, man. I mean, someone mentioned it earlier. The new Bluthaus Nord is coming, or Bluthaus Nord is coming out, I think, in August, right, Colin? Or no, it's this month, right? Oh, fuck. That might be next week, actually, now that I think of it. And the limited edition that I think it's not that limited. It's like 500 copies or 515 or something. That comes in a die-cut jacket, too. It seems like that's kind of a black metal aesthetic thing, doing the whole packaging thing.
These guys are on Territory Possessions, and they do a lot of killer, stuff with the releases. It's not just plain stuff. So, yeah, killer label.
Cool. Kelvin. Why did I call you Kelvin?
Well, this won't win any awards for album artwork, so you get all the prize there, Roger. But I don't have a symphonic black metal on my list yet. So this is one that I don't think gets enough love. This is Nagzul from Australia.
Yeah.
Entitled Iconoclast. So a bunch of different members from the Order of the Dark Serpent, I believe, is the name, or Black Serpent, the name of the group from Australia. So a collaboration of a bunch of different musicians. But this comes around in 2009. Their first release, I want to say, was in 1995. So there have been a lot of years that sort of separate in between full lengths. But originally released on Eisenwald, this is a Moribund press here in America. What I'd say is there are a handful of records that sort of start strong, and by the end they pick up pace. This is one of those records where you initially jump into a symphonic black metal listen hoping that it's not too cheesy. At least that's sort of my initial impression. The first few tracks are great, and by the end of this record, it just opens up to a little bit more. There's like a greater kind of emotional like template that expands. Part of the back end of this record is a bit more melancholic. I'm not just sort of driving aggressive symphonic black metal, but man, I really this band has not put out a lot of stuff. Iconoclast deserves more praise and attention. So if you're someone who's recently got into symphonic black metal and you're looking for sort of some gems that came around during the 2000s, please search out this record for sure.
Yeah, that's one I need to check out. I remember it being talked about a lot. That's pretty cool.
Excellent album.
All right, Peter.
Okay, back to Sweden for my second Swedish pick. And this came out in October 1995. And it's the debut album by this band, who are now broken up. And it's my first pick and only pick on Napalm Records. And that is a band called Nastrond Total Slot. I don't know if you can see that. So this band, I would say, to describe it, this is eerie. This is creepy. I must have been in a really occult, ritualistic, dark mood all week. Thanks, Jeff. And yeah,
Thanks.
this one.
All my fault.
This album just stinks of death, and they have songs about death. They have songs about graveyards, decay, necroticism. The songs about like Aztec rituals of death. They even have a weird synthy sort of sitar strumming song near the end called Ja Mahakali. So I think it's to do with some kind of Far East or Indian type, maybe Hindu or Buddhist sort of ritual as well. The final track's actually just some guy chanting with some woman speaking in German over it. But the actual black metal is really, I'd say the production's quite thin. There's not much bass, so it comes across as raw, but the guitars are relatively clean. It's riffy, but not like Arcanum riffy. And like I showed before, I think it might be a challenge maybe if you're just new to the band and the first time you maybe listen to it, but give it a while. I think it's probably one of the most overlooked bands in Sweden. And if you ever get it, go online and look at their promo photos from around like 95 when this came out. The guys look like a right state with blood covered all over them, doing some kind of ritual stuff with like everything's like skulls and stuff on bones and candles and stuff.
Where
like
are they
that. So
from?
it's really,
Sweden,
really
you said?
eerie.
So
Sweden,
Sweden?
yeah. So yeah, they call it Nastron. I put it in the chat, but they did a follow-up the next year, 96, which was decent, and then they did another album like in 2008 or something, but they called it a day and moved on to different projects. But they were in, I think back then the two members were in, what do you call it? The Order of the Black Dragon, some kind of cult sort of group in Sweden.
Yeah,
So
I've
like
heard of
these
that
guys
before.
are really serious, really into their stuff. So like I said, really creepy, eerie kind of production and atmosphere. Just what you need on a desert island. Okay.
Yeah, just what you need. I'm just going to put this out there now that if several of us wake up dead, or well, I guess we wouldn't wake up, but if we are dead, Peter's probably behind it after listening to that album. Just saying, you know, it could happen. You never know.
Unless a boat comes along, we're going to die in this island. So yeah, get used to the stink of death.
Knowing our luck, we'll be castigated to an island that has an active volcano like Krakatoa or something like that, and it'll
just blow up.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so I did Nightside. So I'm. But I did want to note that Simon put it in here, and I actually looked it up on Discogs. Wait, that's not it. Where's that? There it is. So there is a completely different mix of the album on side 2. I don't think it was ever released anywhere else, and it is, to my memory, it's considerably different. It's just I don't remember exactly what the deal was, but if anybody really, really loves this album, it's worth seeking that 2-disc set from 2014 out on Candlelight. And I just looked on Discogs, you can find it for about $18-20. So it might be, if you really love this album, you want to kind of hear a different take on it from 93, that might be something to check out. And it's also got those, I can't pronounce that, Ackerhaugen, whatever, tapes from 93. That's the, isn't that the stuff that's online on YouTube of them actually jamming like in a Rogers? Am I thinking of right on that?
Ackerhaugen, that was the studio.
Oh, that was the studio.
Yeah.
So they're demos then, probably. Okay.
Yeah.
And anyone ever see that? Those early videos on YouTube of I think Isan's like 15 or 16, and they're playing in some. It looks like a rec hall or something like that. They're just savagely slaughtering, and it's like you're like, how the hell is that kid playing like that at 15? Doesn't make any sense,
I think I have some of that footage on a VHS tape in my garage.
Yeah. All right, Tyler, you are up for number 9. Number 9.
All right, number 9. This is going to be a pick that I think Jimmy's not going to be very surprised by, but I'm going back to the UK. This album,
I already know what it is.
Yep. It's one of my all-time favorite, like, pagan themed, whatever you want to call it, albums. I would argue that the pacing on it is not really traditional black metal. It's more of a doomy pace overall, but it'd be Ildra Ethelund. And this album is just
nice one.
So all the lyrics, everything is sung in the Old English language. Everything is based on the Anglo-Saxon times of England and UK. Based on some of the epics that were written then, and I don't know. It's an anonymous band. People don't seem to know who is behind the project. The owner at Haydn's Heart has teased that they were working on new material, but this was like 4 years ago. He was telling me this, so who knows? Jimmy and I, we have discussed with our other hiking metal buddies that the guy behind that band's got to be in some other established bands, because the musicianship and the composition is just, it's too high quality to not to be just some random dude, if that makes sense. It does get into a lot of real folky territory, but not your traditional like Scandinavian folk type stuff. It's just UK folk. I mean, it's, I don't know. This is one of those albums that it gets my blood pumping. Every time I listen to it, I just get amped up and I'm ready to go just march off into battle or to go conquer a mountain or whatever. It's just, I don't know. I get a big adrenaline surge from it. It's just absolutely fantastic album. But like I said, everything.
What's the name of it again, Tyler?
So the band, I'll put it in the chat, but the band is called Ildra, and the album name is Ethland.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, this is the original press that came out on Sun and Rune Records like back in 2011. But Haydn Heart out of I forget where he's at. He's not in Germany. It's I forget where he's at. But anyway, they did a reissue of it like, I don't know, 3-4 years ago. And then they also have a 2-disc demo collection that's worth picking up as well. But yeah, I'll put this in the chat. But like I said, if you're into like just pagan metal of any kind, like, it is a must-have, in my opinion.
Kellen is trying to get our panel, get the chat to call us names. I had Order of the Corkscubers. I don't know. I just something off the top of my head. But all right, we are moving on to Devin for number 9. Number 9.
You're probably waiting for this one.
There it is.
There we go. Took me long enough, but yeah. Favorite song in here, probably The Golden Walls of Heaven or Pesto Death. But yeah, this whole record's phenomenal, obviously. I kind of wish Cortland made another album that sounds like this, because it's like the perfect mix of like where he was going after this, thrash and black metal. So if he did another album in the style, that would have been awesome. But I liked most of the stuff he did after this. But yeah, definitely my favorite by him, obviously. So yeah. Killer record.
Killer artwork too.
Probably my favorite artwork though.
Yeah.
At least in Battery. Yeah. Phenomenal.
Very good. Very good. Jimmy?
Yeah, I'd also
heading towards the end, guys.
Also echo that Ildra record that Tyler showed. Amazing record. Easily could have jumped on my list here. If you haven't checked that out, yeah, it's one of those unheralded classics. But my next pick, this one is probably the only one on my list that may be a little controversial. I'm not really sure. I mean, based off what I know about this guy, I'm going to go from Finland back to Norway. And yeah, I mean, based off of, what he did, I'm kind of chalking it up to bad mistake, poor taste kind of thing. But I can't deny that Take is a band that I really love from Norway. And I feel like this guy took the Norwegian sound, kind of took Dark Throne and made it more musical, made it more catchy, made it more exciting, I guess, that sound. He still retains that classic second wave Norwegian sound in the music, but just makes it more just easily digestible and listenable, and just great riffs, awesome riffs. And you can really pick any of the first 3 records by this band, but Over Björgvin is probably my favorite out of the whole thing. Yeah, he, I don't know. I mean, I don't really know what he's singing about. I can't really speak to his message or anything like that. I just kind of look at it as sort of just pure misanthropy, like maybe you would look at Marduk or Mayhem or things like that, where it's just more like, I guess I just listen to the music and I feel like the Norwegian spirit in it. And but fantastic riffs, just amazing songwriter too, and just not without a bit of comedy I mean, if you're going to tell me that he's, you know, a shitbag, he may be. But at the same time, like, you know, if you listen to this record, he uses a freaking mouth harp, or, you know, he uses a banjo in one of his records. And there's just like a bit of comedic edge to like what he's doing that I just kind of feel like I can't really take it seriously. It's more just taking it for what it is, and results in a fantastic Norwegian black metal band that, again, retains that spirits and you know, kind of, you know, elevating that sound to where it's like just fun to listen to, you know. So yeah, talking.
I think Jake nailed it. Jake's got it. Jake's got it.
Yeah.
That talk album is, you know, Björgvin was the old name of Bergen. So it's kind of, all the lyrics are very like dreadful, you know, it's about the weather and shitty psychological things and hatred towards God and stuff like that. It's just, yeah, it's a very kind of frustrating album in the text or the lyrics.
Yeah, it's like if you look at the lyric sheet, it's can't really make any sense of it. I mean, other than it's kind of cool to hear. At least you kind of have an idea of what he, because I'd never had any idea what he was saying.
Yeah, it's kind of revolt. It's kind of about Bergen, you know, the feeling of Bergen. Sometimes it's a lot of rain there, and you know, it's kind of cold and miserable, and it kind of reflects the lyrics. So
that's cool. That's good to know.
Yeah, I'm just putting this out there, guys. Anybody shows up in a banana hammock on this island, I'm gonna have to kill you. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna have to kill you. It's just, I'm too old to be in a banana hammock at my age now. So, all right. Where are we moving to here? We are on to Johnny Mac.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I'm better stay in Norway, I suppose. I was tempted to. I've got to go Immortal. I was tempted to go this because it is a classic. But I like Battles in the North. This is the Osmos press with the original cover, not with the two of them squatting in the snow looking like they're having a shit. I love this album. It's cold, it's nasty, it's horrible, it's blasty. It's what I loved about black metal back in the day, and I still like to return to it now and again. But yeah, and it's better because it's got this cover, because I just hate the other cover.
It's funny. I hate that cover.
Yeah, oh, I love it. Just looks like a fucking load of snow. You can just about see them. It's almost like it just brings there. For me, it's the comedy part of them, because they obviously, especially the later stuff, they do like to take the piss out of themselves. And yeah, no, I like the fact that they're just hiding in a snowstorm. But I said the other one, it looks like they're just squatting to take a shit, so I can't be arsed with that one, but I do like this one. Yeah, so there you go. That's Battles in the North. Immortal is my next one.
Okay. Yeah, I just wish I could get into that album. I just can't. I don't know what it is. Too much.
It's the first one I heard by them.
Oh,
me, it's the first one. Yeah, it's the first one I heard by them, so I think that's probably why I've got such an affinity to it. So.
Yeah. I always go by this thing, too much blast beats makes Jeff a dull boy. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I like them, but I like them in sparingly.
But you got to keep in mind, though, when that came out, there was a bunch of bands that were in kind of an arms race for, putting out the fastest, most brutal shit.
Yeah.
I mean, around the time that came out, Marduk's Panzer Division Marduk came out. Kind of threw down the gauntlet, and yeah, Dark Funeral doing the same thing. So yeah.
We got to try to get Roger out of here. The sun's coming up in an hour, so we got to try to work on getting him out of here. Sorry, Roger. Sorry, man. All right, go ahead, Logan.
I'll talk fast.
No, not you. I'm just saying in general. I want to try to let the poor man go to sleep before it gets light out.
It's too late to go to sleep now. So.
Oh, is it? Staying up all day?
Yeah.
I'll talk slow then.
But just talk slow.
Sorry, Roger. No, I'm cheating again with another triple LP, and this one is actually a collaborative. So I'm double cheating because I'm these are two bands coming together to make this album right here. It's like close to 2 hours worth of music. I think like an hour and 40 minutes. This is the collaboration between Mayor Kagim and Spectral Lore, Wanderer's Astrology of Nine. So Mayor Kagim, that's I think California band. They're U.S. It's just, I mean, these are both just one dude band, one guy projects. And then Spectral Lore, I believe, is from Greece. And this came out like 2018 or 2019. Oh, but yeah, this is one of the most ambitious albums I have in my collection. It's one where they try to divvy up the 9 planets in our solar system. It's impressive to say the least. I love this artwork, man. Look at this fucking thing.
Yeah,
it's awesome. Triple gatefold is once again killer.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's good.
I mean, this is probably one of my favorite packages, period. Gotta show off the record, one of the few I'll show.
Nice.
I think that goes perfect with it. But I love how for each of these tracks, they try to encapsulate a different planet. So they trade off, for example, like Mayor Kagidam does Mars, Spectral Lore does a song about Mercury, and then it goes back to Mayor Kagidam for Venus, and then they trade back and forth up until the final one, which is, of course, they're talking about Pluto, and it's 2 different tracks where they're both joined in on. And one is like more of like an ambient, like kind of more drone kind of song. But the final track, part 2, the Astral Bridge, is just epic. Probably best song on the album. Got a killer riff. Other highlights, definitely love Americanum's Venus, the Priestess. They have a different title for each of these planets. Like, of course, Mars is the warrior, and that one's a bit more aggressive, a bit more like toxic sounding, like the atmosphere that it builds. Neptune is a bit more laid back. That's another. My favorite of these 2 bands is Americanum, and I can't help but I think lean towards that direction when picking out songs that I enjoy from this album. And I think, as Jimmy said in the comments, Luminiferous Aether is my favorite of their albums. That's not on, not a collaboration with another amazing black metal band. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have plenty of time to listen to this.
You're big into them too, right, Jake? You dig them a lot?
Yeah, that's a great album. Love the Pluto tracks.
Yeah, dude.
You're up, dude.
In the 2. All right. So my pick was going to be Bloodfire Death, but since that was shown twice, I figure I get to show both of the alternates I pulled for that one. Morbid Tales and The Return. Not a lot to say about these. Just classics. Couldn't, Dethroned Emperor makes this album worth bringing. But yeah.
I saw you snuck 2 in there, man.
What?
I see what you did there. You snuck 2 in there. I saw that.
Well, they took my album twice, so I get to.
All right, Roger, you're up, man. The good news is, without having Rick here, we didn't have like 42 additional albums coming in. So.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah, that's that honorable mention section of this might go on for 4.5 hours. Sorry, Kellen and Jimmy.
I got about 50, so that's okay. Well, going back to Greece and my favorite Greek band, Marathon.
Yeah,
Patriarchs of Evil, just a killer band, and was lucky enough to see them live, and they played like one song from each album, even the demo. So it was awesome. But yeah,
Cool.
really quality black metal.
I gotta
think,
check them out. That's there.
Yeah.
Which year is that one?
17, I think. Yeah.
What year? 17.
Yes,
Okay.
17.
Yeah, I gotta check them out. That's one that I keep hearing coming up, and I'm like, you know how it is, man. Too many albums, not enough hours. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Somebody was gonna say something. I'm sorry.
No, just go ahead.
Okay. All right.
There's the debut. That's my favorite. There you go. Another mention.
By the time I move the cursor, it's already up and gone. Okay. All right, Kellen. Number 9.
All right, getting some necessary ones out of the way because this has been talked about in the chat and casually, but no one's ever brought it up yet. So I have to talk about Necromantia.
Yeah. Great album.
I mean, it's just like they're throwing the like kitchen sink. I feel it sometimes. There's movie samples. There's classical samples. There's saxophone. There's like it's just all over the place.
Bonkers.
It never escapes the feeling of being like an incredibly occult release. And it's my favorite Greek black metal record, and I think it's out of the entire sort of region, the one that I think also walks the line of like being potentially the most ambitious musically. So, classic record, had to mention it here.
That's the two bass player band, right?
Yeah.
6
What's the
string
one
and
with the vampire? What's the vampire one?
It's the one that precedes at the first release.
Yeah, I love that one too. It's just so weird, man. They're so weird and cool. Good pick. Surprised it took that long for someone to go there.
That's in my honorable mentions.
Oh, is it? Okay. All right, Peter.
It probably would have been my favorite Greek one too, but I just want to go with Rotten Christ because they set the scene. But okay, this was the last one to make it into my top 10, which was this afternoon actually, and it kicked out Abigor, knocked him in. This is the most recent album I have, and it's from 1996. And we're going to Lithuania. So all my picks kind of have black metal mixed with some other kind of other subgenre, and this is probably the one that's mixed most with the pagan. And it's Poculus, self-titled. Came out in Hammerheart Records, which is a South Korean label that only ran for a short period, but really some quality albums. So it was mentioned earlier how we had some albums that had different instruments on it. This here has a traditional Lithuanian instrument called a kankle, which is kind of like the Finnish kantele. It's almost like a lute. It's a plucked stringed instrument that you hear every so often in a few of the songs. The black metal is actually quite good on it, so it is. There's synths through it, and they're not overbearing, but they have, I don't know if you know, it's almost like this kind of, it is bombastic, but it, like I said, it's not overbearing on the black metal, and it does have that kind of, it's hard to describe with pagan metal. You feel like it's almost like these proud sort of the rhythms and that goes through the music. Yeah, this band, unfortunately, this is their only album they ever released. Some of the guys went on to form Hal Leila, if you know that band. Another band called Sopoan Fitets. Probably a bit more underground than this actual band. But yeah, I thought Poculus, they made a last minute entry into my top 10, so I thought it'd have some called the pagan metal.
Man, Peter, I don't think I've heard of any of the albums.
Yeah, I've heard of like one.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me much, but same with Roger too. All right, I am going to go with Jimmy's going to show my pick, and this band and this album in particular are exceptionally important to my entree into black metal, and that is 2001, two. Jimmy,
One.
you're
Right?
muted. One. I think it was one.
Yeah, 2001, I think.
Yeah. This album, without question, was the album that sort of made me go, yeah, all right, there's something here that I gotta, and again, as I said at the beginning of the stream, I was aware of bands like Deicide and Mayhem and all those bands in the 90s. Not so much the 80s, man. I was still in my hair metal days and my prog metal stuff, which I still like both genres to some degree. But, prog metal still a lot. But I was still kind of stuck in the hair metal thing, and I just could not get hip with the vocals until about 2000, 2001 when I first started Opeth and kind of then my whole life kind of fell apart. But this album, it's not strangely enough, it's probably not my favorite album by them, but it's the most consistent one that I would go to the most and means the most to me. I really do like Ashes Against the Grain, but The Mantle, just, it's all of the elements of black metal that I like, from the vocals to long acoustic intros and long, kind of developing atmospheric sort of musical passages, and great guitar work and lots of melodic sections and some, melodic choruses with clean vocals, the mixture of the two. And yeah, so Agalloch, The Mantle, I know there are two dudes on here that love, Agalloch as much as I do, and probably Tyler too, I would think. And I just, it's just so pivotal, because without that album, I'm not sure I would have kept diving down the foxhole of other black metal without it. So, all right. And I think, are we at the end for number 10?
Yep. This is my last pick. So, yeah.
All right.
All right. So, I too are finally going to tread to the lands of Quebec. 2016 release. Absolutely savage album.
Yeah.
Fortress, Thames Portal of Rebellion.
Great pick.
Nice.
What is there to say about this that not obvious? I mean, it's extremely melodic, extremely triumphant. It's got the best drumming that I've heard on any of their albums. And unfortunately, that drummer is no longer part of the band. So who knows what will happen in the future. But I was familiar with the earlier stuff, like the more kind of mid-pace, like heavier folky type stuff. And then this album came out and it literally knocked me on my ass. Like, it was just so beautifully melodic and savage at the same exact time. And it chef's kiss. It's just a perfect album. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what else there is to say about it.
No, I think that one, there's a little bit of kind of sketch there, if I'm correct. Am I wrong?
No, it's based on it. Like, I can't remember what the actual event was, but it was an uprising that happened like in the 1800s.
No, but I think one of the guys is kind of a little bit sort of. Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure I read it.
They just want the part of Canada to be separated from the rest of the nation.
Yeah,
I mean, they're nationalists, but not that kind of
nationalist. It's not
okay. All right.
Sketchy.
Because I couldn't remember if it was him or the Cathedralist, but I guess it was For the Rest that I was thinking of. Yeah, but that's a killer album, man. It's they don't sound like too many other bands. They kind of have their own vibe. They're Montreal, right? Or Quebec or. Quebec, yeah.
Yeah, Quebec.
Yeah. Sepulchral needs to do a better job of reissuing that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to get, isn't it?
Yeah, they haven't done anything since they released it.
No,
there's other albums they've reissued.
They've only reissued the first one, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, what label's that on?
Sepulchral.
At least on vinyl, they've only reissued the first album.
Yeah, that's a good pick, man. I didn't even think about that one. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh damn, it's just such a killer fucking album, man.
Have you heard Have you heard the drummer's new band?
No, I haven't.
That
Yeah,
said,
we-
that
All right, you're up. You're up, dude.
This? The
Oh
solo?
yeah. I have that. That's really good.
Yeah, I have that.
It unironically sounds like older Fortress.
Yeah.
Really more heavy on the synth.
All right, you're up. You're up, Devin.
Ending
I
with
like
an obvious.
Colorado.
Ending with an obvious one.
Another Dark
Oh,
Throne.
yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely maybe my favorite's either this or Ponce of Frost, but I tend to go to this one more often. But I know everyone loves Side A. Honestly, my favorite Dark Throne song is the first song on Side B, where Cold Winds Blows. This is probably Nocturnal Cold's best vocal performance on any record. He sounds super visceral and just on this record. Yeah. Definitely them worshiping at the altar of Celtic Frost, but oh well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. So, yeah. Awesome record, 1992. Yeah, 92.
So yeah, that was one of my honorable men. Well, actually, that was originally in my list, and I replaced it with Thorns, but it's definitely an honorable mention. It's probably, it's my favorite black metal Dark Throne. Obviously, the first album is probably my favorite Dark Throne album. But all right, Jimmy.
Yeah, Echo on that Fortress record. That's amazing album. Almost made my list, but just going back to Finland for my last one here, and this was a really cool project that's released, I think, 4 records, and that was it. They just kind of disappeared. I think most of my picks tonight had sort of a similar theme in terms of like wanting to be taken places and escapism and things like that. But I'd be hard pressed to not choose Cosmic Church's Ulysses.
Oh yeah,
my last pick, and definitely one. If Dialogue with the Stars, I felt like it was made on another planet. I feel like this record was made in some other realm, in some other dimension. It just evokes that atmosphere, and one of the finest. I want to end here in Finland too, because I feel like the Finnish black metal is some of the finest black metal. Much stuff that I didn't even get to show here. Where they just have a lot of different variation in terms of how they express their black metal in Finland. But Cosmic Church. This is the last release. It came out, I think it was 4 years ago, 2017 or 18, something like that. And then that was it. The guy just disappeared. And one-man project, I think. Don't really know too much about the band itself or the artist himself. I know he's done a few other obscure black metal records. Even this one kind of, you could argue, is obscure. But in terms of atmospheric black metal, which is my favorite sort of, I kind of hate that term. I've grown to hate that term because it encompasses so much of black metal these days. But I really think that you cannot find a finer record in the atmospheric realm. I mean, it's very synth heavy, but in the way that he blends the synths with the guitars and the riffs here, it goes into other dimensions. It's just it would be something that I'd be laying on a desert island somewhere and just looking at the stars again and just being transported into another realm, and it ends on a nice note too. I mean, I'd be very happy if this was the last thing I heard in terms of the black metal releases that we've picked for tonight. But I'm very sad that he didn't continue this project. You go check out any of his other stuff is really, really great too, but I think he really, really went out with a bang on this last one.
What year was that one, Jimmy?
I think it was 2017 or 18, something like
18,
that.
yeah. That's the one you sent my way, Devin, right? That was the one that you sent my way early on when we started talking. I remember.
Yeah, amazing record, man. It's so good.
It's good.
And the vocals too. It's just they kind of occupy that space that I want them to. When it comes to black metal, they're not crazy in your face. They're completely unintelligible, but just this being in the background that's just from another world. That's just great record, man.
Jake, you know that one, right? You had that, I'm sure, right?
I actually don't have that one. I've been meaning to
Dude.
pick up some of their stuff for a while.
Dude, that's totally in your wheelhouse.
Definitely
entirely.
on my radar.
Yeah. All right, Johnny. Bring it.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm gonna have to. I'm with Devon at Dark Throne's gonna have to be my last choice now. I must admit, album-wise, I was very tempted to go for Blazing the Northern Sky. I must admit, this is the white version, limited edition, 30th anniversary, and this is my OG press, which cost me quite a few pounds, which is awesome. But if I'm totally honest, my favourite Dark Throne's always been Transylvanian Hunger, which is probably why I've got it on CD as well. And tape.
You guys are sick as fuck, I'm telling you.
So, yeah, well, I bought the. I bought this.
I need every medium of every one of the
Yeah.
releases.
That's
Jeez.
nothing. I've got it
Oh,
on
you got the box
Tubi.
set.
This is the cassette box set, which
Yeah.
Peaceful just brought out recently with loads of posters and fucking pictures of Fenris looking
Wait,
like a
that's
knobhead.
Peaceful and not Dark Realms or whatever it's called?
No, it's Peaceful brought this out.
Oh, wow.
It's only recently. Yeah, Peaceful.
But
But as I said, it's got Blazing the Northern Sky, Under Fuel of the Moon, Transylvanian Hunger, Panzerfaust, and the Winds of 666 Black Hearts, the 2 demos as well. So it's quite cool. So it's got all the tapes, 5 tapes, and then there's certificates and booklets and pictures and just look at that quality.
Holy shit!
No, you can't be. You can't tell me that these guys are not having a good time. But there's there's
I'm
posters.
sure Nocturno's drunk as hell right there.
I think you're probably right. But yeah, there's a nice booklet with loads of pictures and
nice
stuff. It's a nice little set. I was quite pleased to pick it up. But yeah, Transylvanian Hunger. I don't know. It's just something about the album. I think that's one of the most iconic album covers. I think.
Yeah.
For me, anyway. This is a weird purple vinyl version, but I was just happy to have a copy on vinyl because I didn't have one. But no, this is such a good album. No, there's not a bad track on it. And obviously it's a true Norwegian black metal, so what more can you say?
There you go.
Yeah, you've got to end up in Norway for me. So that's my final pick.
Nice.
Apart from the 250 honorable mentions, obviously.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're almost there. Hang on. You are right, though. That may be one of the most iconic black metal related images, because I remember seeing people wearing those shirts back in the early 2000s, late 90s, and going, what the fuck is that? And just thinking, oh man, those dudes have to worship Satan. There's something wrong with it. That was a mindset before I knew, but just looking at that image, I'm like, those people are fucked up in the head. I can just tell, So
I think it's the same with it being Transylvanian and the fact he's got a bloody candelabra, the thing.
Candelabra,
and all the upside down crosses and that. It was very sort of horror based vampire schlocky sort of, and I say obviously with the corpse paint and that sort of thing. I think that's what drew me in.
And think of all the bands that ripped off that image.
Exactly, yeah. And the black and white covers and that. Definitely.
That's right, Brian. That may be where I saw it. Phil Anselmo wearing that shirt. I bet.
Yes.
Transylvanian Hunger. Yeah. Okay. Logan.
Well, first, cheers for hosting this. It's been great. Cheers to all the Dark Throne love too. Finally, towards the end, and glad Blazing the Northern Sky got mentioned. Pick number 10.
Oh, hang on one sec, just real quick. Johnny, everybody's YouTube channel is linked in the description. I don't know. I go through these extravagant write-ups on my YouTube videos, and probably nobody ever reads them, but everybody's information is in the description. Okay? Sorry, Logan.
Cool.
Very good. Go subscribe.
Roast.
Everyone.
We're black
Well-
metal fans, Jeff. We don't read. What are you talking about?
Reading is not cult. But final pick. One man
Final
black
pick.
metal band from France. One of the most prolific bands. I don't know how he does it. I would be showing off his newest album from this year if I could. But this is Isaac Trillium with, I believe, his 2019 album, Eternity of Shawg? I don't know, but that's Shawg right there. And he's trapped somewhere, I think, on Mars or something like that. He's the vampire on Mars. And he's not happy to be there. But there's the band logo. And yeah, this is one of those fun DVD CDs.
The A5, yeah.
The A5, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
On Ivoid Hanger, which they do a great job.
Yeah, they do crazy shit.
they're awesome. It's a little more expensive to get. That's why I haven't bought his new album, which is I'm gonna look it up real quick. But this one right here is, I don't know, there's so much going on. It's very symphonic, but not in like a orchestral kind of way, and almost more like a grassroots. I don't know. It's very hard to describe. I definitely recommend just listening to this band. They are extremely unique. The new album, Astral Constellations of the Magical Zodiac, is over 2 hours in length, and that's a lot to get through. This one is not quite that bad. It's just, I think, just under an hour, but it ranges from being very straightforward and riff heavy to a bit more dynamic, and not like, when I say symphonic, I think people will automatically jump to like Demon Borgia or Cradle of Filth, but it's not like that. It's very different. Feels a lot more down to earth and darker sounding. Not as like clean. The production is not as clean for this. So definitely recommend Isaac Trillium and keep an eye. This is an impressive concept album about, as I said, this poor vampire dude who's trapped in eternity on Mars or something like that. But great modern black metal.
Jake, didn't you and I have a discussion about that band?
Yeah.
That's the weird clown thing.
That's the one
Yeah.
after. That's the serpent one, right?
They does anyone else agree with me? There's a little bit of Penzies Nocturne in there. The circus,
which
like,
one is that?
bizarreness.
There's a lot of stuff going on. So
Yeah,
It's
almost
hard to
like
describe.
it's almost like overwhelming at times. It's coming at
but
you.
this album has also Death Doom parts as well, so it's kind of it's very
I don't think I knew that guy's French.
diverse.
He's French.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I don't think I knew that. That's wild. Okay. All right. Good pick, Jake. That came out of left field. Unless Jake, or not Jake, I'm sorry, Logan. Unless Jake was going
That's
to
okay.
pull one of those last. Sorry. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, last pick. 3 contenders I had a real hard time picking. I'm surprised 2 of these bands haven't been mentioned yet. Wolves in the Throne Room.
That's coming.
Diadem of the 12 Stars. This is right there. I don't know if it's my pick or not.
That's my pick.
Kentucky by Panopticon.
It's being sneaky.
Such a good album. I live close to the Kennecott copper mine, which is like a mine that you can see from space. And all the time for work, I'm driving and I'm right in the distance. You can see it, and it's what it looks like now is it looks like a mountain turned inside out. And just driving, looking in that, and listening to the song "Killing the Giants as They Sleep" was just like a surreal, emotional experience, But yeah, Panopticon Kentucky, amazing album. But The third one I was debating on was Fauna and Avafauna, another Cascadian black metal band that surprisingly doesn't get a lot of praise or publicity. I'd never heard of these guys until I heard Austin Lunn mention them on a stream. He talked about their live show and how just immersive and like spiritual it is. And I can only imagine listening to the album, just the album. I can only imagine how amazing the live show is. This is like some really, it has a lot more ambience than a lot of the other Cascadian acts. It's a really amazing album. Fauna, Avifauna. Check it out if you haven't heard of it.
All right. Cool pick, man. Cool pick.
Cool.
You've often talked about that one too, I think, in streams. Roger.
Yeah, last one, going back to Norway, and my favorite band. I do have some history with this band. Did see two of these guys play death metal back in live back in '91 with Phobia. They later that year changed their name to Enslaved.
Hell yeah, man.
And Vikinger album is just one of my favorites. Yeah, know these guys a little bit, and stand-up guys, and probably saw these guys live 15 times in the 90s. Probably seen them over 20 times in total. Just love this band, and I did originally pick out the Hordanesland split with Emperor, but I could change it out with this one easily. So just a favorite band of mine, a little bit because you know the guys as well, and
I think the first time I met you was when you were on my stream with Varg. Like first time we started conversing. Yeah. Great band. Like I said, my favorite, pretty easily by a mile, my favorite black metal band. Yeah. Okay, Kellen, what you got for us to close out the top 10?
All right, so for my last one, I wanted to pick a modern release, not just in terms of date, but also sound. So I started to get into this band back in the mid 2000s when the whole like industrial thing was going on, and the first record, the first full length came out in 2005. The 2009, the EP entitled "The Serpent's Chalice" was the one that caught my mind. It had like an industrial sort of guitar tone, but the production was almost like Ruins of Beverus, Rain Upon the Impure. It was sort of like cocooned in. And it was another decade before they released a full length. So this is Drastis.
Yeah.
With Le Creux de Sang, or The Blood Cross. In terms of like a modern black metal sound, a lot of people will mention the likes of Deathspell Omega, or the now, I guess, retired Svatadali from Iceland. This is a French one-man band who has a session drummer that comes in for this project, but probably like in terms of a modern black metal sound, the intensity on this is exceptional. Just nothing but venom. This band doesn't get a lot of love just because of how little they've put out, material over the years, but can't recommend it highly enough. If there's going to be a record that I take to the island that I think encompasses sort of a modern approach to black metal, this is going to be the one I bring.
Yeah,
that's
great
not what
album.
I'm aware of.
Interesting.
All right, Peter.
Okay, my last pick is what I consider my favorite black metal album of all time, and it was exempt from all the rules I came up with, and that is Fonder. Nah, I'm just kidding. You've been rickrolled. It's actually an album that I got when I was 16. Actually, the month it came out. I'd been waiting on this album for about a year, and I went to a store in Belfast called Dr. Roberts, sold a lot of metal, and I was looking for the CD, and I couldn't get it, so I bought the Gatefold vinyl for £9. I eventually got the CD a few years later, and about 2005, I traded away the vinyl with a bunch of other vinyl for next to nothing, and it now sells for like $2,000, and that is
Holy
Mayhem.
shit.
The Mystery Dome Sadness. So it's the CD still is worth a bit of money apparently on Discogs, but yeah, you all know it. No one's mentioned Mayhem, and I know a few people don't really like this band or this album, but for me as a 16-year-old back then, it was a big deal. The whole obviously backdrop to the album, and then just listening to it. Obviously, the first time I think I spun it, I loved the music, but couldn't get my head around Attila's vocals. But over the years, they have grown on me. So, but it's always been that album that set me off really on the path of black metal and listening to all the obscure stuff. So, at least there's one there that you will know.
Is that
Yeah,
the
I mean,
original
it's-
pressing?
Yeah, this is the original Jericho press from Death Like Silence. So, but I had like I said, I had the Gatefold. I bought it for £9. They didn't have the CD, and I gave it away to a guy who ran another metal shop because he was collecting vinyl, and no one else was really collecting vinyl mid 2000s. So he took a few of my albums off me for next to nothing.
Yeah, I wish I had that version. I couldn't find mine. That was going to be originally on my
Yes.
list, but I couldn't find my copy. But it was the Century Black, the American, the first Century Black pressing of it for the U.S. release.
Yeah, there's not much to it. Like it's just
Yeah.
search. So.
All right,
But,
my
yeah, I used
last
to
one.
listen to it on
Oh,
my
sorry.
sister's record player. No, go on ahead.
Last one for me, which I did actually had out. I can't escape it because it's one of the first, again, along with like the Mantle and a few others that I've talked about, Dark Throne, Blaze of the Northern Sky. One of the first black metal albums that I picked up on, on the advice of Yahoo groups or whoever, wherever I saw this, reading Kerrang or whatever magazines I was reading back in the day back then. And this is the end pressing, so it is a repress, obviously. Black Horizon Music has the Storm of the Lights Bane unreleased alternate mix and the unreleased 94 demos and all that shit on it. But I always kind of feel kind of dirty when I pull this album out because knowing John Notvite wasn't really a great dude. He was probably a very sick dude, it seems, maybe. Who knows? I don't really know. But he had some issues, obviously. But, it's how can you not? This is just a fucking masterpiece of an album. I mean, the riffs are incredible. The production's amazing. The performances are amazing. The songs are amazing. And, they're one of the bands of the second wave of melodic black metal. And, it's fucking killer Necro Lord artwork and just, man. Yeah. I don't know who else did this one. Who else pulled this one?
That was me.
Well, and you pulled it too, right, Devin?
I put it back because I think it's like I think it's like a half melodic black metal, half melodic death.
Yeah, it's kind of. You're probably right. It's probably kind of it bridges that gap to a good degree, but it's also, for second wave, it's pretty representative, and I think it's right. It's an amazing album. Somber Lane is great too, but believe it or not, it's not my favorite of all the dissection because I'm definitely a Rain Chaos guy. So, crickets. Anyway, I don't think that album sucks like everybody thinks it does, but I also don't think it's great. So
I almost
like
pulled
Rain
Rain
Chaos.
Chaos just to spite people.
What's that?
I almost pulled Rain Chaos just to spite people. I like that album.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
like
it's
that album.
awful, but I don't think it's great either. So
It's my favorite dissection.
Wow. Hey.
Yeah, that's right. You're not kidding, right? You're serious.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, serious.
I'm
This
kind
was
of.
the first. This is the
That's-
first thing
that's
I
awesome.
heard. The first.
I'm kind of in the middle. I think it's okay. I don't think it's terrible.
People know my opinion on the record, so I'll be quiet.
We already know how you feel. We know how you feel, young whippersnapper. We get it. We get it. All right, so that's the top 10 guys, and you know what, man? We did not have a tremendous amount of overlap again. That's stunning.
I was
Kind of
surprised.
bizarre.
I
Yeah.
put away a couple, Ulver and stuff like that.
Roger and Peter were like in the background.
Yeah. We're
I was
shifting
doing-
about,
I
So.
was doing that too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Roger.
I know, we could hear you, Devin. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to rip through a list. If you have them, show them. I'm not actually going to show mine because I'm just going to read mine off quick. I'll go first.
I have them pulled out for you. You want me to show you?
Oh, you did pull them?
I have 3 left, so here's the
Well, all right, then pull them up. So I got Sacramento, which one I can't see. Oh, Blaze. Blaze has been talked about. It was my first Dark Throne
No one's
record.
mentioned this yet, though. I'm surprised.
What's
I
that?
have it. I have it
Dark
coming.
Dark Medieval Times.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That was
Hold
one
on,
that
man.
got
What the
cast aside
fuck?
'cause
Hold
Jeff
on. What the hell is going on? Someone's trying to get in the stream, but I have 10 people here. Who's trying to get in the stream? I didn't send the link to anybody else. That's weird. Less other than maybe Rick, but okay. I don't know who's trying to get in, but that's very odd.
Yeah,
Just got a
mystery guest.
message popped up. So Sacramento, Far from the Sun. Yeah, it's like Stormish. It's fucking killer, man. It's another killer album. I freaking
Oh, hey,
love it.
Jeff, real quick. Peter in the comments said that he got kicked again. It's him trying to
Say
get
what?
back in. Peter is the one trying to get back in.
Oh,
His-
okay. You know what happened?
His screen was frozen and he was booted.
Yeah, he was frozen. Okay, try again, Peter. Now it looks like he cleared. I was like, "What the fuck, man?" That weirded me out. Okay, so
No,
Sacramento, Far from the Sun. It's like I said, it's dissection worship, but it's fantastic. I love it.
Seeing them play this album live last year was fucking awesome.
All right, what else do I have? I have Wolves, Diadem of 12 Stars. Probably maybe the best Cascadian. I don't know, other than maybe Agalok. It's right up there. It's a killer album. Passage de Ver, I mentioned that, the self-released one. Also, Blut as Nord, Memoria Vetusta 2, which Jimmy showed. Fucking masterpiece. Go check out the deep dive, parts 1 and 2 on Kellen's channel. Satyricon, did you pull that one?
Yeah, he showed it.
Satyricon, Dark Medieval Times. I'm not a huge Satyricon fan, but that one right there has got something, man. There's just something cool.
The first
Totally
3.
dig it. I had 1 or 2 others, but I'm gonna let you guys go because I think you guys have a lot of other ones. So, and a lot of you guys. Oh, Dawn, the third album. What's it called?
Slaughter Son.
Slaughter Son.
Slaughter Son. Thank you. Yeah, fucking banger.
Yeah.
All right, Tyler, you're up.
All right.
Quick.
I'll go through these real quick. So I pulled these at random. These could have been backups for a lot of things, but the self-titled Borknagar.
I wanted to say that one.
First
damn
one, the OG version of Gorgoroth Under the Sign of Hell, which is probably my favorite Gorgoroth album. Not that remixed, re-recorded bullshit that came out. This one, the OG. Kind of an unheralded relic in melodic Swedish black metal. Noctes, Pandemonic Requiem. Fantastic album if you're not familiar. Then I had a Russian band in stock, Visbalok, Sorrows of the Past. It's probably one of the best Russian black metal albums I've heard. Is stellar stuff. And then finally, probably I consider this the best, probably one of the best U.S. black metal albums. And it's Fog, Through the Eyes of Night, Wing They Come.
Oh wow!
Like,
where are they from? I've heard that.
It's the guy who runs. Shoot,
I
what's
want
the
to
name
say
of
they're
it?
like Midwest Indiana.
Yeah, it's from like Indiana, but the guy runs. Was Dark Descent?
Oh, really?
No,
Dark
not
Descent,
Dark Descent.
Colorado.
Shit. Can't remember, but the main guy who runs this. He runs like a label and a distro that had a bunch of shit that came out like in the 90s and early 2000s. I'll have to look it up now.
That's it.
That's
You
it.
actually listen to me. I can't. Believe it.
I went with 5. I mean, I got piles of other stuff I could have pulled, but
I know. That's cool. All right. Well, we need all the time for Peter, anyways.
Oh, Wade came through. Dark Horizon Records was the bog guy.
I'll be quick. Samurai Blood Ritual. Olden Domain Boknagar.
Ooh, yeah.
Nice.
Judas Iscariot to Embrace the Corpse's Bleeding.
God, Judas.
Dark Fortress Tales from Eternal Dusk. Happy to say I saw the only US show. One that Kellen mentioned, the Necromantia. Sargeist Let the Devil In.
Nice.
And then the last one, Immortal.
Nice. Nicely done. Jimmy?
Wolves in the Throne Room, Celestial Lineage.
Oh, yeah.
The one that got me into the band, for sure. Could talk at length about this album, but real quick. Jake showed this, but Caladan Brood, Echoes of Battle. Amazing summoning worship, doing summoning almost better. A couple of new ones. Stengar Rigel from Slovakia. This just came out last year, but this album may as well came out in the 90s.
Great album.
And, I think this one's going to last for a long time. Can't wait to see what they do next, as well as the EP that I'm waiting on.
Yeah.
From Romania, Negura Bunget. This one, the last record, Swan Song. This album is, Austin from Panopticon turned me on to it, and it's otherworldly amazing, and speaks to the Romanian culture and the legacy of the guy that died that was in this band. Fantastic, amazing, otherworldly record. And finally, I had to pick in the Slave record. I was probably going to pick Frost, but probably my favorite is ESO.
Yep, that would have been up there.
Yeah, it's not really the most black metal record, but black metal enough for sure, man. I mean,
Fucking killer.
You can't go wrong with anything. You could pick any Enslaved and it'd be fine.
Yep,
So,
pretty much.
And then also, just real quick, Tyler talked this up. If you've not heard Ildra, seek this record out. Anybody can get into this. It's so good. Amazing record. That's really, unfortunately, unheralded and deserves a lot more praise for sure.
All right. Okay, Johnny, what you got, man?
Right, I'll whiz through as quickly as I can. Some Welsh black metal, a band called Ysbrydnos.
Great album.
This came out last year. It is a cracking album. Female vocals. She plays flute as well. Really excellent. I've got to show us. Yeah, I got the cassette and the CD and a T-shirt, but that's another thing. I actually know the guy behind it. He's trying to keep it all quiet. But I was chatting to him. My favourite Satyricon album. No one's mentioned them, so I've got to Hellhammer. I know Celtic Frost was obviously mentioned, but Hellhammer is one of the first wave for me. The Black.
Ooh, yeah. Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
Pleased to Satan. Quite like that.
Nodvite.
That's Nightbite, yeah.
Demon Sea.
Oh, good pick.
Which is I can't remember what it's called now.
That's an American band, right?
Joined in Darkness, yeah.
I just got that in the mail the other day.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Very good.
Yes.
Bit of Carpathian Forest, since no one's mentioned them, but I heard them mention in the chat. This isn't my favourite, but it's the first one I picked up, Strange Old Blue. I thought I'd whack a Marduk in there. Dark Endless.
Yeah, you're the first one to hit Marduk.
Yeah. Old Man's Child, Born of the Flickering. The rest of them are pretty crap, but I like that one.
Yes.
That's the dude. That's the dude from Demu, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I whizzed through the
Johnny, come on now. I saw that stack. Come on, man.
No, there's only a few. A quick
There's
dissection.
only a few. 50.
Show more.
Mayhem.
Yes.
Beheaded,
Yeah.
Drawn Down the
what a
Moon.
shitty album.
One for the
Great.
Odd Camphor.
Ooh,
Okay,
yeah.
That one's so good.
Yeah.
Obsidian Manifest, one of my favourites. Bit of new stuff. Holder. I
Nice.
did kind of buy into it. Like it. I can't remember how you say this fucker's name. Something like, that one. The Pale Swordsman. Is it Kareka
Oh,
Thrak
that
or
guy.
something? This is
Johnny, I always knew you were romantic at heart. I just knew
it is. That's something about the piano in it. It's fucking beautiful. ASCII.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Love the cover. And last but by no means least, the new whiteboard.
Yeah, I got to get on that. God damn it,
Yeah,
I got to
really
get on
It's
that.
really good. So, yeah, there you go. That's mine.
By the
Love
way,
Exchange
Johnny,
Failure is
here
awesome.
Sorry, go ahead. What's that?
Love Exchange Failure. The one before that. That's
Mm,
awesome.
yes,
That
yeah.
whiteboard. Yeah.
Just for future knowledge for everybody, when Johnny's on a future stream, if I can have any more, I'm not going to refer to him as Johnny anymore. I'm going to call him Rick Jr. Just saying.
Thank you. I'll take that.
All right, Logan.
Cheers to you all one more time. But Johnny
Logan's like,
so-
fuck the rest of it. Logan's
I can
like,
keep-
fuck the
I'll keep
honorable
going.
mentions. I'm just going to do shots the rest of the night.
Black Police. Banished from all
Oh,
time.
yeah.
There's no
that
raw
shit's
or like
evil.
harsh. Yeah, man. God.
That shit is fucking
Dark
evil
and
right
mean.
there.
I love the atmosphere on it. It's fucking awful.
It's awful in a weird way.
Altar of Plagues, Mammal. Jake's got a killer box set of this. I wonder if it'll pop up.
Yeah, good band.
Okay, Ireland, right?
Yeah.
This is my Panopticon album right here. The Scars of Man on the Once Nameless Wilderness. I'm weird with Panopticon. Like, I should like them more, but this is really the main one that's clicked with me. Like, I enjoy Songs to the North and Autumn Eternal, but nothing comes close to this one. Speaking of Mind Root, you got the shirt on, Jake.
Jimmy, I'm shocked Jimmy didn't say that one.
Kind of want black, man. But the previous one, Octomon's
Heart of Akamon.
Heart
Heart of Akamon. Yeah, both those are great.
Dude's a monster guitar player.
Yep. And then, I might show a couple more. Come on, Two Hunters. This is the best Wolves in the Throne Room album right here. Two Hunters. I knew no one was going to show this one, but this is my Enslaved album. Retier. This is what got me into them. Alcest. Check out the Alcest deep dive on Gas Mask and Hand Grenades. And then Wolfhammer, Obsidian Plains. This is like U.S. black metal, but you're trapped in an urban hellhole cityscape environment. And finally, this is a new pickup, Graveworm, Engraved in Black.
Damn.
Kind of like
that's a classic
Hellenic.
one, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, some
$5 on Amazon Prime. I just literally got it shipped.
I
in
paid a
like
lot more
2
than
days.
that way back in the day.
Well, this is one of those Metal Mind reissues. So sorry, that was
All right,
like
Jake.
9, but
That's all right.
Black
Nice.
Raid.
Oh yeah.
Black Raid 2.
Oh, it's killer.
Pretty much encapsulates everything I love about black metal. Pretty close. Great album.
Killer.
They're out with who are they on tour with? Wolves
They're gonna be with Wolves, yeah.
and Gaira, I think.
Yeah. and
Yes.
Another band that I'm not familiar with. Spider God.
Nice.
Trap.
Yeah,
Got the test press of it.
A little bit of flex there, just a tiny little bit of flex.
Soul Dissolution.
Oh, that is a cool one, man. I remember you playing. I checked that out.
Amazing post-black metal album. Another test press. Unrequited Disquiet. Saw these guys live. These were one of the first black metal more post. They're not even listed on Metal Archives, I don't think, but one of the first bands I got into introduced me to Folkvanger Records, which is a label I love. But yeah, I saw these guys live a few months ago. Amazing show. Going to see them live again at the end of the month. Derweg Einerfreiheit, German black metal, more on the more modern melodic, a little bit of post in there. Arcaran Thodol, I think is how you say it. Atmospheric black metal from Montana, really captures the Rocky Mountains. Like, there's not a lot of black metal that captures, like the atmospheric black metal that captures the Rocky Mountains, but this does. Amazing album.
I need to get on that.
Yeah, I think you would really like it. Zealand Ardor, live in London. Had to pick a live album for these guys because their albums have a lot of weird tracks on them, but the live album really captures all their best tracks. Azure, Moonlight Legend, great.
Yeah.
Hidden gem from the past.
Yeah, that's a great album. Yeah.
Helheim, their second album, great folky black metal. Kraft never got mentioned.
That's a good album.
They need to be mentioned.
Damn, yeah.
Their newest album had some. I don't think it's as good as this, but it's got some crazy riffs on it.
Kill a
Few
live
more
band.
bands that I just got into in the past month.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to get that reissue.
Yeah, I got to get those two first ones, man.
Carpathian Forest.
Don't know them.
Oh,
That one's my
awesome.
favorite.
And it,
I know.
They feel like they're like on the hinge of blackout drunkenness the whole time. It's wild.
Yeah, but he's
Oh,
not
that
all the
album-
time, so that's right.
They
So it's a
still like
Behared album,
manage
then?
some
Is
like
that what you're saying?
crazy.
Yeah.
No,
Oh.
not like the hair. They still manage some like insane riffs too.
It's like drunk punk
Jeff,
rock
they do,
black metal.
Yeah,
yeah.
drunk.
Jeff, they do a cover of The Cure's The Forest.
Yeah,
Do they
And
really?
it rules. And it fucking
Really?
rules.
Yeah.
I got to check that out.
Yeah.
That you brought me in. Then you did it, Peter. Thanks.
Jake?
All right,
When I
Roger,
see
you're
them
up, man.
live, they did the cover of it live too.
You start with Master's Hammer, both the first albums.
Yeah, I'm surprised no one said that.
This stuff needs to get repressed really badly.
Then we go into France, since that's not been mentioned. This is Nehema with Shadows from the Past. Really
Classic.
That's really
killer,
good. Yeah.
killer primitive. Another is Belenos from France.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Killer
Yep.
stuff.
Yeah, that one awesome.
Of course, Kamfar, Djevelmakt.
Ja,
Dødheimskar, Krone til konge.
That's so good.
Satyricon, Dark Medieval Times.
There's no press.
Primordial, Imrama.
Oh,
I gotta
man.
check Primordial out. I gotta check them out.
Moonsorrow, Tilmerskin. EP, of course. Impale Nazarene, Tulkomt, Knots. Vatain, Shadow to the Dark. Nice one to the Dark. You have to show this one.
Yeah.
Achilles, bone chilling, new black
That's
metal.
really good.
Good pick.
British one, December Moon.
Ooh, that's
Oh, wait, who was that?
Yeah, that's good.
December Moon.
December
from,
Okay, that looks cool.
has some
Sex
high
Cradle,
pitching
okay.
vocals in it as well,
Okay.
so it's pretty cool. Avenger from Czechia.
Yep.
With this kind of have a lot of I don't know what you call this big drums. We call them pauke, but I don't know the
Timpani.
timpani in the music as well as horns and stuff like that. So and Psy,
Oh,
Scorn
sorry.
Defeat.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Nice.
I got 50 more if you want to, but I can stop there.
yeah. I think we need to try it because again, we're gonna need at least 45 minutes for Peter here. So, all right, Kellen.
All right. I'm Moon Sorrow.
Yeah.
Kevin Kataja.
That's my favorite
yeah,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
Kevin Kataha, yes. That's the best one.
Yeah,
Jake already
okay.
mentioned it. Hades again shall be. Perverted Ceremony, Saba de
Ooh,
Bezo.
that's a good one.
This one goes out to Jimmy. I'm gonna struggle with this title. This is Arstidier License.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh,
Man, I'll put it in the comments. How about that? We'll make this easy. Cultes de Ghouls, Henbane.
Ah, yeah.
And for all you haters out there, this is Mayhem Ordo KO.
Oh,
Great
yeah.
album.
Yeah, I like that
Tyler
one.
is here, so I was not going to let him get away without talking about this. I fucking love this record. This is Bound by Entrails.
Oh, dude.
Code well. Holy shit. Can I just quit? I know we're trying to wrap this up, but I was
Go ahead.
halfway across the world in South Korea sitting next to a guy from Newfoundland and South Africa talking about how fucking awesome this record was back in 2012.
No
So,
shit.
like, I was not going to let this go without bringing it up and talk about.
Holy shit, dude, that's awesome.
What's
I'm
the name
telling
of it
you, like,
again?
It's Bound by Entrails. The conversation was, this is a like proggy black metal band from Alaska that has a death metal name. Like, it was just, we were trying to compare notes. And anyway, this is such a fucking cool record. And I just wanted to take a moment to talk about it and praise Tyler since he's here. So,
Dude,
is that who's on that album? Is Tyler? Are you on that?
I'm the drummer on that.
No shit.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta check it out. You think I'll like it, Kellen?
yeah, you will 100% like.
Okay.
The prog stuff on this, you will completely eat up.
Damn, Tyler, you never threw that at me.
So I gotta say it real quick. So the story behind the album, real quick, it's actually 2 EPs with 2 different lineups, and it was supposed to be recorded as 2 EPs eventually, but there was turmoil with band members, like beef, guys getting kicked out, whatever. So there's a lot of distinct differences from track to track. The main guy behind the band, he literally stripped down all the tracks and tried to build them all up together to have cohesion. But it's essentially 2 different eras of Alaskan lineup of Bound by Entrails, and he put it out as a full-length album. But yeah, I have some fond memories recording some of that stuff for sure.
That's trippy. You're right, though. It's got a death metal name for sure. It's very Cannibal Corpsey. And then you're saying it, but it's a mixture of black metal and prog metal. That's
well, the title. So the main guy was really into Norse mythology, and what the Bound by Entrails is referencing is the punishment of Loki for the death of Balder, because he was bound by the entrails of his son. Okay. So that's where that title or the band name comes from. But yeah, that was a band started in Iowa, and then the guy moved up here after he got out of the army, and I can go on, but
cool. All right, Peter.
Another time.
It's 12:18, Peter. Just remember, your kids.
I need to get to bed. So yes. So I'll not go through all the stuff here, but okay. Some of the ones I considered obviously didn't get to Finland, so I was considering Barathram's third album, Infernal, which is a classic black doom. Callan showed it already, but my favorite, Moonsorrow. I actually wrote to the band when this album came out to ask them for their T-shirt and went to play in Ireland, and they wrote back to me, so I still have the letter. Another finished black metal album from the 90s, but more Finter Semestre, which with an album called Kirko Kipra, which means church cock. Sweden, one from this century, Armageddon on Spiritism. Obviously, love this album. Very rocky. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I love that. It's kind of rocky drums on it. Obviously, Primordial there. I was going to show up for Larry, but it was also shown. Obviously, couldn't let France go missing, so on Suffering Raw, Mutilation, it's the debut album. The Vampires of Black Imperial Blood on Drakkar.
Damn. Records.
Gorgon, The Lady Rides a Black Horse. Okay. Some US, The Fog is already shown, but Weakling, Dead as Dreams. Simon was in the chat, so some Australian, some Lord Chaos. Jimmy mentioned Nagura Bunjet. This is my favorite Nagura Bunjet.
Oh yeah,
Crudely
that's
brought you, Loy.
yeah.
Great.
So
Truly weird band.
this is my. Oh yeah, I got to see the original lineup live before they broke up, but yeah, really good. I think it's all based on the seasons of the year. My favorite Satyricon is the Shadow Throne, which you can barely see.
Yeah.
Obviously kicked out Abigor. Though I was going to replace it with the debut, which I like. Hades was mentioned. And then these are the bunch of albums I really want to talk about, but only with In the Woods. But Solofal's debut, Linear Scaffold, excellent album. And Flirty.
That album rules.
Van Buende's Ende.
Yeah.
Arcturus debut, and actually my favorite Arcturus probably. Yeah, it's a bit kind of like, I don't know.
I like the
theatrical
Sham Mirror
stuff they got
best. That's a little bit more proggy.
Yeah.
All
I could go
right.
on here. It's like Toulouse. But I need to get to bed, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so real quick, as a tie-up here, I got Rick's picks. Quick. I had him send them to me, but I did tell him to do the viral video anyway. So he's got Bathory under the sign of the Black Mark. He's got Enthroned, Skull Throned. He's got Baal Sagoth, Starfire, Immortal, Pure Holocaust, Enslaved, Frost, Samael, Ceremony, Master's Hammer, Ritual, Bergtat from Ulver, Psy, Imaginary Sonescape, and I'm probably going to say this wrong, Melakesh,
Yeah.
Sphinx. And then for honorable mentions, he's got Marrow of the Spirit for Agalok, Judas Iscariot to Embrace the Corpse's Bleeding, Canis Dearest, he's sucking up to Marty right here, Canis Dearest, Independence to the Beast, and also Panopticon again Into the Light. I'm surprised. Did anyone else mention Panopticon? Somebody said something about Kentucky, but okay, you did. Okay, cool. I'm surprised there wasn't more of that. Really quick. We're gonna go around the pike fast. Tyler, you got anything going on your channel? You don't do that much, right?
I was working on a new hiking video, but then going through the footage, it kind of stinks. But I'm doing my kind of annual cabin trip out to an area called Spencer Glacier. So I'll probably do another video or get footage out there and put together another video for that.
Cool. Devin, what do you got going on?
I'll probably film a new vinyl collection video tomorrow, but I haven't decided what I'll talk about yet, but I'll figure that out as soon as we're done with this, so we'll see. So be on the lookout for that.
All right. Jimmy, what you got brewing on
We've got
future?
two big videos coming up. I just have to shoot them. So
Nice.
next week I'm going to shoot, and hopefully it's going to take about a month to edit. But yeah, two really big ones. And then
got
also,
big trips or what?
Kind of. I'll keep them secret until they come out. But
Okay.
yeah, they're going to be kind of ambitious and hopefully really come out good. So, but also have another stream on my channel. I used to do streams. It's been a while. But me and Tyler and some of the other hiker metal guys are going to do kind of a half-year kind of thing, breaking down favorite stuff we're listening to, shit like that, coming up in a couple weeks. So, yeah, channel's been kind of dormant, but it's going to come alive again hopefully soon. So, yeah.
Well, we're heading into the dog days of the summer, so more indoor stuff, right? Johnny, what you got? You're always pretty active.
No, yeah, I got tons of stuff. I said I just posted up a live review of the Stormkeep gig I went to last week, so that came up yesterday. No, today. I just got lots of collection updates. I'm going to be doing a live stream with Metal Mickey for this comfort zone thing, where you pick two albums for each other and what that you think that they won't like.
Oh,
so
right.
I'm going to be doing that. I'm just deciding which horrible, nasty black metal albums to give him. Yeah, just loads of bits and bobs. And before we go, Spider God, this is the Hermit version of the Fly in the Trap, which is signed and numbered. I just thought it was quite cool. That's only came through this week, and I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, which is why I didn't show it before. But I just
Johnny
because
with
Jake
the
showed
mega
it.
flex at the end. Yeah.
Oh, I better get one in before I finish.
I'm sorry, I called him Johnny.
Well,
I
hey-
meant Rick Jr.
Test
no-
press
nobody-
before
nobody
eliminating,
mentioned-
I'll just say that.
Yeah, the test blessing's better.
Yeah, no.
on.
Speaking of Plex, no one's mentioned Johnny's. The fact that he's got Death Crush just hanging out on his couch.
Oh yeah. Just
Yeah, we saw that. We saw that. We saw that. All right.
Subtle flex.
I got to move on from Rick Jr. I'm sorry. All right.
Sorry.
Solo layout for Mr. Logan. What you got going
Thank
on?
you, sir. Getting into a new space. Going to start recording
you
some
are.
more metal and beer pairings coming up, and then wrap up some maybe Dog Days of Summer kind of streams. Which for me, Stoner Rock, Desert Rock. That's kind of the name of the game. You know, listen to some Fu Manchu and Caius probably.
Cool.
That's it.
All right, Jake, you got anything happening over there at the Upside Down Church?
I've been pretty inactive for a while, but I'm planning on ramping up for the rest of the year, putting out some videos. At least until January, I'll be putting out quite a bit of content, I hope.
Cool. I'll make sure I don't watch any of it. That's a joke between Jake and I. It's a joke. All right, Roger, what do you have? You're always doing stuff over there, man.
Yeah, well, there'll be some response videos or kind of, celebration of channels that have reached certain numbers, and collection updates, of course. We'll try to be consistent with them, at least one a week. So, yeah.
Awesome, man. Cal, you got anything brewing? We should mention you do the Wednesday album club with Marty, heavy metal. I can never say that fucking word. Metallurgy. Sound like I'm high or drunk. I could be. I'm not actually. But go ahead, Cal. What you got?
Yeah, so this upcoming Wednesday on the Heavy Metallurgy Album Club, we're going to be talking about Devourment's Obscene Majesty. And I just put out an album review for the most recent Thantafaxis release, Hive Mind Narcosis, on the channel. On my own personal channel, I'm trying to put together a period piece for my Blood from Stone series, which focuses on 90s traditional American heavy metal. A band called Enchanter from Michigan. It'll be the focus of that episode, and that's what I got going on for now.
Awesome, man. Always good stuff on Kellen's channel when he drops stuff. Peter, you don't have a channel, man. You don't have a channel again.
I'm tempted to make a video on top 10 reasons why top 10 lists are bad for your health. Could be a good video.
Top 10 reasons why I hate gas masks and hand grenades. Fuck that guy.
Hey,
I'm more joking.
for your new channel.
Thank you very much for inviting me on. I know I don't have a YouTube channel, but my plans are to clear up all these CDs, go to bed. My wife's in Galway for the weekend, so I somehow have to stay awake all day tomorrow with my kids.
No.
Yeah,
All right.
It's going to be my challenge.
Well, listen, I really want to thank both Johnny, Roger, and Peter for being super troopers here and, going all through the night. Usually that shit's this weirdo because I sleep when I sleep, but I can, and a lot of you guys can't. So I want to thank everybody for giving me 5.5 hours of their night tonight. Actually, I think we did pretty fucking good. If you think about it, we probably went through about 200 albums tonight, more or less, give or take. And so there's that. On my channel, very quickly, Tuesday night, 9 o'clock, I believe. This is going to happen. But it might change a little bit. I was just talking to him while we were broadcasting. At this stage, Paul is joining me on Tuesday night, the 15th at 9 p.m. And the plan was to have Kelly Schaefer was going to then jump in towards the end of that. But I think what may end up happening now is that, And come on, seriously, is that fucking thumbnail balls ass cool or what? God damn.
Hell yeah.
I gotta knock this shit off. I'm just getting too good at that game.
Right.
But I think what we may end up doing is we may end up doing a joint Kelly and Paul interview, and then Paul and I might cycle back later. I'm trying to get Duncan Patterson from Early Anathema, from Serenades through Alt 4, I think, to come on and talk about his solo stuff, talk about Anathema, all that kind of stuff. Trying to get that locked in, but it's been a little weird the last week or so. I got some other possibilities, but I'm not pushing those hard based on how things are going with me physically. The only other big thing I've got planned, like big, is next Sunday, I'm going to, with Eric Berg, the young Canuck Cronus Jr., we're going to do the first 11 Jethro Tull albums. And I've got a third person that's joining me from a much bigger channel, a guy named Patrick from the Vinyl Archivist. Really cool dude that's kind of found out about me and had me join them last night for like 3 hours. There's other stuff that's in the works. The Hawkwind thing's still kind of hanging out there, but you know, I'm a lot's getting very difficult for me. So today took a lot of planning for me, and it's not easy for me to do these things. So I love you guys. You guys fucking rule. Now, the last thing to mention is we're going to do a post stream. Of course, we always do them here. So if anybody wants in on that, was in this group, let me know. I think I hit everyone with a text. I completely understand if you're like, man, I've had enough of Jeff for the day.
I was about to say that I didn't want to be a dick.
Well, I don't care. Actually, I should not have invited you, actually. But anyway, but yeah, like Roger, if you're staying up, you want to join us, let me know. I'll send you a link. Johnny, same to you. Peter, I think you said you got to go to bed, so do that. But yeah, wasn't that weird?
I'll probably
dude?
see you in a few hours.
What's that?
I'll probably
What's that,
see you in
Peter?
a few hours when the kids get up.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I don't think we're going to go for all night. But anyways, everyone else is invited here. There's some other people that weren't on the show tonight that are invited. Dennis, Nick, guys like that, Chuck. So pop on if you want to hang on. We're going to jump onto that in about, 10 minutes, something like that. So you're all invited. Thank you, guys. You guys fucking rule. Anybody got anything
Great
to say?
stream, guys. Really
Yeah.
awesome.
Awesome.
Anyone got anything?
Some good
Check out from this one.
choices.
No, just
All right.
thank you, Geoff, to doing
yeah,
this.
thanks, Jeff.
It's awesome.
No, man. The pleasure is
cheers.
mine, and I can't thank you guys enough. And if I make it, if I get there another month or whatever, I think the next one, probably all of you are not going to have any
Grind.
interest in, except for
We'll all
Jimmy.
be on the grind stream.
The what?
Yeah.
The grind stream is
Grind,
not going to
finally.
happen. Never going to happen. No.
Finally, we're
God.
doing the grind stream.
But the
Let's
next
do
one
it.
that is coming, the
Big
next one
destroyer
that's
is
coming,
cool.
the next one that's coming, Prague
Postman.
Metal Island, dudes. Fuck yeah. I'm all about that shit. So Jimmy maybe is in on that one. Other than that, I
I'm
don't
in
know
on
the rest.
that.
Johnny. All right. And
I'll
I
do
think
that.
Kellen might jump in on that. So, all right, guys. Love you, dudes. You guys rule. Hang
Thanks,
on a
guys.
sec. Hang on a sec.